group stage.
And will end the game with a win!
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive! Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters!
Okay, gandang maglaro up ng Crossfire ngayong araw na to. Crossfire Philippines, ito nga palang Cfs Ph Masters Week number 3, huling araw na nga nung linggo na to. No? Ako nga pala si Salvatore. Siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog, mga kasama nyo ngayong araw sa panel na to. At grabe nga naman ang lineup natin ngayong araw para sa mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Ang ating panimulang pandangal ay walang iba kundi mula sa Cebu x Davao matchup, no pre. Fervid versus UBECMANIAC ang handog sa atin ngayon ng mga players, Sneaky.
Yun nga, Fervid obviously heavy underdogs dito sa series natin pare. So far dito sa Cfs Ph Masters, yung kanilang run hasn't really boded well para sa kanila dito. Obviously at the bottom of yung standings natin. No? Pero chance man, at least itry na bumawi, but at the same time, Salvatore na napakalalang heavy favorites naman, napakalalang heavyweights nga ang makakalaban nila dito for today's game. So that's gonna be UBECMANIAC, pare. Big challenge para dito sa Fervid men, especially considering na I think past 4 games yata nila, sobrang hirap na schedule nila, pare.
Kaya parang mala Everest din yung kailangan tahakin na itong Fervid sa kung gaano kataas ngayon yung plataforma na tinatayuan ng UBECMANIAC, no? So mamaya na yun, usap muna tayo tungkol sa tournament format, no, sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam at sa mga gustong ma-reviewhan ng ating tournament format dyan, no? So meron nga tayong open qualifiers na kung saan yung top 3 teams from regional finals may automatic seed na nga sila, pero yung 5 ay kailangan makipaglaban-laban sa isa't isa over a 2-day open qualifier where the top 2 and top 3 teams will advance to the PH Masters, no? And the group stage will be single round robin best of 3 where top 4 will advance to the playoffs. Ito na yung top 4 na grabe men, nakakatakot kasi hindi mo alam dito sa mga 8 to kung sino yung magpapang-abot sa top 4. And ang ating top 2 teams na maglalaban sa ating grand finals will eventually be the representatives ng Philippines sa nalalapit na EWC.
Yeah, and the prize pool as well para dito sa ating Cfs Ph Masters. It is 10k USD for that first prize. That's roughly 560, 570 depending on the exchange rate dito. Second place 4k, third 2,000, fourth 1,500 and yun nga, so on so forth. So lots on the stake, you know, a ticket to Riyadh pare to represent the Philippines and at the same time to fight for a bigger prize pool, no, going into that flight pare. Pero of course we're gonna take a look at yung CFS PH Masters muna as I know it's a pretty sizable prize in all honesty pare.
Yeah, ito naman tayo sa schedule natin, no? Tapos na nga tayo sa unang 2 linggo, napapalapit na tayo sa kalahati hanggang week 8 na nga tayo, no, ka-Crossfire. As week number 2, very solid matches, especially that Execration and UBECMANIAC matchup. Pero pre, para tapatan na naman ngayon ng Execration tong araw na to, kailangan na naman nilang magpatumban ng isang malaking harang, no, maya't maya pagkatapos ng UBEC tsaka Fervid, meron pa tayong Pacific Esports versus Execration, na ang welcoming reunion ni Boss Rem at tsaka ni Aljon sa dating nga nilang team, no. Pero dito muna tayo sa UBECMANIAC versus Fervid, no. Pero bago yun, binabati ko nga pala ng isang happy birthday si Boss UM Clods, no, at rest in peace sa kanya.
Yun.
Itong araw na to ay para sa iyo, sa nilikhamong team na UBECMANIAC. Sana kung nasaan ka man ngayon natutuwa ka sa naaabot ngayon ng mga boys mo, pre. So yun, dito naman tayo sa ating week 5 to week 8 where it is also a stacked week number 5. Tingnan mo nga naman, EVOS versus Gaon, UM versus Pacific. Everything about this week 5 to 8 parang binibigyan talaga tayo ng onting sneak peek sa playoffs.
Ayun nga, a bit of mystery as well para dito sa week number 8 pare, no. Gonna be adding to the excitement dito sa tournament natin. Obviously, week 5 hanggang 7, that's gonna be where the standings settle a bit, no. Dito sa CFS Ph Masters, that's where malalaman natin kung sino yung magko-contest para dito sa 3rd and 4th slot, and especially that 4th slot potentially, no, pare, na you know, some tiebreakers can happen and pwede maging difference natin dito is just rounds.
Yeah. Yun yung nakakapagdilat ng mata talaga, actually. Because the top 4 will be one of the most competitive spots to put yourself into Kasi wala na tayong magagawa pa sa number 1 tsaka number 2. Parang sa level na nilalaro nila, salyado na talaga at hindi mo na magagalaw at mauuga pa ang EVOS tsaka UBECMANIAC. Yung Pacific Execration, pwede pa siguro, no? Pwede pa humabol si Acceptance na nag-improve from number 8 now up to number 5. Ang laki ng tinalo nila, no? For Gaon Gaming, they will fall down to the number 7 nung week 1 and 2, parang nasa number 4 and number 5 pa nga sila, no? Team Secret after losing yesterday rather, no? Parang it looks like they will be, you know, parang kailangan nga nilang ipanalo na lahat ng mga susunod pang games kung ayaw nga nilang magkaroon ng, alam mo yun, yung paghihirap at pagdinilay kasi nga natalo kami sa round differential. Yun yung pinaka yun yung pinaka hindi mo magugusto at mangyayari dito sa PH Masters, yung magkaroon ng lamang yung team na nasa taas dahil lang sa round differential.
Yun nga, no, kasi that's gonna be racking at the back of your head, no, na what if na ginandahan lang namin nung isang series na to, man, what if 2-0 na lang namin yung team na to instead, no? So you really don't want to leave without any regrets, especially coming into yung playoffs natin. Yun nga, as much as 8th place is heartbreaking, pare, 5th place, I would argue, Salvatore, is a lot more heartbreaking. Kasi nga, ayun nga, you were so close, yet so far dito sa goal natin, pare.
Yun, punta naman tayo sa today's matchup. Ang ating unang laban ng ngayong araw is going to be none other than UBECMANIAC versus Fervid, no? So, and followed by Pacific Esports versus Execration. No? So, these two matches talaga magtitipon-tipon ang kabuuhan talaga ng Crossfire community kasi una sa lahat, must watch to para sa Cebuano, no? It's a celebration of skill para sa Fervid and UM. At ito namang tong PE tsaka EXE. Baka ito ang pagbabagong rivalry na makikita natin, no, dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. Not only magre-reunite ang dating pillars na kung saan si Boss Rem tsaka si Aljon sa kanilang clan. Tignan natin kung ano ang magiging takbuhan ng Pacific Esports knowing na wala na yung dati nilang IGL. Parang ang hirap i-predict ng laban na yun, pre. Pero dito muna tayo sa unang kabilang banda, rather, ang Fervid versus UBECMANIAC. Fervid muna tayo. So, first 2 weeks nila rather, pero ang sakit talaga tignan ng dinadanas ngayon ng Fervid. They're now in the bottom 8, no? Pinakasagad nga sa ilalim, no? So, eto na yung must win para sa kanila actually, no? And what a statement it would be pag natalo nilang UBECMANIAC ngayong araw.
Yun nga, definitely would be one of the more interesting results, no, pagdating dito sa CFS Ph Masters as we take a look at yung team stats ng Fervid. And it's been pretty good para dito kay Ting at kay Lon specifically. Si Nomad has had some pretty on and off games pare, pero kung on talaga dito si Nomad, man, he is definitely on. We have yet to see anything galing dito kay Skies at kay Hadges, who's only had realistically siguro a good half on a map. So ayun nga, I really want to see something, no? Especially galing dito kay Skies. I think for the longest time na hype na siya dito sa local scene pare. So see if the hype is actually real para sa kanya dito, men. Pero UBEC kasi yung kalaban. That's a really tough opponent to do against pare.
At hindi lang pala si Aljon yung makakasama ulit yung dating yung team. Si Skies, dating UBECMANIAC second team, no? So kahit papaano parang may statement game pa rin to para kay Skies. Uy, dati kong team yun, baka sakaling mag-activate yung Ultra Instinct ko dito sa laban na to, no? So yun nga, ang kanilang laban ngayon is against UBECMANIAC, pero for next week, meron silang laban up against Team Secret and Execration. It would not be easy for the first and the following 3 matches na meron ng Fervid, whereas yung Team Acceptance, I feel like this is going to be a huge bout as well for Fervid, no? Pero eto pre, yung Team Secret Execration must win matches to for Fervid, no, to not be able to finish at least 8, yung bottom 8 talaga yung pinakamasakit. Pero Fervid, ngayon pa lang, kailangan na nga nila magsimula na ngayong run. Imagine winning all 5 games. Parang ang laki ng itatalon ng Fervid. They might be able to reach top 4 because of that.
For sure. And yun nga, if they go on a generational run like that, pare, I think they can definitely make it to playoffs. But if we're being a bit more realistic here, man, a win would definitely mean them securing itong top 6 at least dito sa CFS Ph Masters, which is very important, no, kasi it qualifies you dun sa regionals and you don't have to do the whole play-in tapos mag-impact ka pa. So yun nga, very very important that we do see that one. We do have a player interview in just a bit, guys. So yun nga, we are gonna take a look at yung perspective dito ng ating Fervid GT na squad as ayun nga, men, I feel like our guest is here. Ayun nga, si Boss Nomad 1 na naman ang makikita natin on our screens. Kamusta pare?
Okay lang po. Kayo, kamusta?
Yan, okay kami.
Uy!
Prag, maraming salamat, Boss
Yes,
Brian. At thank you sa pagkamusta sa amin. Minsan lang kami makatanggap ng ganun. Nabuti na nagawa mo kaming kamustahin. Pero yun, Boss Brian, una sa lahat, thank you so much for this opportunity na makausap ka, no? Ano naman yung moral ni Fervid ngayon entering into this matchup? Kamusta? Ano yung approach niyo ngayon laban sa UBEC?
Ano lang po, gagawin lang po namin yung pinapractice lang namin. Wala na pong iba.
Ayun nga, I mean, you can't really do anything else, no? I mean, you just gotta play what you did dito sa practice. Pero yun nga, Nomad, obviously, hindi nga naging maganda yung start dito ng Fervid, pare, and considering na, yun nga, malala pa yung kalaban nyo. As of today, it is UBECMANIAC, pare. Ano ba masasabi ko dito? Anything specific na nilulook out for dito sa series? Kalaban dito yung UBEC, baka may tatargetin kayo na player dito para ma-shutdown?
Wala naman po. Lahat kasi sila masasakit eh. Gagawin lang po namin yung yung pinapractice lang talaga namin. Matalo, hindi matalo. Manalo, hindi goods. Ano lang.
Uy,
Liking
mindset, no?
liking that mindset, no, Boss Brian. At bago ka namin na tuluyan bigyan ng oras, no, baka may gusto kong sabihin dyan sa mga sumusuporta sa Fervid, sa mga supporters dyan ng Crossfire. May gusto kong shoutout din dyan.
Shoutout po pala sa sa manager namin ni si Art, Boss Art. Thank you po. Tsaka sa mga suporta sa sa Fervid. Salamat sa inyong tanan. Maningkamot pimadaog lagi. Moro na.
Yun na.
Yan lang po.
Boss Nomad, maraming salamat sa oras mo. Good luck sa laban mo mamaya up against UBEC.
Okay po, thank you.
Yun nga naman, no? So, few words, pero grabe naman yung statement na binigay ni Boss Nomad, no? Just with that mindset alone, na parang this is a Fervid na hindi na nagbibiro ngayon, no? Parang ito na talaga yung oras na nagseseryoso na nga sila sa mga nakakalaban nila. At ito na yung Fervid na for sure will not be resting talaga. Like, purong laro lang talaga ang nasa isip nila ngayon.
Yeah, for sure. I like yung mindset nga dito, no, na yung sinabi ni Brian na ayun nga, if we lose, yun nga, they take the L. If we win, it's gonna be good para sa atin dito. It comes to a point na you are playing dito sa Cfs Ph Masters na mas magiging realistic yung outlook nyo for the rest of the season. And I like na, yun nga, no, they're taking it one step at a time para hindi nila minamadali yung kanilang proseso on becoming a better team dito para kasi yun nga, fully knowing yung circumstances dito ng Fervid, no, they did qualify, beating itong Team Secret dito sa Open Qualifier 1, and obviously, no, coming into yung tournament natin with zero expectations, 5 young players plus a new coach. So the system is only in the building stage pa lang para dito sa Fervid.
Now, move over to UBECMANIAC. I know we've talked about Fervid for quite some time now, no? At alam na nga natin ang kanilang mindset. Pero what about UBECMANIAC? One of the undisputed teams na hindi mo talaga pwedeng basta-bastahin, no? Like, this is an UBECMANIAC that is very well equipped mentally in terms of gameplay, playbook, yung coaching, yung style, yung macro, kompletos, recados talaga ang meron sa UBECMANIAC. No one can deny yung sheer brute force na meron ng UBECMANIAC pag naglaro talaga sila sa entablado. No? You have JJ and Kano, of course, the two players that you are expected talaga na mag-pop off talaga sa team na to. KLP still continuing his run ngayon bilang isang magiting na sniper sa buong tournament, hindi lang para sa Cebu, kundi sa buong lalawigan talaga ng Crossfire. No? So, KLP is on a good run right now, pero a lot of eyes actually for Loy as he takes a minor step back from his flashy performance last year, pero in terms of effectivity and yung pag-contribute niya sa team, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung takot ng teams na kalabanin si Loy rather.
Yeah, and it's a very similar concept, no? Dito kay Yobib pare with this year's performance. Granted, it's a bit of a downturn kasi ayun nga, you already have Zetra and you already have si KSA on the team to perform, and maybe it is the same thing para dito kay Loy, no? I mean, the other players are good enough na doesn't really have to contribute as much as he did from his last team. Tignan natin yung team data, of course, 2-0 Team Secret, 2-1 Execration. Only dropped 1 map so far. And other than that, pare, yun, it's been pretty clean para dito sa UBEC, and expecting another good season ba dito, pare?
Yeah, so UBECMANIAC, nothing short of spectacular so far, no? The first 2 weeks talagang pumaldo sila doon, especially from that statement win up against Execration. Kamuntikan na nga sila madali sa loob ng Ankara, pero dahil nga talagang sila ang nagkukwento ngayon ng kanilang run sa Crossfire, hindi mo pwedeng tanggalan ng panulat ang nagsusulat ng libro rather, no? So yun, first 2 weeks, kaya nga ba nilang i-follow up pa ng isang mas malakas na win up against Fervid? Maya-maya malalaman natin, no, as we head into the interview session. Walang iba kundi si Boss J. Lord aka Loy. So magandang araw sa iyo, Loy. Maraming salamat sa oras na to para makasama mo kami dalawa ni Sneaky Frog. Kamusta naman si Loy? Kamusta naman si Loy personally? Ano yung parang ano yung pakiramdam mo ngayon dito sa laban na to?
Wala lang.
Okay.
Yan. Yan ang yan talaga kumbaga sa contest ng nonchalant, ikaw ang champion, Boss Loy. No?
Yun nga. Loy, yung nangyari nung week number 2, no, medyo mas naging close yung laruan natin against itong Execration. Ano yung napulot yung aral siguro, or at least ano yung gagawin yung adjustment for the rest of the season? Kasi obviously naging close yung Execration series, no, Ben?
Oh.
May bago kaming na-adjust ng namin laro. Yung game plan.
Tamang Caitlyn.
Sana nga makita
Ayun nga.
namin yun na mamaya. Baka may gusto kong sabihin dyan na sa mga kalaban mo
Shout-
mamaya sa Fervid. Baka may statement ka dyan sa Fervid.
Good luck lang sa Fervid.
Yun. Pero bago mo makasama ulit ang iyong team, baka
Shout
may gusto
out.
kang batiin dyan.
Shout
Shout out.
out pala kay Kuya Chris tsaka Coach Tangs at ate. Tapos happy birthday Kuya Nick in Heaven. Yun lang
Ano
po.
yun?
Thank you so much. Naalala, for sure, tuwan-tuwa at proud na sa inyo si Boss Cloyds, no, sa napapalapit nyo laban up against sa Fervid. Para sa kanya to, para sa iyo to, Boss Cloyds. Maraming salamat, Boss Loy, at good luck sa parating mong laban. And grabe, no, parang it is going to be a statement, no, for UBECMANIAC to be, at their A game today, especially isang mahalagang araw to para sa kanilang owner talaga, si Boss Cloyds, no.
Yeah, for sure. No, very nice birthday to him, pare. And it's gonna be a testing ground siguro para sa UBECMANIAC this rest of yung series natin. Would be surprised if they're actually gonna pull out yung mga ibang maps natin dito. Ayun nga, maybe an odd na Black Widow, pare. Wouldn't be surprised actually kung bukas yung sub-base para dito sa UBEC. But then, ayun nga, what's the point in picking that, pare? If you maybe want to try yung mga ibang mapa, maybe now is the time na makikita natin yung Mexico 2, which worries me a bit, pare, pero yun nga, the boys need practice on that map just in case na they have to keep it in their back pocket, pare.
Parang ang labo naman kasi pakinggan. Mag-aaya ka ng scrim tas Mexico to yung map. Parang feeling ko babanse kaagad yung team na inalokan mo, no? Pero speaking of, ito naman tayo sa head-to-head natin, no? Ang ating dalawang players na kailangan natin tutukan ng pansin at dilatan ng mata. Walang iba kundi si Lance pati si JJ. Both outstanding players na malakas mag-contribute, no? Especially from Lance, see how he's able to pick off in the early runs. Pero itong si JJ, kung bibigyan mo talaga ng naratibo, si JJ, this man's multi-kill, hindi mo pwede talagang patumbahin. He can get 2 to 3 kills in the span of one sitting ng isang spray lang. So JJ, in that ability alone, ang laki na nabibigay niyang opening para sa UBECMANIAC. Ang nagkakatalo sila dito is yung headshot per kill percentage and yung kills per round actually, no? Almost magkadikit lang talaga.
For sure. And paano naman dito kay JJ, no? His performance dun sa Ankara specifically, dun sa kanilang last series really just set the tone para dito sa squad. It was a reminder na UBEC is not a 1, 2, 3 star team. It's a team with 5 players on it that can perform out of their mind, though. And that includes yung kanilang IGL na itong si KLB, pare. And JJ obviously just a little reminder, no, na yun nga, we can keep talking about itong si Loy at si Kano, but lest you not forget about me, pare. Pero para naman kay Lance, ayun nga, no, despite the losses dito ng Fervid GT, yun nga, he was probably showing the best crossfire, no, out of all the players dito sa loob ng Fervid. So hopefully we just do see more galing sa kanya dito. And ayun nga, no, I hope they can keep yung mindset na ayun nga, if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. And ayun nga, no, I just want to see the best attempt galing dito sa Fervid, pare.
Kahit sino, no, matatakot talaga pag pinakaba mo si GDSC tsaka si Mino sa last year sa Grand Finals, no? Pero wag na tayo pag-usap pa tungkol sa nakaraang taon. Dito naman tayo sa present, no, pre. Kailangan na natin ipakilala ang ating mga backup ngayong araw na to, no? Ang ating casters para sa laban ng Fervid at UBECMANIAC. Walang iba kundi si Bipolar at Ramon. Sila na naman ang magsisigawan at maghihiyawan sa laban na to, no? So handa nyo na mga boses nyo, Ramon tsaka Bipolar. Una sa lahat, Ramon, kamusta ka naman sa araw na to, no? At may masasabi ka ba sa laban na to?
Okay naman, nakaready na yung green tea ko para dito sa susunod nating matchup, yung salabat. Kasi feeling ko sa buong araw ng crossfire natin today, kailangan natin kasi sobrang init na mga matchups. May time para mapag-upset at may napaka magandang matchup para sa susunod nating series. So I'm very excited at sana naman ay makapag-deliver ang pareho nating kupunan.
Ano naman, Bipolar?
Ako, okay naman. Alam mo, napagod tayo kahapon. Ginamit ko yung setup mo sa Alvi. So, it's maraming salamat mula sa'yo. Pero right now, medyo confident na magandang labanan natin ngayon. From the very first match, it's gonna be something na pwede ilo-look forward ng ating mga viewers. And pagdating lalo ng second matchup natin, another fan service tulad nga ng last week. But yeah, it feels pretty good to be back sa casting deck.
Yeah, ask and you shall receive, no, bipolar. Hindi na natin patatagalin pa. Una naman tayo sa map Vito, no. Can be a very really surprised, no, pag na-open ng sub-base. It means it's a lot for them to handle, no. Fervid, grabe nga naman, no. So they really respect the heck out of sub-base. Tapos yung sarili pang lugar na ine-expert ng UBEC, binandin nila, no, for themselves and as well as for Fervid. So we are heading into Ankara and then Eagle Eye and Compound for our decider. Any thoughts, Sneaky Frog?
To be fair, no, I didn't expect na ibaban dito ng Fervid yung sub-base. Yun nga, would have wished that it was open considering that would have provided a very, very good map number 1, no? But Black with two size, para sa akin sa UM, considering na this is also one of their best maps. Their offense is really good pagdating sa mapa na to on their BL. So, ayun nga, I think they just wanted to force yung Eagle Eye up against itong Fervid. Maybe it is the lack of experience on that map that they're trying to target, no? Up against yung Fervid squad na to. Pero Ankara is gonna be a bit of a question mark para sa akin dito sa Fervid kasi UBEC is also very naughty sa mapa na yun, pare.
Yeah. Basta basta makahanap sila ng way para magkaroon ng magandang simula sa BL. I think UBEC is gonna take that opportunity. They're gonna be happy taking yung Eagle Eye, most especially. But I do think yung best chance ng Fervid is yung makopa lang nila yung dub sa Ankara pa lang and just make sure na magiging stable yung force nila. As long as na-unlock nila yung mga star players nila dito, I'm looking towards itong si Skies, I'm looking towards itong si Nomad na makapag-control agad-agad sa ating matchup eh. Magkakaroon sila ng magandang advantage pero yun nga lang, pag dito si Eagle Eye, I think it's gonna be question mark moving forward pakatapos.
Alam mo, para naman sa akin, focusing on the map V2 itself, it's a good starter for both of these sides. Alam naman natin, coming all the way from Sleep, it's a frag-heavy map. It's kind of a 50-50, but pagdating natin sa Eagle Eye, it's another ball game in the park. Feeling ko abot tayo ng 3 games possibly since Black Widow was banned coming in from UBECMANIAC. Compound being the decider though, medyo parang hindi ko, I cannot say anymore. Gusto ko agad makita yung game nila pagdating sa mga mapa na.
You're essentially challenging UBECMANIAC at their strongest side, which is going to be Blacklist, no? Sa tatlong mapa na yun, dun sila magsisimula. So let's see how will they capitalize on their favorite side with Fervid taking a bit of a minor adjustment sa kanilang pag-aatake dito. They will all start at global risk, which essentially gives you a concrete advantage nga talaga, no? Especially from the first 2 maps. Alam mo talaga, mas gugustuhin mo magsimula sa GR. Punta naman tayo sa prediction, no? Samahan nyo kami dyan, Crossfire Philippines, sa magiging prediction nyo dyan sa comment section, no? Sabayan nyo kaming 4 kung sino nga bang tingin nyo mananalo sa serye to. Magsisimula na ako. For me, it's going to be an easy field day para dito sa UBECMANIAC. 2-0, confidence all over para sa kanila, no? There's still a lot of adjustments that Fervid needs to make at habang tumatagal, feeling ko mas lalo silang nababasa ng mga teams kasi nga medyo napag-iiwanan talaga sila sa pacing. So UBECMANIAC 2-0. How about you, Sneaky Frog?
Yeah, same sentiments para sa akin dito. It is a 2-0. Yun nga, no, I love the team. I love yung concept dito ng Fervid, pare. Pero feeling ko masyado pa silang hilaw. But cooked enough na they would be very, very good sa impact, pare.
Okay. I think for me, I think na-predict ko siya 2-1 dun sa podcast and I think I'm gonna stick with it. Despite like a lot of odds being against Fervid ngayon, I kind of believe that they could still have the potential to possibly go for it. Pero I still believe the UBEC, sila talaga yung parang top dog or at least one of the top dogs ngayon sa PH Masters. So there's no doubt, at least in my eyes, mananalo sila sa series. Pero feeling ko may kagat pa rin naman yung Fervid if na-unlock nila yung mga star players nila.
For me, it's basically the same as Salvatore and as well as Sneaky Frog. 2-0 din ako in favor of UBECMANIAC. I do want to see a game number 3. Medyo naglilin ako 2-1 kanina pero let's keep it 2-0. UBECMANIAC right now is very much formidable. Alam naman natin set plays dito coming with Coach Tanks behind them. Parang UBECMANIAC has their way to maybe claim that top spot mula sa EVOS. So let's put it 2-0.
Okay, nilagyan ni Ramon ng marka ang Fervid dito, wherein the rest, wala tayong ibibigay na puntos para sa Fervid. No? Pure confidence lang ang dala ngayon ng UBECMANIAC sa laban na to. Ang laban ng dalawang lokal, kumbaga kadugo mo na ang kalaban mo dito, UBEC tsaka Fervid. Kailangan na natin iba to kay Ramon at Bipolar para matawagan na nga nila ang laron to. Kaya wala nang iba tayong gagawin pa. Sneaky, mamamaalam na nga muna kami. Ramon at Bipolar, it's now time to play Crossfire.
Oh no. Oh no, nandito na naman tayo, Ramon. Parang mapapagod tayo. Pag tayo kasi nandito, palagi tayong 2-1, palaging matagal yung laban, nag-OT. So, I don't know yet. But from the past few days, coming all the way from Impact and nung previous show tayo, you were there. Tas kahapon, I was the panel and you were also somewhat there. Ramon, kamusta tayo dyan? Anong feeling natin coming into the first matchup? It's Fervid versus UBECMANIAC. 2-1 ka, 2-0 ako, pero I somewhat side to you na 2-1 talaga. There's a possibility na Fervid Esports na may ilabas na silang kakaiba against UBECMANIAC.
Yun nga no? Parang, kasi kumbaga, parang isipin mo, it's a Cebu versus Cebu matchup and somehow parang naiisip mo rin na just like how UBEC unlocked themselves last year, nung sila yung naging breakout team, baka yun din yung maging mangyayari dito sa Fervid. Nobody expected na maging ganun yung UBEC nung nag-start out sila noong 2024. And Fervid has an opportunity para ma-shut out lahat ng mga expectations against them right now. So if ever na they do, the best chance is yung kanilang map pick na Ankara, which honestly, ito objectively as a caster, medyo okay naman yung UBEC when it comes to these maps na kailangan maging slow-paced, slow-tempoed, lalo na mag-start sila on their BL side. But we'll see kasi on GR, Fervid are not too bad at all. So tingnan natin as magsisimula na tayo on our first round. Lance is gonna dodge away from death after a missed shot from the AWM. Alis na lang siya doon sa LA habang ang Fervid ay ready na with a crossfire setup sa vents at saka dun sa may CA while UM are playing very passively.
Oh my God, Lloyd to fall down in the very first round. Make it 2 now as KLB and as well as JJ falling down from Fervid. Hindi natin inaakala na tatlo agad mamamatay pero isa pa ulit ang mamamatay as Nomad kills of Kano. Isa na lang ang natitira. It's KLP against 3 players of Fervid Esports. At dahil dyan, kailangan niya mag-play ng long game, kailangan niya mag-antay kasi nasa kanila yung C4, binatuhan ng flashbang, sabi niya flash grenade, dalawa ang susugod. Nomad to go in 3, 2, joke lang, hindi ako nagbibilang dito. Pero Nomad might go in dito kasi siya yung nauna towards this. They're just holding this out. Gusto nila mag-commit si KLP para hindi na sila makakuha ng very much a big advantage. Kasi alam naman natin KLP has that clutch blood in his hands. At dahil dyan, sabi niya, ikot muna ako. I'll go back to my RS. Nakikita ko ngayon si Nomad with that no-scope onto the right side. At dahil dyan, it makes it even easier for him. Basta papadali ang laban kasi -1 na lang yan. At kung titignan mo, Ramon, yung position ng dalawang players ng Fervid, magkahiwalay, isa lang malapit sa C4.
May possibility. A slim one pero 45 seconds, anything can happen. Smoke comes down as well. KLP just has to kill tong si Lance. Pero si Skies, hindi na siya maghihintay lamang. It will be Fervid taking that first round. And it started with an active push doon sa LA na mismo nagulat pa nga tong si Kano, who was railing doon sa taas pa lang ng stairs A. And habang nagre-respond pa lang yung iba from RSA, medyo natagalan ata yung response. Nakapasok na agad with the space ang Fervid. Nakill off pa nga yung lurker doon sa may doors as well. So everything just falling apart. Para dito sa UBECMANIAC na start with 1-0. KLP surprised by 2 people. Fervid are just looking for fights. Doon pa lang sa may RS. They run around doon sa may alley. They kill off si KLP. Si Lance also makakuha ng isa pa for Fervid. They're doing a really good job with these proactive pushes ngayon.
Dahil dyan, nandun na nga yung vent kill coming in from Nomad 1. Si Loy mamamatay. Pero may trade-off naman coming in from Kano. At dahil dyan, they are here sa kaliwa at kanan ng A-site. Malayo ang players ng Fervid pero unti-unti silang lumalapit sa A-site. They are doing the chokehold maneuver. Sinasakal sila ngayon unti-unti at wala nang mapuntahan ng UBECMANIAC. Dahil dyan, kailangan nila mag-commit dito sa labasan. It looks like Lance gets that kill. No, it's another one. KLB falls down. Si Kano will get a double kill. Kano now goes sa right side at dahil dyan nakita niya yung dalawa. Will he go for the kill? Makakuha siya ng isa. Goes for the double. That is a double kill to close that round at dahil dyan UBECMANIAC is on the board.
Kahit doon sa may door setup, you can kind of already realize that Fervid actually had a good defense moving forward sa round na yun. Pero that 4v2 converted thanks to the double push doon sa exit na tinatrade lang ni Kano ay talaga nga naman naging game changer para sa UBECMANIAC. Taking the pace back and getting numbers back into their favor. 4 versus 4 now. Pagdating natin dito sa third round, nakapag-trade pa nga ng blows ang dalawang players natin on the side of Fervid and UBECMANIAC. Talagang anything can happen kapag umabot sa point kung saan confident sa mga 2 versus 4s ang UBEC. And you can never underestimate them talaga. Bipolar as they now play very separately. Somebody holding up yung mid-cross as well as Believe itong KLP just trying to hold down yung door setup natin. A lot of times, Fervid have been surprising them with these double pushes. At ito yung is mga pinakaunang pagkakataon na hinahayaan na lang nila yung UBEC na kumuha ng space sa mapa natin as BL.
Very much so. Alam naman natin to na sometimes they switch the things up. Minsan iniiba nila yung strategy nila amidst the battle. At nakikita natin yan ngayon. They might go for the golden timer na 45 seconds pero lumalapit na sila ngayon sa EA. At mukhang makikita ni Hash dito ang isa. It's gonna be KLP falling down. At dahil dyan, ito na ang timer para sa UBECMANIAC. Sabi nila mag-capitalize tayo. Alam natin kung nasan ang isa. Pero look at KLB. Nasa likuran lang. Spraying down the two players. Coming in from Fervid Esports. At dahil dyan, nakaangat nga siya. Pero quick pick-up coming in from Luntz. Isang grenade tatama dun sa dalawa pero the bomb has been planted. Yung C4 natin nandyan na. Kailangan mag-commit ulit ng Fervid.
Nice flash. Nice flash. I think that also gives some space for Kano to just keep playing yung first part natin. JJ follow up as well. Kano, he's not waiting any longer. He pushes up with JJ to get 2 kills in fact for the post plant natin. Ang UBECMANIAC nakasimula na maayos with that 2-round wins natin and slowly walking back in towards yung mga default positions. Taking control of that A site execute, just layering down yung pagkuha nila ng map space doon sa side ng mapa na yun. And as long as they're able to kind of push the buttons of Fervid, hindi makaka-respond as Lance. He's gonna try to take that first pick off. AW map out kasi yun nga lang may smoke in his face. Loy, headshot expected. Fervid gonna lose a fight and a second one for Loy as well. A triple for Loy para sa UBECMANIAC. They explode with 3 kills para sa mga start players nila. And now it's an open A site dahil dito. Kailangan bumalik tong si Skies as iting kung kailangan nila lumaban dito.
Kailangan talaga lumaban. As you can see, it's another aggressive push coming in from Fervid Esports. They are outnumbered. Pero sa kanila mo lang makikita na sila na yung magpupush kahit dalawa pa yung lamang dito ng UBECMANIAC. Loy, quick peek out at dahil dyan nakuha niya pa rin with the M4.
Ace?
How does that happen? Paano yun? Is it gonna be an ace? Siyempre, pwede pa mangyari as the one last player, Fervid Esports peeks out from vent. Loy gets that kill. That is a beautiful 5K to end things up. It's gonna be it's round number 5 now, pero mukhang parang UBECMANIAC has the rhythm already.
Absolute domination from Loy. Same position, all 5 kills. Isa-isang pumapasok pero isa-isa yung pinalabas sa server. Talaga nga namang precision is on point para sa kanya. At activated na siya. Kasama itong si Kano who has 7 kills to his name na ngayon. Now we're kind of seeing Fervid just respond to this. Remember, nung nagsimula sila sa game natin, sila yung nagpupush, sila yung nag-set ng tempo para sa team. Pero now, UBEC medyo nababasa na yung mga galawan at sinaslow down na yung tempo ng mga push nila. Kaya they all have both a hotel setup tapos may isang nag-hold dun sa may akyatan. There's also somebody just holding up yung bypass push nila dito as Fervid Esports. They're not taking a chance. They're just letting UBECMANIAC just come into them with that bypass push. At least nandito pa rin yung presence ni Lance. So if ever na magka-cross nga sila, kailangan maging careful with the sniper.
Very much so. Pero walang malapit sa B-site mismo. Coming in from Fervid. This is gonna be a quick peek out. Pero sa ganda ng position dito ni Lance. Pero nabasa agad dito ng UBECMANIAC kung nasan nga siya. They are peeking at everything at Skies. Lone survivor dito sa B-site will fall down. Kinukuha na nga ngayon lahat ng corners, lahat ng space dito ng B-site coming in from UBECMANIAC. Nomad ngayon. Spraying things out pero the smoke's becoming a problem. Yung concealment, ginagamit ngayon ng UBECMANIAC at dahil dyan, they are at it. They are at the advantage. KLP, tinitignan ng tower. Will the timing be there? No, it is not. But Kano will get that kill. At dahil dyan, it's a 3v5 situation. Make it a 3v2. Never mind, it's a 5v2. Pero look at Loy getting that kill through the smoke. Mag-isa na lang ngayon si Lance na kanina nasa likuran. Ngayon nasa harapan na ng UM. At dahil dyan, pinatay na siya 4-1.
You can kind of give a lot of credit to how well they play yung front and back end ng paglalaro nila doon sa B-site. May hawak sila ng flank, napatay nila yung bypass player, tapos aware sila na since wala masyadong presence all the way from A at saka doon sa mid side na lahat sila mag-rotate either from RS or doon pa lang sa may tower mid. Which is why UM, with how well they place their utility, hindi makapasok yung Fervid, walang opening shot kay Lance, and if you layer all of that, it's just lights out B-site defense once they planted the C4 down para sa UBEC na wala talagang wala na tayong masasabing pahirap-hirap para sa kanila, no? So we're back into round 6. It will be a 4-1 win para dito sa UBEC. As we have a lot of damage dito para kay KLB. The leader has to play a little bit more reserved. Kailangan na i-hold the mid-side as KLB, not expecting the peak fronting, will be a wall bang thanks to the M4A1. Early 1 for nothing. As with this peak, they have to watch yung flank nila dito as si KLB na sana yung titingin para sa likod nila eh.
Very much so. Pero mukhang isang infiltration coming in from UBECMANIAC ngayon as they kill off Nomad. Pero look at Hedge. Napakaangas mo naman pag lalabas ka pa dito pag si JJ nandun, and with the quick scope, pati na rin yung flick pababa, sabi niya nandito ka lang sa ilalim, nandito ako sa taas, hindi mo ko kaya at dahil dyan namamatay ka na. It's 4v3 situation now in favor of Fervid Esports at hindi nila alam kung saan sila pupunta pero mukhang pupunta sila ngayon sa bypass. Pag-isa na naman dito si Ting, and just look at that. KLB though capitalizes with the situation. 50 seconds on the clock, seconds to correct myself. At dahil dyan, nasa kanilang advantage. They have the site. They still have utilities. Kailangan tumakbo ng Fervid. Look at Skies. Nasa likuran siya. Ready ba si Kano? Oh my God, KLB shows himself. At dahil dyan, all the attention of UBECMANIAC nasa bypass ngayon, Skies. Ipakita mo ang langit. Ipakita mo kung sino ka. Kaya mo pa ba? No, it is not. He falls down, pero si Lance makes it 2v1. Sinusugod ngayon ni Kano, and with a spray down, white pa rin. The cold is there. KLB will get that final kill. UM pa din ang nakakuha ng round na yun.
Sobrang ganda na lang i-analyze kung saan manggagaling talaga yung Fervid, no? In so many situations, it takes so much time na isipin na may dalawang magpa-flank sa'yo, let alone one. Kaya dito expected, and Fervid, they have to play with something different now. Ngayon, babalik sila sa kanilang usual strat nung first round where they double push up dito sa may second mid. Try to play around the smoke around the door's position na nilay down na agad ng Fervid. So Lance all the way from that mid side is gonna be expecting yung peak dito kay KLP. He's gonna wait for that smoke to dissipate right now. Ting, he's solo anchoring yung mismong doors dito sa second mid right now. And once the smokes come out, mahirapan siya dito. At least give him a bit of time, a bit of cover to let everybody from UBEC know that this is not gonna be a safe place to push. Again, UBEC, gonna have to play around this reserve position. Napakadaming oras ang nagamit dito para ma-play around in default positions natin. Sky is spotted, pero at least they still have CA control. At nandito pa rin itong si Hadj, who is trying to hold down yung boxes position natin as they're gonna walk into it. It's gonna be KLB and Loy picking up 2 kills for UBEC. That's an open A site, and I think UBEC know that.
Alam nila yan kasi dalawa lang naman talaga nag-hold dito, pero look at this, a quick rotation coming from Fervid Esports ngayon. Nasa kanan na nga siya, pero Loy will fall down as Nomad gets that kill and another one. Pero si Lance, ginagamit na nga lang yung coat dito, hindi na kailangan ng sniper kasi kaya ko naman kayo pagbabarilin. Isa, make it dalawa. Naging 1-2 combination, parang sinusuntok lang kasi si KLP ang natitira dito. Nasa labas siya ngayon ng EA, binatuhan pero hindi naaabot as Nomad's shots are much faster than the grenades that are falling from the sky.
Grabe naman tong si Nomad. At talaga nga namang at the perfect time, nakapag-respond siya with that triple kill all the way from the top and able to dodge away from so many bullets trying to rain down on him. Ito yung pinakamahirap sa pagpasok from EA. Napakadali lang na maabuso ka from the upper angle, pero still, KLB not shaken any longer. It's a fast push from UBEC. Nasa loob na sila ng tower. It's another one for Kano as he gets a double kill as well. Full ace B-site execute para sa kanila habang si Skies at si Nomad talagang pinapa-entrada na lang ang kanilang defense natin dito as a triple kill for Nomad, or no, Kano, excuse me. 1 versus 3 for Hadj. At habang nakaplant pa nga yung C4, hinohold na lang nila kung saan siya manggagaling dito. They spot him from that mid push and it will be a 4K for Kano. It will be a 6-2 scoreline for UBEC.
Wow. Kano right now, just look at that stat line. 14 kills, 6 headshots on the board. He is not on fire. He is smoking hot. Sobrang ganda ng kanyang pinapakita ngayon at dahil dyan nabibigyan ng energy ang buong UBECMANIAC. Sabi naman ng Fervid Esports, guys, wait lang, magdala kayo ng tubig. Sobrang init na ng mga kamay dito ng UBECMANIAC at dahil dyan, sobrang confident ngayon ni KLB kunin ng vents. He is rushing towards one and he gets that kill. JJ with trade-off, pero si Hadj nakadalawa na rin. Si Loic pinatay na nga yung nakadalawang kills doon coming in from Fervid Esports. Lance, mabilis ang rotation. Nagkapalit na nga ng sitwasyon. Sila ang nasa EA pero they will go towards the vents. Kano? Yung timing. Nandun na nga. Oh my God, it's a chokehold situation once again. Look at Lance with a quick scope once again. It's a 3v2 situation where Kano, the lone holder of vents, falls down. Si Ting ngayon through the smoke will fall down once again. Pero yung cold, hindi na sapat. Skies, it's not the limit. Never mind. It's the limit kasi siya yung magde-defuse. The timer is still there. Akala ko onti na lang yung oras. That's on me. But 6-3. That's a good scoreline. Humahabol dito ang Fervid Esports.
Look, I can kind of respect the game plan for Fervid. They had everybody from the UBECMANIAC roster stacked up sa isang corner lamang on kaliwa. Pero yung maganda kasi dito sana sa UBEC is that they're really good at converting in numbers nila. Kano had no fear at all, peeking out to so many people. Pero yun nga lang, ang bilis nga lang ng trade. And si Sky is able to bounce it back through. Who even gets yung first blood sa second half natin? KLB to starting with a 1-for-1. Gloy coming out again. Dito sa may bypass natin. Hadj expects it. And it will be a 3 versus 3 where Lance even gets the shot dito kay KLB.
Wala nang kumakalma. Sobrang bilis ng ating mga laban. Sobrang bilis ng mga engagement. The aggressiveness really is flowing through the veins of these players. JJ and Kano ang natitira para sa UM. Hadj, Lons, and Nomad ngayon ang pupuntirya. Rotating all across the maps, looking at every opportunity that they can get a hold of. Dahil dyan, UBECMANIAC ngayon ay nagtataka kung nasan nga ba ang tatlong players ng Fervid. They are patiently waiting for a mistake, for a mishap coming in from the Cebuanos. But can they really get the advantage here? 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock dahil dyan tumatakbo ngayon ng UBECMANIAC.
Look, the thing about yung positions ng UBEC ngayon is that they're closest to yung rotation ng A site at B. At kapag nalaman nila yung bomb plant, at least nakahiwalay sila in a way na malalaman nila kung saan talaga. From A or from B, depending on where JJ and Kano are. And that's with the clock running down. Fervid, they're gonna have so many options to look forward to. They can either split up 2 players na magpa-plant ng bomba sa A site natin, just play with somebody, just holding down yung CA position natin for the flank watch. Or pwede din maikat yung rotation, but now it's gonna be that 45-second push. They actually think about this. Feeling ko dahil dun sa ilang sound cues and maybe just the presence of mind from UBEC that they're gonna hold down yung A site hold natin dito as with 35 seconds. We're gonna have enough time para makapag-respond with a push. Nomad gonna get spotted. Hadj gonna be able with a peek. That's Kano with a 1 versus 1. And it's gonna be against Lance. Holding down with that coat right now. Spotted and with the headshot. It is perfect para kay Kano. It will be another round para sa UBECMANIAC.
Ang flawless nun. Sobrang solid. It's not really a tiresome kill cam coming in from Kano. Sobrang just a 1-2 swipe and a 1-2 combination kills them and gets them the round once again. 3 points away from getting the set point. Pero Fervid are trying their best to maybe get that comeback. They get the initial kills, nakakuha sila ng advantage but they cannot close out. But look, it looks like the adaptation is finally taking in form for them. ALP ngayon, spots out 1 pero yung code nandun, ang bilis mag-swap! From clicking 1 to clicking 2 dahil dyan si KLB nasa likuran niya. Skies goes back. The discipline is there. Sabi niya, wala akong kakampi na malapit dito. I will not risk my life for the betterment of my own KDA. At dahil dyan, they are connecting onto mid all the way from bypass malapit sa hukay ngayon. Hadj just to look towards mid dun malapit sa tower. At dahil dyan, they have a lot of advantage here. Marami silang place na pwedeng paglaruan. They know na the boxes or LA is very much clear. It is also clear on hotel and exit. But right now, look at this KLB. The patience is there.
Nako, magpipik pa nga ata siya na and mukhang masaspatan pa niya yung former UBECMANIAC white player na si Skies. Making it into a 3 versus 4 where they also pick up yung AWM KLB. Will he resemble yung kanyang former brother? It looks like it is going to be the result. It will be one and another para kay Loy. UBECMANIAC fully dominating yung nagiging GR half natin as Fervid, they're not able to get any sort of bounce back. Sa ating second half so far, that is 16 kills for Kano. That's 13 kills for Loy. KLB also following through. You can see that everybody on the stat board is actually hitting their shots.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, Ramon. As we see Lance shut us up. Sabi lang, kaya rin naman namin makakuha ng isa eh. So why not show that to everybody who is watching? That is a 4v5 situation right now in favor of Fervid Esports. Pero right now, kung i-compare natin na yung gameplay ng UBECMANIAC when they were BL, they were very calm and collected. They were taking up space. But right now, Fervid Esports kind of has that same thing. Pero they're prioritizing mid control. They're prioritizing boxes control. They're playing a little bit held back. Siguro after that, nag-aantay lang din sila kumuha ng onting mistakes coming in from UBECMANIAC, ng onting butas, tapos pupunan bro yun.
Yeah, I think it's also revolving around yung kung gaano sila kasanay kapag nagbibigay na sila ng pick-off. Like, let's say, mamamatay na agad tong si KLP, mamamatay agad si Kano. Lagi silang nagkakaroon ng sort of way para maibalik lang din yun. So they're happy to take aggressive fights. They're slowly walking up towards this mid-side na tingin ko ay may expect agad KLB. So Fervid, I'm gonna have to use their utility or their bodies para makapag-3 dito kay KLB.
He's waiting. He's there. Alam niya meron dyan. Pero isa, dalawang makuha niya. At yung pangatlo, tinulungan pa nga siya ni Kaloy. Ni Lloyd, to correct myself. The flashbang is there para ma-delay kung sino man ang malapit pa. It's gonna be Nomad to take on the onslaught, the firepower of UBECMANIAC. Kaya nga ba nila a 1-2 pick combination? Gets one, gets them two. Pero nandun pa rin si Loy to get that win para sa Global Wrist. They are 1 point away from getting set point.
That's a 4K para kay Loy and a good support para dito kay KLB as well. Able to just maneuver himself doon sa my tower position. And once again, just being a really good control. Para lang magkaroon sila ng napagandang defense on that side of the map. Hindi makapasok yung Fervid. So they have to play around those trades. Lancy starts off again dito kay KLB. Pero mukhang matatapos na agad. It's that push all the way from that B site, all the way from that RS again. Loy with a double kill. At mukha namang it might be over before we even know it, man. Ting though, mukhang gusto pa niyang i-delay yung laban na to. Pero habang binaplant pa lang nila yung C4, and may chance pa yung UBEC para makapag-reach around with this 3 versus 3 retake. Even with the flank coming through as well.
Yeah, very much so. The flanks are there. Pero mas maganda yung situation dito ng Fervid Esports because they have the bag in their hands. Pero si KLP with the Kobe with the popcorn onto Nomad at dahil dyan, they are getting bombarded. Yung Fervid ngayon, bulag na bulag. Ang nakikita na lang nila, sarili nilang tombstones. At dahil dyan, inuubos. At dahil doon, nakuha lahat ng buhay ng Fervid and they will easily defuse the bomb. The first set, kinuha ng UM 10-3.
My goodness, man. And just a statement to be made sa first set natin. UBECMANIAC on the map pick of their opponents. Fervid could not have any sort of pressure started. Pero respect kasi nung mga early stages ng game na to, parang nakikita mo yung potential sana eh. Malakas yung LA defense, maganda yung mga nagiging entrada nila when it comes to yung pag-defend nila kasama na itong si Nomad. Pero still, it was all UBEC nung nag-start sila on that second half nga naman, diba? Well, nung nag-GR, it's like they have a good response plays na ginagawa nila sa mga pushes ng Fervid. And you can kind of give credit as well from that kay KLB, who I believe fragging IGL is something to be really impressed about. Talagang ang ganda ng laro ng UBEC dahil doon, ang ganda ng paglalaro ni Kanor so far. It's like they're firing on all cylinders. Parang wala kang makikitang tapon kahit sa naging games dito ng UBECMANIAC. For Fervid, it's just time for them to kind of reflect on it since it is their map pick. And again, they did talk about it in their interview that they're taking this one game at a time. Well, this is one of those games that they have to really think about.
Yeah, very much so. Kailangan natin makita ng big adjustments coming in from them. And this might just be the learning curve na nasa baba pa lang pero bigla natin may kita na aangat pa lang ang Fervid Esports. But formidable start coming in from Fervid Esports. Nakikita naman natin na from the very beginning of the rounds, they get the kills that they want. Nakuha sila ng advantage. But closing out after that, when they are forced to rotate or they're forced to retake the sites, medyo nahihirapan na sila to capitalize onto the situation. But with that said, we can definitely say na UBECMANIAC also is still something to be scared of. UBECMANIAC, that's not their map pick, but Ankara, a very reliant map where a very execute reliant map and also a heavy frag out map. They just did it very much flawlessly. Nakikita natin si Kano almost getting the 30 bomb, almost getting the 25 bomb, but still he can also perform at the slightest. Parang hindi napapagod ang UBECMANIAC, and they can also get that quick flank ups. Nakikita din natin they are even aggressive kahit na lamang yung kalaban. And with that, nakakuha sila ng information kapag tama yung timing. Just like one time na they were pushing out from B, pero the players were now going to A. So nalaman nila, oh, there's no players here. And they got that round afterwards. So it's just good conversions from UBECMANIAC, and I think good gameplay and team play to look at it in a way na talagang team play and they're speaking amongst themselves very much clearly.
Oh, talaga nga naman, a big credit as well to Loy, man. I mean, this guy was on a freight train. Talagang siya nga naman yung hindi siya tumitigil, pre. Parang nasa riles yung mga nasa Fervid at GT. At hindi na talaga nila matapos yung pagpasok lagi. When it comes to these multi-frags, Loy has been popping off. I think Kano has been doing a good job of actually keeping himself on top form. And you gotta give a lot of respect to the system that is UBEC, where pag tinatry mong iset yung tempo laban sa kanila, parang nire-remind nila lahat, kahit yung mga viewers, kahit yung mga kalaban nila, na sila dapat yung nagdidikta. Kasi sila talaga yung parang on top every time. So, congratulations sa UBECMANIAC. Pero bago tayo lumipat, no, may mga napansin ka ba sa Fervid? Kasi feeling ko, parang ang taas ng peak nila, bigla na lang silang nag-recede, no? Pero wag mo muna sagutin yan, Bipolar, kasi feeling ko ang mas magandang sumagot yan ay ang ating panel. So ibabato muna natin kay Sneaky at saka kay Salvatore.
Well played para sa UBECMANIAC, no? At ginanon lang talaga nila yung kabuuan ng Fervid Gaming, no? So it was quite astonishing yung kung ano yung ginawa ng Fervid in the first 2 rounds, no? Pero as they say it in the business, gusto nyo tumatlo tas gusto nyo pang manalo, hindi ang sagot namin dyan, sabi ng UBECMANIAC.
Yeah, and UBEC pretty solid game overall galing sa kanila, no, ni CJJ. Didn't have to do much, not gonna lie, dito sa mapa natin, as it was a Kano, Loy, and andun na rin si KLB, who was also contributing very very well pagdating sa frag department natin, pare. Pero ayun nga, that just goes to show kung gaano ka hirap talunin itong UBECMANIAC, especially ayun nga, no, pag online dito si Kano, that's a very hard entry to stop. Tapos additional pa dito yung M4 ni Loy, no, which did heavy damage dito sa depensa ng Fervid. Though I do miss yung the good old days na nakikita pa natin na nag-AK dito si Loy, man. I feel like the weapon is perfect para sa kanya dito, just to dish out as much damage as possible, no, dito sa kanilang kalaban, man.
Pero parang we went from Metacore, we went from matches, at ngayon nag-ibang anyo na nga ngayon si Loy. We were so used to the idea na, pre, no, nakasabay niya si MZ nag-e-entry gamit ang AK, pero ngayon, pre, no, dahil nga binibigyan niya ng daan si JJ dito at si Kano, si Loy naglalakad para makatakbo yung dalawang entry fragger nga nila dito, no. So I believe this is an UBECMANIAC that still wants to win, no, kasi nga walang nag-clash ng egos, nag-a-adjust pa rin sila ng tuluyan. Fervid always gets timed, no, parang natatimingan sila palagi, rather, where in UBECMANIAC they have solid entries. You expect them to have this amazing post plant, tapos walang nagagawa ang Fervid kundi manawa na lang talaga sa ilang beses sila nalampaso, rather, ng UBEC. So hopefully this is something of a wake up call para sa Fervid Esports, kasi nga we will be heading into a map that is so designed for UBECMANIAC, pre. Isipin mo, Eagle Eye, ilang beses nga nilang pinahiya ang Team Secret sa mga rounds na akalain mong mananalo ang TS. Kamuntikan nga silang madali dito ng Execration. They had flashes but they were still taken down. Pero we just have to take note na ang mapa ng Eagle Eye hindi ka biro-biro, pre. Ang hirap masterin na itong mapa na to. Tulad ng EVOS na ultimo isang season nga nilang pre-practice, and same goes for UBEC. So now Fervid, with a lot of openings, mistakes, at pag-expose mula sa plays ni Kano tsaka ni Loy, hindi ko na sure, pre, kung paano magiging atake ng Fervid.
Yeah, for sure, no. I mean, may nakakuha namang opportunities itong si Lance na gamit ng kanyang sniper, no. But unfortunately, the actions right after galing dito sa Fervid is not the best. So, para naman sa UBEC, it's just a well-oiled machine. Another day, no, in the office para sa kanila dito, as ayun nga, Fervid has had some good opportunities, pero unfortunately, those opportunities were kind of wasted. And some of these 2v1s as well, no? I think yung pinaka-underrated thing about itong UBECMANIAC, para, is the way that they called themselves out of yung mga sticky na situations, kagaya ng mga 3v5, you know, at times ay 2v4, mga ganun. So, no? Even in the situations na sa tingin mo mananalo ka, pare, but then, somehow, some way, UBEC pull it out on top. As we take a look at the set summary, of course, and Kano at si Loy contesting for that MVP, pare, dito sa laruan natin.
Ngayon lang ata tayo nakakita ng quadruple na contributions dito for UBECMANIAC, for a combined 4 plus KD ang magagawa ni Loy para at kay Kano. Nagkakahiwalay lang talaga sila sa kill per round tsaka headshot per kill. At yun ang pinaka nakakatakot talaga tignan, when you not have one but 2 players playing out of their minds na wala nang nagagawa ang Fervid, kundi panoorin na lang yung ganyang klaseng performance na mala pelikula nga ang ginagawa ng UBEC. Fervid, we had seen the potential of Lance, si Nomad getting multi-kills as the player he is, si Skies, he was right there at the right time, pero hindi niya nagagawa ng paraan talaga na gumante sa dati niyang team. So, in the hope of entering Eagle Eye, sana equipped at dalan-dala na ng Fervid ngayon yung winning mentality, pre. Kasi hindi nila matatanggap na ginanto sila sa gantong klaseng mapa, pre. Nakakatakot. Fervid chose this map. Pero Fervid choosing this map is like a death sentence kasi hindi biro sa UBECMANIAC din ang Ankara. Alam ng Execration yan, di ba? So, UBECMANIAC, I just feel like they are just miles ahead. Ang laki ng agwat ng binibigay ng UBEC sa tournament na to.
Now that I think about it, pare, yung Black Widow ban actually makes a lot more sense para dito sa UBEC na they really want to avoid yung mga high variance na plays, maps na will reward very puggy na playstyle, And obviously, para naman sa Fervid, they do like to play slightly puggy dito sa laruan natin. So I think Black Widow, for map number 1, this would have been a lot closer of an affair na makikita nga natin sana dito. But unfortunately, Ankara is the landing spot. In Fervid Gaming, nice try, man. I mean, Fervid Esports, nice try para sa kanila dito, but we're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna happen dito sa Eagle Eye. A map that is so far being pulled off by mga 3.5 siguro if we do count Secret, pero we have yet to see a dub para sa kanila dito. Pero yun nga ang ating set MVP, and of course, it is gonna be Kano, pare, and ayun nga, still contesting for that best player spot dito sa Pilipinas, pare.
Man, Kano, truly showing out his own style of play na lalo na kinakatakutan din ng mga ibang teams, So very reminiscent of Yobib, the run he once had nung 2023 and even nung 2024. Kano, siya naman ngayon yung talagang hindi mawawala. Kung baka kung ano yung ginawa ni FallX nung Impact last year, pre, na siya palagi ang MVP. Ito na ata yung ginagawa ngayon ni Kano talaga, Like, he's always consistent, he always can frag. Parang uma-average siya ng 1.7 every time he goes out there, So if that is going to be like the Kano we're going to see most of the time, parang pinapalindol niya talaga ang buong eksena ng Crossfire. Pero yun, tapos na ating game number 1. Kailangan na nga natin bumiyahe pa game number 2 as we head into Eagle Eye. This is Cfs Ph Masters 2025. Fervid and UBEC. We'll be right back.
stage.
And will end that one with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your three-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Ito pa rin ang Cfs Ph Masters 2025. Salvatore at Sneaky Frog nga pala ang inyong panel pa rin para sa laban ng UBEC versus Fervid na kung saan First Blood, UBECMANIAC 1-0 ng ating scoreline.
After a very good performance, galing nga dito sa UBECMANIAC from Loy Cano and itong si KLB especially, no? I mean, it is quite tough. Yung trifecta ng riflers na yun, medyo mainit. Dito sa laruan, especially pagdating dito sa depensa, and I feel like itong si Ting especially pare, naramdaman na yun na he didn't have too good of an entry game pare, pero at the same time, you're trying to entry into UBECMANIAC, which is very, very tough task pare. So hopefully, more opportunities no para dito sa Fervid, at least on their offense, considering Eagle Eye na yung mapa natin. I mean.
This is an UBECMANIAC pre, no, na nakakatakot. They do not fear 2v1s, 3v2s. Sila talaga ang nagdisenyo ng kung paano nga ba mag-retake ng isang site. Naramdaman ng Fervid Esports rather, no, na sila mismo yung nagiging dihado kahit marami silang tauhan na nakatao sa site, no. So it's kinda odd na yun ang pinapamalas ngayon ng UBECMANIAC, no, considering nga na parang we just expected one player pero 5 talaga ang nagpakitang gilas doon. Pero mamaya na nga tayo magsasalita, Sneaky Frog. Kailangan na natin marinig ang mga nagbabagang boses nito ni Ramon at Bipolar bago tayo pumasok ng Eagle Eye. So kayong dalawa guys, it's ready na kayo guys.
Ready na kami. Ready na kami, Salvi. Pwede na kami makipagsabakan dito. Pero everybody, it's gonna be a push or perish situation for Fervid and as well as UBECMANIAC. Kami ang nagbabalik. Ako po si Bipolar together with Ramon. Ramon, kamusta tayo dyan?
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yung Eagle Eye na to, may naiisip na ako magiging resulta eh. And for the lack of, para hindi naman maipakita na bias ako, masabi ko na lang na BL on UBEC, they're gonna have a really good time, man. I mean, at one point, Kano, nung naglaro siya ng Eagle Eye 2.0, every kill, every round that he had against Team Secret, he had 1 kill at least. And if that tells you how consistent this guy is, and with the form that he has right now, it tells you kung ano yung magiging form na makikita natin from one of the star riflers. So what if all of them activated na ngayon, no? So talaga nga naman mahirapan ang ating Fervid. Ano yung mga good points na napapansin ko from them though, is that hindi sila takot na mapag-experiment kahit doon sa mga early rounds pa lang. Hindi nila niretain sa buong game natin. Pero at least meron silang ganung mga strats, di ba? If they're gonna be able to use those strats para makapag-counter sila on Eagle Eye, I'm thinking about the double hotel push or maybe possibly a passive hold doon pa lang sa may LA that could possibly hold down tong CKLP, which usually yun yung kanyang sinastartan, no? Kung mapipick up niya agad yun, hindi mas mapadali ang Fervid. As we start things off with that first round, si Kano, talagang napakabilis lamang na nasa mid-house na dito. While they also have KLP holding up that long cross. It's not going to be that first blood. Sky's going to take that first pick off 1-for-1. KLB with a double kill through the smoke right now. They are starting red hot sa pagpasok nila dito sa may A site.
Yeah, quick pick up and quick number 1 for Fervid Esports. It's going to be 1 last player versus 3. To correct myself, it's going to be Loy, JJ, and KLP ang natitira para punteriyahin ang base dito ng Fervid. But Nomad, still, the Wanderer himself, the flanker, he's going for a backline push. Baka na-flash pa nga siya doon, but the bomb has been planted. Yung C4 natin nandun na, so the time is ticking for Nomad. Kailangan niya bilisan yung kanyang pag-travel towards the site. But he's taking his time. He's looking for somebody to push because he knows na si KLP is buhay pa naman, pero the quick pick-up coming in from Loy. Kakaiba tayo dyan. It's gonna be first blood coming in from UBECMANIAC. Mabilis ang round lang yun, Ramon. Sobrang bilis ng push nila sa mid. Nakuha agad nila yung A site.
And from everybody that we've expected, si KLB pa, entrada through the smoke, 2 kills for him at doon pa lang nakita mo na yung split push potential all the way from LA at saka doon sa may mid side. It's almost like UBEC have cooked it up bago pa man sila pumasok dito sa game no? Talagang one of the strats that they have pulled out here against Fervid, who, let's be real nahirapan sila on the pace that UBEC are starting themselves on. So Skies can be able to get a flash on, and JJ hasn't cleared him at hindi din alam ni Skies na ganun siya kalapit. So parang nagtagpo lang sila nang hindi sila tinathanap.
Dati, yun talaga, parang mahirap yung ganun, no? Pag pinagtampo ka lang pero wala palang mangyayari, masakit yun, boss. Pero right now, mukhang maghahanapan ulit sila. Gusto nila makakita pa ng opportunity na possibly magkita muli ang kanilang mga landasan. With that said, a lot of movement coming in from UBECMANIAC right now towards A site once again. Mukhang gusto nila ulit i-take ang chance nila dito sa side ng stairs in LA. Might go for tower A push, but a lot of movement still dito sa ating tower mid, and might go for another door mid push. But let's see. Alam naman natin na UBECMANIAC is notorious for being one of the teams that takes their time, takes it to the edge. Edgers ang ating UBECMANIAC. So medyo nahihirapan din ang Fervid Esports to possibly taste the feeling or matikman yung labanan nila. But now it's gonna be a dormant push. It's gonna be one player down, but it's for UBECMANIAC. Pero may trade-off naman coming from JJ, and from across the lands, it's Haj with the double kill with the AWM. At dahil dyan, natigil tuloy ang pang-arangkada ng UBECMANIAC. They have this in the bag at the first minute. But Fervid Esports now are putting it in the bag. 30 seconds remaining. The shots are not there. KLP almost dying. And he does fall down. It's Luns with the Colt in hand. At dahil dyan, 1-1 ang ating score.
It's a rare sight na makita mong medyo naging nervous, naging pressured yung UBEC, no? They put themselves kung saan sila naipit mismo, no? Para lang matradean yung pinatay ni Skies, pero isa-isa lang din silang naglaro sa mismong baraha ni Haj with that AWM. And they start things strong with that hold from Cable. With Ting pushing on through a little bit too closely to UBEC. They got 3 kills in a blink of an eye. At sa isang bagsakan lamang, tatlo ang napatay nila dito sa Fervid into a 2 versus 5 where Lance just has to play around this LA, pero na-spotan din siya ng sniper, and it will be a 1 versus 5 na for Haj.
Saktong-sakto si KLP doon, at dahil dyan si Haj full on HP, pero kaya niya pa ba pumunteriya ng 5? Make it possibly just 4 players kasi si Loy dito very much low in the HP department. The bomb has been planted. Mabilisang plant na naman for UBECMANIAC, at ang ganda ng pwesto na naman ni KLB. Make it a 1-2-3 kasi tatlo ang kanyang napuntirya at the very 3 rounds na nakita natin. 3 kills and 2 headshots. That's crazy.
Again, bumabalik sa point kung saan nag-experiment pa rin ng mga pushes tong Fervid that doesn't really work out in that 50-50 manner. Yung push ni Ting all the way to garahe na medyo na-convert pa ng UBEC because of that first blood. But Haj with that shot all the way through the smoke. But JJ quick to adjust, quick to respond with another shot from KLB as well. That is another multi-frag from UBECMANIAC right now into a 2 versus 4 where kailangan pumasok ng RS. Pero yun nga lang, pinalabas lang din ni JJ with another double kill. And into the 1 versus 4 lands, medyo napalayo siya sa tadhana ng pagdepensa dito sa round na to. And with that AWM, mukhang masasurround na siya ng kahit sino sa UBEC ngayon na talagang hinahuntingan ang sniper, at si KLB pa ang kakain sa kanya. That will be a 4-1 para sa UBECMANIAC.
KLB once again with the final kill. So that's nothing to be scared. That's nothing to be surprised of. But something to be surprised of is that UBECMANIAC once again has the advantage here. They have a 2-point deficit in favor of UBECMANIAC. Fervid Esports still at the edge of the screen as Sting falls down. Si KLP ngayon nangaarangkada and will get that first kill in this 5th round. 2 minutes at ang makatina ang paa dito ng UBECMANIAC. They're trying to go for a fast-paced push. Always going for the for the A site, it looks like. So medyo nagugulahan ng Fervid Esports now. Ang plano nila, pumunta dito sa taas, go for these kills, at mga si Skies ngayon ang unang kukuha ng buhay ng UBECMANIAC. Si Lance nandun pa rin, playing with his time. Pero si JJ will get that kill. Si KLP rin, pati si KLB. It's the brothers in hand. Make it 2 now for KLB. The last killer, the last to blow it onto the ground. It's gonna be UBECMANIAC with 4-1. Grabe, Ramon.
sa ganitong pangyayari pare, kahit alam nating may numbers advantage ang kalaban ng UBEC, ay makakahanap ng way ang UBEC na maibaliktad ang scoreline natin as they're able to come it through with a 4 versus 2, and this time they explode with a 2 for 1 para dito sa Fervid right now as they have a double hotel setup. Push on in towards Nomad. They spot na to si Loy. KLB will get that trade-off though, and that will be a 3 versus 2 where UBEC have to rely on getting Kano and KLB a safe transport papunta dito sa may mid-side. Tower already in full control dito by Kano himself. Ting gonna be isolated from the 2 players on Fervid. They're both holding up yung LA natin para in case na mag-entrada nga ang UBEC with their trade-off potential, eh malalayuan sila, lalo na't dalawang AWM magiging kalaban nila. 1 on hotel, 1 on top of that A-side structure. Baka naman masaspat nga itong si Lance, kaya kailangan niya mag-smoke. Kailangan niya lumabas ng flash dito. Kano, kind of struggling to take that first pick off yet again. Nades out, exchange para sa pareho nating players. Si Ting nakakuha ng spatan, nakakuha ng magandang timing, pero yun nga lang. Oh my God! Denied pa nga ni Lance! Bakit ganun, pre?
The Dynasty still has the knife to put it onto UBECMANIAC. Grabe yun, Ramon. Nag-miss lahat ng shots with the M4, with the coat, pero nandun naman yung panaksak. Nandun ang last hura ng Fervid Esports, and that is gonna be a clip on their side kasi grabe yun. Yung exchange na akala ko makukuha agad ng UBECMANIAC going towards A, pero that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt na slinash lang yung leeg mo para makuha yung round na yun. Pero si Haj will get that initial kill sa ating 7th round. It's gonna be KLB to fall down. Right now, nakikita naman natin ngayon, ALP parang gusto niya avenge yung brother niya as he spots out Ting doon sa may taas. Let's see, Loy very much deep towards LB right now. Going towards the entryway of the hotel. Pero alam naman nila, palaging may nagbabantay dyan. Nararamdaman nila si Nomad, yung Wanderer, is not even going places anymore. He's trying to settle down. With that said, with everything that is happening all across the board, wala pa ring information dito ang UBECMANIAC. Alam lang nila na people are holding their angles, so they're playing it slow and steady.
Trade system na naman na mangyayari dito. No? Lalo na sa pagpasok ng hotel, they're gonna be expecting, as you mentioned, yung nag-iisa na nasa reception desk. So Nomad, medyo malaki yung magiging trabaho niya dito. Get at least 2 people and back out for now. Best case scenario for him. Spotted. Ang ganda ng flash. Ang ganda ng entrada. Sa pagpasok ng hotel, 2 ang bumagsak. 2 pa nga ang napatay ni KLP. 3 versus 2. Cable car being pushed on by UBEC. At ngayon, mukhang isa pa yung ilalaban ni Skies. Killing up tong si KLP.
Looks like Skies now going towards hotel. Pero si Kano, spot si Matt. Isang pick-off. Pero nandun naman yung AWM. Tinusok ang puso dito ni Kano, at dahil dyan, it makes it possible for Fervid to defuse this bomb with a 2v2 situation. Sitting ngayon, looking for things, pero wala pa rin namamatay. Isang mabilisang cable card situation as Ting to fall down. Skies ang natitira. Lloyd to get this kill, and it's gonna be a 2v1 as Lloyd gets that double kill. 45 seconds remaining na lang yon. 5-2 ang ating score. Ang gandang conversion for Fervid, pero UM still at the top.
Good Lord, man. And in that 2v1, you knew that Loy had to do something kasi kinailangan niyang i-180 pa yon. At kinailangan din ng Fervid na makapasok sana, pero still the pressure was still on for UBEC. And you could tell that the utility was not enough. They wanted to throw their bodies papunta doon sa kalaban nila. Loy just picking up the nasty double kill. Is able to bounce it back through para dito sa UBEC. And able to set the tempo doon sa post-plat nila. Talaga nga namang wala na talagang entrada ang Fervid. Just because of that fact, it will be a lot of damage done dito kay KLP. And you can tell that UBEC, they aren't afraid na makapag-start ng mga gantong fights. They know na kaya na lang i-analyze yung sitwasyon. Pero si Nomad, spotted ba siya dito? KLP, start off strong dito kay Haj. Hinayaan niyan, lumapit yung isa, si Kano. Bukang hindi pa siya expected. They have to check his position. KLB, he doesn't even know! Flash on out! Kano! He's not gonna be to get the first frag. Si KLB yan with that 5 versus 3 this time around. Fervid have to go back to their positions. Sky's holding out that mid-side. Ting gonna be able to get itong si KLP at least for the 4 versus 3 this time around.
This time around, it's an equal battlefield as Kano almost dies there with that trade-off. Pero 1 minuto ang natitira sa ating Orsan. At mukhang UBECMANIAC ngayon, they have a site by the way. Nandun si KLB, so kailangan niya na lang tawagin yung kanyang mga teammates, but the C4 is not on their hands. So si Skies ngayon confidently pushing with Ting behind them, and they get 1 kill. Si JJ to get that pick off. Isang wallbang lang ang tatama sa'yo pero hindi niya pa rin napapatay. Ibibigyan na natin ng mga multi-kills ang ating mga multiple players. Ilalabas ko na rin yung mga multiple bars ko kasi si Lance ngayon may kita niya si Kano. Kano with the AWM. Kaya mo bang tamaan tong si Lance? No, he cannot. Can they get this? With the Colt in hand, Lance pagod na magawak ng M4. Nandun na siya! Si JJ to get that last kill on that round. It's UBECMANIAC with a 4-point deficit.
Si Big Brother pa of all people. Tamang timing, ganda ng lurk at naspatan pa nga niya yung rotation coming through. He was already cooking that up nung nag-push siya all the way towards EB. And what do you know, man? KLB to step it up. And when they also had full control, knowing where the last player was, Lance, talaga namang easy pickings na lang yun para sa UBEC. Talagang isa-isa nilang pinipick off ang Fervid back into the mid-side push. Yet again, they're gonna try to see if they can get a better pick-off kumpara dun sa kanilang naging first round. As they start off with JJ entering on, spotted from that top A position. Fervid gonna have to play this passively. And nag-spot pa nga ng guns dito kasi alam nilang load din tong si Ting, so mas madali kung nasa kanya na lang yung AWM. JJ with that pop shot, a popcorn coming through. Ting down, 4 versus 5, and easily UBEC, they can just play around this time. Hindi na kailangan mag-rush.
Sobrang dami pang oras na to. Parang yung pakiramdam ng 1 minute 30 seconds is a full-on 2-minute gameplay. So they're just waiting more for something, for Fervid Esports to maybe move out of their places and their holding positions. Dahil dyan, UBECMANIAC ngayon will fall down with 1. Nomad gets that kill, so makes it 4v4. Pero nandun na nga si Kano, infiltrating the Tower A. And JJ now behind them gets that kill onto Skies. The bomb planted is there. Nomad na naman ang natitira, pati rin si Haj. Can they get these kills? It's a flank position again. Once again coming in from Nomad. They're taking their precious time. Nakita na nga ng KLB, uses the flash here to get that easy pick-off. 25 seconds, mamamatay si Hajas. Loy gets that behind kill coming in from KLB at muling kukuha ng huling kill dito si KLB. Nabubulol na ako, Ramon. Sobrang dominating ng UM.
Talaga nga naman no? This is the type of games na alam natin hindi tayo mas-surprise na ganito nga naman siyang ka-confident ang UBEC, pero it's still very entertaining to watch. On form si JJ, KLB ready and waiting to get themselves in first pick-off. KLB with a double kill as well. The hotel push is beautiful from UM. A double for JJ as well. Everybody taking the multi-frags. It's all up to Lance, the consistent sniper. Pero against the 2 players of UM, kailangan natang makapag-pick off nga dito. Balik ang dalawa dito sa may mid-top position. At habang niluluto pa ni Lance ang kanyang potential 1v2 clutch, ang dami niyang oras para makonsider yung A-site, pero di niya alam yun, Bipolar.
Yeah, he doesn't know that. Pero right now, he is looking everywhere around the map. Mula Batanes hanggang Hulo. Pinupuntahan niya para lang makakuha ng onting advantage, trying to split the people of UBECMANIAC. It's a 2v1 situation. So KLP has a lot of HP as well as Luns, pero si JJ is the easier kill here. But he has an AWM, so it might be a little bit harder to get these kills. He just needs 2 shots and 2 miracles for him to get this favor. Still a lot of seconds into the clock. He now goes towards the cable car. Nandito na nga siya, naririnig na nga ba ng UM? The discipline is there. Lance goes in. The timing, naku po, nandun pala si KLP. It's a 1-2 situation, so wala pa ring advantage na makukuha si Lance. Sa tagal ng paglakad niya, ganun lang siya kabilis nakita ni KLP.
And this is the thing, the discussion that we've had na kung bakit nga ba GR-sided na hindi BL-sided ang Eagle Eye. Kung UBECMANIAC, kung ganito kabilis yung pacing nila, mid-push tapos hotel setup na ginawa ni KLB, talaga nga namang mahirap nga. Magiging GR-sided talaga kung UBEC ang naglaro. Fervid, a little waste on the space. And even though they have a bit of info since may double push up all the way from LA tapos meron pang hotel setup ginagawa ang Fervid, all that they can do is try to play passive, wait for the mistake to happen. But UBEC, they're the ones. They're not the mistake. They are running at you. Talaga nga namang sinagasaan ng dalawa. Void with a double, but Ting and Nomad, nakakuha sila ng 2 for 2. At least may trade-off at least may palag ang Fervid.
May palag pa rin naman sila dito. She was a runner, she was a track star, pero natigil ng UBECMANIAC yung pag-arangkada ngayon ng Fervid Esports. Yun, still, we're seeing a lot of action, but it's Eagle Eye 2.0. So a lot of retakes, a lot of resets ang nakikita natin. Still towards their spawn ng Fervid, trying to maybe plan something out, trying to make a blueprint. Pero ngayon ang shot call dito ng Fervid, sabi nila let's go towards A once again. Gamitin natin ang plano ng UBECMANIAC. Pero sabi ng UM na nandito pa rin si KLP, buhay na buhay ang dugo. At dahil dyan, Luns to fall down. It's gonna be 50 seconds onto the clock at mukhang Fervid Esports aarangkada na lang, bibilisan ang papasok. Pero pixel perfect si KLP at si KLB to avenge his brother. It's the KL brothers to stop the forces and makes it into a match point.
It is just so tough kapag pareho silang online no? The strats are overflowing, tapos yung mga confident pushes talagang na-expect mo na. Kaya
Here
si
they come.
JJ talaga nagsimula
Here they
pa ka na maayos.
come.
1 for 1, tapos na ba to? It's set point for UM as it will be another trade of blows. Fervid, they come up strong with a 3 versus 2. KLB struggling to get the answer dito kay Skies as he even gets itong si Kano. 2v3
They're low.
situation.
It's a 3v2 situation, pero patay na nga si Hadj. Finally, it's a 1v2. The Colts are flying all across the board. Para tayong nasa Wild West. Nilalabasan tayo ng mga bala na hindi natin nakikita. At dahil dyan, Loy, kaya niya nga bang tapusin to? Fervid, kaya niyo pa ba ang buhayin ang team ninyo? Kaya pa naman! As Luns, hindi na kailangan ng mabilis na machine rifle. Kaya ko lang Colt para punteriyahin at patigilin ang pag-arangkada ng UM.
And that's the thing about being an aggressive team, diba? You put yourself at risk at lalo na kapag na-analyze ng kalaban mo, alam nila kung ano yung i-expect. Yun nga lang, masyadong mataas yung kailangan bangkuin ng Fervid. 6 rounds in a row kung gusto nilang i-force ng OT. Yun nga lang, Ubeca prepared for anything, any possibility. Double hotel setup na naman para sa Fervid. Just waiting for the perfect flash. And possibly, si Loy na lang yung papasok. Yun nga lang, si Hadj expected na yung position. KLB with the 1 for 1. And with Ubek now faltering with their forward positions, kailangan na maging careful with them. Kaya bumabalik yung iba. Pero si KLB, kailangan niya maging aggressive dito kung gusto niya makakuha ng isang numbers advantage.
Can they find that though? KLB still holding that angle. KLP as well, very much deep into the lines of Fervid Esports. It's a 9-3, pero the hopes are high for Fervid right now. They know that they can make this into a close match, but can they do it? UBECMANIAC, hindi na sila nag-aasim. Hindi na sila gutom sa kills. They wanna go for that easy and just slow-paced strategy para matapos na ang labanan na ito. Fervid now, all across the board. As you can see, mid control is there. They have LA, and they have LB as well. Can they do it now? Maraming oras pa din naman, Ramon. At dahil dyan, nagiging antsy ang ating UBECMANIAC. Nakukulitan sila kasi pumupula na ang ating timer, so they don't know nasan nga ba ang Fervid Esports. Mukhang mid-doors ang gugustuhin dito ngayon ni Hadj. And as well as ni Luns. Never mind, it's Nomad and Luns there. No. And they do this. The grenades are flying high, Ramon. 40 seconds on the clock. Si Kano will get this kill. At mukhang makakita pa nga sila ng dalawa. Lance ngayon, kailangan lumabas ng smoke. But nakaalis pa rin si Kano. JJ to get that double kill. Mag-isa na lang si Ting. Can he do the thing para makuha niya ang revenge play? He gets to. The possibilities are coming higher.
20 seconds.
The percentage is there. Pero sobrang onti ng oras. Nasa kanya yung C4. Nandoon sa looban, pero si JJ puts the bullet into the wounds, stops the bleeding, at dahil dyan, UBECMANIAC goes out with a 2-0 banger.
Just as you guys predicted, 2-0 nga naman para sa UBEC, just solidifying their place on the top of PH Masters so far nga naman. At least being one of the top dogs, just showing their dominance. both on Ankara and on Eagle Eye, setting yung tempo sa lahat na naging plays ng Fervid kanina. Talaga nga namang all-out counter sa lahat ng ginagawa nila nung first half, at nung nagsimula na sila doon sa GR, wala nang takot. Yung mid pushes, yung hotel pushes na ginagawa nila, and yung LA na hindi talaga safe sa kahit sino. It's just that beautiful to see, man. I think nung nag-start sila on BL, you could kind of see that UBEC had a bit of a game plan going. Parang sinort nila yung mid-push para mag-start ng kahit anong conditioning para maisip ng Fervid na yung mid ay hindi safe para sa kanila. So, paulit-ulit nilang pinupuntere yung time na yon or yung map na yon. Kaya, nung nagtagal, parang yung mid setup yung parang naging split push na ginagawa nila, or sometimes yun yung pinapang entry ni KLB, which, honestly, we gotta put a lot of eyes on as well kasi he's been doing a really good job. Not only just as an IGL, pero talagang showing na kaya din niyang makahabol sa fragging department. But still, for UBEC as a whole, I don't think it's a star player situation. I think everybody has been doing a really good job. At you can kind of give that a lot of contribution to how well they synergize to themselves as a team. At saka dahil din na hindi din sila nagbago ng roster moving into this. So, kilala nila na isa't isa.
Yeah, the brotherhood is there and they have the team synergy na hinahanap ng maraming teams ngayon. Just like the other teams na talagang it's a new form, like Team Secret, some of the players as well, Execration are also one of the teams na nag-onting change roster. But UBECMANIAC, one of those teams that really are a dynasty in their hands. Para tayong parang pinopolitik, gusto, pare-parehas palagi. That is what holds them together, and that is the recipe for disaster para sa ibang teams, di ba Ramon? Kasi syempre, pag magsasama-sama kayo every time, you know each other, you can feel the presence of your teammates. And that is the good thing para sa UBECMANIAC. But Fervid Esports, talking about them, feeling ko Ramon, they had something. I still believe on what you were saying na 2-1 talaga was possible na mangyari for today on the first match of the day. Kasi syempre, nakikita naman natin every time na napapadwindle down yung players ng UBECMANIAC from 5 nagiging 2, nagiging 3. But the conversion really isn't there. They need to adapt even more. So talagang learning curve ulit para sa Fervid Esports. So week number 4 para sa kanila might be prosperous. We don't know yet. But UBECMANIAC is very much great. And I think we can definitely say na UBECMANIAC might go above EVOS later on.
In terms of our storyline, parang nagkaroon ng buff bigla si Skies na ngayon. We already know that he's a talented player, pero for some reason, nag-turn up na yung performance na nung kanalaban na ngayon, yung UBEC. So, parang isa siya sa mga nasabi nating diamond in the rough para dito sa Fervid. Parang kahit medyo ganun yung naging performance, yun yung parang isa sa mga naging positives ng performance ng buong team na to as a whole. Sky's been doing a good job. Nomad still also being a good fragging player dito para sa side nila. So I'm kind of hoping that from here on out, sa taas na lang yung patutunguhan ng Fervid as we go on into yung ating panel as ibabato na natin kay Salvatore at saka kay Sneaky Frog para ma-close out natin yung first BO3 of the day.
Sa Fervid, ito na yung araw na inaantay nila na sana nga matalo nilang UBECMANIAC. Pero ang sabi ng UUM, grabe, ang saya naman ng linggo na to. Yun ang nangyari sa series din, pre. Pakong-pako talaga sa 3 ang puntos ng Fervid, both on Ankara and as well as on Eagle Eye. UBECMANIAC just continues to show why they are the standard here sa larangan ng Crossfire alongside EVOS. There is nothing talaga na pwede mong magawa talaga, Sneaky, para mapatumba ang UBEC.
Yeah, I mean, UBECMANIAC still the exact same form para sa kanila dito as we expected. Yun nga, JJ coming back into yung map number 2 after kind of taking a bit of a rest dito sa ating Ankara na map. And ayun nga, it just goes to show na UBECMANIAC are in their top form right now, pare. Granted, may mga ibang rounds na we can chalk it up to over-aggression para dito sa UBEC, but then I think it's allowed naman with considering yung nature ng series natin. But of course, we're gonna take a look at yung highlights, which is gonna be plenty of UBEC and some Fervid dito, pare.
Parang masterclass yung pinakita talaga ni JJ, na makikita nyo kung isang beses na nasa baba at duguan. Pero the moment talaga na nagalit ako, pre, grabe yung pag-angat niya talaga. I believe he ended the series 16-5 dito sa Eagle Eye. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, hindi mo ba alam gaano kahirap mabuhay dito sa Eagle Eye? Kasi nga, sobrang komplikado ng mapa. At any point, ang daming off angles, pwede kang madali talaga. Especially kung paborito mong site na kunin is B site. Ito namang UM na to, dahil nga sa kakatigasan ng ulo, palagi B-site yung pinupunta rin nila, ano? And yung efficiency na binibigay ni JJ pati ni Kano pagdating sa entry is sa kanila mo lang talaga makikita. Hindi to pwedeng ihambing sa dalawang players talaga na naglalaro ngayon or even sa nakaraan. Yung playstyle ni JJ at Kano, kailangan mo talagang pag-aralan para mismo na ikaw, kung gusto mong gayahin yun, panoorin mo na lang tong serye to, no? Fervid, there was a lot to talk about, no, especially Skies na really had it going dito sa mapa na to. He was getting kills, he ended up being the top fragger for Fervid. Lahat ng yon was all a collective effort mula sa isang player lang, no? So you can never really rely on one player alone. He was getting headshot after headshot, but in terms of like trading UBECMANIAC, sa kanila talaga mas may lamang dito, no? 3.20 KD para kay JJ. Ibang klase talaga.
Yun nga, I might have just snatched yung match MVP natin dito pare after giving a slightly better performance dito sa Eagle Eye. Still would love to compliment itong si Skies, no? Finally, we get to see a glimpse of what Skies can look like if he does have a very, very good game or he has a good shooting day. And ayun nga, yun yung pwede maabutin na dito sa mapa. Obviously, contesting up against itong UBEC, not an easy task, pero nagawa naman ni Skies, but it wasn't enough as yun nga, the rest of the squad kind of just fell apart. So, ayun nga, Kano now actually the one taking the rest this time din dito sa Eagle Eye with a .63, pero may gagawin ka pa ba? I mean, you have JJ, you have KLB, you have Loy doing most of the work para sa'yo, pare.
Nakangiti na ngayon si Cloyd sa langit ngayon, no? Pinapanood niya maglaro ang UBECMANIAC ngayon na parang grabe nga naman. Tuwan-tuwa siya sa nilikha niya ngayon para sa eksenan to. UBECMANIAC at EVOS na lang mismo yung tangi nating tagapagtanggol sa international level of play, no? And UBECMANIAC, no, from going international now back to local, parang pinaparm na lang nila yung kabuuang tournament na to, no? Hindi na natin pwedeng itago pa at i-euphemize yung masasabi natin sa UBECMANIAC at EVOS. Sila talaga yung nagbibigay hustisya sa bandera ng Pilipinas. Performance-wise, yung gap hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin talaga natatalunan ng mga teams, no? JJ, with that performance alone, nataasan niya mismo both Loy and Kano. Last ang Kara map, 3.20 KD, 1.23 kills per round, almost a 70% headshot per kill percentage, pre. Ibang klase yung pinapakita ni JJ, pre, and wala na tayong pwedeng ipaliwanag pa kung paano nga ba ginawa ni JJ yung gantong klaseng laruan.
Ayun nga, that's the thing with itong UBECMANIAC, no? I have no idea where they found these 5 talents. Obviously, they were already in the pipeline dito ng UM, no? Similar sa mga ibang players dito ng Fervid, but then this is what happens when you do have the right concoction, the right mixture, pare, ng talent dito sa Cebu. So we're gonna take a look at the match result. It is 10-3 on both maps, Ankara and itong Eagle Eye. Wasn't even close, pero some good rounds, some good attempts galing dito kay Fervid, and hopefully naka-pick up naman dito yung Fervid, no, na maybe a thing or two against itong UBEC, pare.
Parang no, parang 4 na rounds na lang, makakasampu na yung Fervid, pero sa magkakahiwalay na set. Ang goal talaga dito, no? Kahit papaano, malamangan mo yung UBECMANIAC, pero pakong-pako talaga, like hindi na mauga talaga yung number 3, no? For Fervid. It's their lucky number, pero sa gantong klaseng laro, ay naku, nakakatakot talaga tingnan yung ganyan. For a combined total of 20-6 across 2 sets. Yun lang ang naitamo ng Fervid sa series na to, no? UBECMANIAC, hanggang naglalaro pa rin sila, hanggang motivated, hanggat nahahanap pa rin nila ang rason para mag-represent ng Crossfire Philippines at maglaro sa gantong klaseng level. Matagal pa natin makikita yung mga gantong estilo ng UBECMANIAC, no? So shoutout sa buong squad ng UBECMANIAC ngayon sa panalo na yan, and Fervid, kay Kuya Aris, kay Nomad, at sa bubuo sa Fervid Esports. All we can say is NT at bawi na lang tayo sa susunod, no? Match MVP, ang kabuuang MVP ng series nito, no? Wala nang iba ko. Oy, si Kanu pa din talaga. Kahit mismo na nagkaroon ng hadlang yung laro niya sa Eagle, ay siya pa rin talaga.
Yung .63 came in clutch, pare, dun sa map number 2 just to take him over the edge. Pero yun nga, Kano with the match MVP dito sa laruan natin. Stats are eye-popping, pare. HNK maybe a bit low, pero fully knowing kasi itong si Kano, no, he does switches a lot galing dito sa M4 back to the AK and vice versa, pare. So I think yung importante para dito kay Kano is the shots we're hitting. And at the same time, ayun nga, man, when you have a Kano on your team, man, being a support has got to be one of the best feelings, no? Kasi every single time may opening na nakikita tong bata na to, and ayun nga, it's a support's job makes it a lot easier.
Di siya takot lumaban eh, no? Yun yung nakaka-admire talaga para kay Kano. He knows his odds, he knows his numbers, position-wise and movement, talagang precise, kumbaga. Alam niya sa sarili niya na pag nilaban niya to, siya yung mananalo at tanging M4 niya na lang yung nagsasalita para may panalo niyang laban na yun. Mayat maya makakasama nga natin ang walang iba kundi si Christopher Robinson aka Kano, ang MVP netong serye na to, no? At siya na naman, no, Sneaky. Grabe nga naman kasi parang every time na magpapanel tayo, si Mr. Robinson na naman ang palagi nating natatanungan. No? So, Kano, ikaw na naman ng MVP ng week na to, no? Ay, di. From week 1 to week 3, ikaw palagi ang nakakasama namin ni Sneaky. Well, first of all, congratulations sa panalo mo up against Fervid. May masasabi ka ba sa performance mo na grabe nga naman, pang MVP talaga?
Yes, sir. Ay. Hello? Hindi ko sila marinig. Ayos na.
Lipat ka lang.
Hindi daw niya marinig.
Hello, Kano, kumakato kami. Mula Maynila hanggang Cebu. Hello, Kano. Kaya lang boss, habang inaayos pa namin ang audio dito, no, ni Kano, kasi hindi namin siya marinig sa aming banda, Sting Frog, kailangan natin pag-usapan muna, no, na sino nga ba ang pwede dito sa batang to. Siyempre, parang si Yobib pa lang mismo ang tumatapat sa nagiging laban nila ni Kano. At yun yung pinaka nakaka-excite na pa nag-week number 8 na talaga.
Ba't ba every time na ini-interview natin si Kano, pare, may
may problema sa audio, no?
Yun nga, it might be cursed, no? Yung Kano, the Kano interview will never be coming. Potentially. Pero of course, we're still
ako
trying to
tanungin
fix
mo,
it, pare.
kasi alam ko paano sumagot si Kano eh. Parang speaking, pero di na pala kailangan.
Ayun naman, hindi na kailangan.
Andito na siya. Parang naririnig ko na siya sa Geiger counter ko. Parang napapalapit na sa presensya natin si Boss Kano. No? Ay, ikaw na naman, ng bata ka, MVP ka na naman. So, yun, congratulations sa panalo para sa UBECMANIAC, no? At yung ganong klaseng laro ay anong masasabi mo sa ganong klaseng performance? Sa simula lang ba yan? Or ito pa yung pwede namin makita sa mga susunod pang araw?
Parang yun yung makita. Pirmahan daw. Parang yun lang ata yung makita.
Ay.
Si Kanumin, clock in, clock out lang yan, pare. That was I don't think he cares whether he scores 20 or 7 dito, pare. Pero yun nga, obviously, yung kalaban nyo going into next week is gonna be team acceptance. Isa na namang underdog team, no? Ano yung nasa isip namin pag may nakakalaban kayong team na underdog, kagaya nga ng Fervid or kagaya nga ng team acceptance?
Wala lang po. I-check lang namin ng save sa lahat.
On your team, man, being
Okay. So itong special na araw na to para sa UBECMANIAC na to, no. So syempre, ito isang kaarawan, no, ni Boss Clyde. Baka may gusto kang diyan, mensahe para kay UM Clyde diyan. Tsaka sa mga suporta ng UM.
Happy birthday po kayo ng UM Clyde. Siya yung dahilan. Happy birthday. Shout out sa mga supporter. Salamat.
Sabi nga naman, maraming salamat ka, no? Yun na lang ang oras na meron kami para sa iyo, no? At good luck sa mga susunod mong panlaban. Grabe, men. Nananawa na kami sa mukha mo, no? Puro ka na lang MVP, no? So baka next week ikaw na naman. So yun, once again, congratulations ka, no? At good luck.
Ayun nga, another performance galing dito kay Kano, pare, not a surprise at this point. And Cfs Ph Masters, ito na ba yun, Salvatore? Is it finally time for a Masters trophy to go in the hands of UBECMANIAC dito, pare?
Parang no? Parang from being 4th runner-up, tas first runner-up, itong UBECMANIAC, hindi pa natin nakikita talaga, no, na naglalaban sila ng either EVOS or even Pacific. Parang ang layo pa rin ng trajectory na para masabi natin na UBECMANIAC is now championship quality. Kasi pag dumarating talaga ang playoffs, bigla talaga sila sumasabog internally, no. So parang oo nga pre, 7-0, 6-1 na group stage. Pero iba talaga pag playoffs talaga, mas umaangat yung level. At yun ang kinakatakutan natin para sa UBEC, no. Like ang layo ng nararating nila, pero hanggang saan nga ba, pre?
That's true. And hopefully, yun nga, no, we go the distance para dito sa ating UBEC na squad. But I think that is it para dito sa ating first series of the day, guys. Meron pa tayong the main event right after this. It is gonna be Pacific versus etong Execration, pare. Very, very exciting. So guys, wag kayong aalis. Cfs Ph Masters will be right back.
final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Pacta will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Isa na namang El Clasico ang handog namin sa inyo dito lamang sa Cfs Ph Masters 2025. Ang dating team ni Boss Aljon, Execration, maglalaban na dito up against Pacific Esports. No, pre? Panapos ngayong week 3. Grabe naman ang pasabog, pre.
Very, very exciting yung matchups natin. Yun nga, no, the stories write themselves, no, na we're just telling yung crowd how to interpret it, pare. Pero yun nga, this is a very, very personal matchup, knowing yung history between ng dalawang teams natin. Obviously, ayun nga, no, ZYK being in MACTA for the longest time. Na yun nga, he was there for the dynasty, pare. Just like how you said it, yun nga, the dynasty, maybe not well alive as it was nung isang year, pero yun nga, Pacific is still definitely there. Yun nga, granted, it is one different piece para nga dito sa laruan natin. Pero Execration is an interesting bunch, no, pare, kasi yung expectations natin sa start ng tournament para sa Exe is kind of tempered, no, kumpara sa ginawa natin nung last season ng Masters, which we put them straight up sa S tier, and then we hurt to regret that day, pare. Pero ayun nga, mas tame naman. Pero so far, nag-exceed sila ng expectations, pare. CLD tuloy. CBN and itong si Polex, pare. Really doing a number, no? Really living up to the hype.
Well, if they could just fix their inconsistencies and continue to deliver in their fragging department, we might see one of the most dominating duos in the planet, no? At grabe nga naman kasi yung contribution nila the moment that they step into the fire, pre. Like, Fall X, consistently 80% headshot. Yung pag-a-anchor ni CBN, hindi talaga natatapatan ng kahit sino, no? Pero out of the way, punta naman tayo dito sa may dapitan na punta tayo kay Pacific Esports, no? Former Pacific MACTA, pre. Etong Pacific Esports na to, pre, nakaka-excite pa rin talaga sila, no? Kasi unti-unti nang nakukuha ni Jamero yung forma niya. Speaking of Jamero, uy, boss, parang may familiar na kakilala ka pala dito na kasama namin ngayon. May pinapasabi pala si Direk, hello at good luck nga daw mula sa kanya, no? Pero yun, going back to Team Pacific, no? Kasi etong Pacific pa rin noon, pre, na I guess you would still say delivers what team play is all about. Kasama nila ang EVOS pati ang UBEC, no, sa pagkakaroon ng isang magandang set play at playbook, kumbaga, no? Kasi Pacific Esports in the decade na nagdo-dominate sila ng Crossfire, yung teamwork pa rin nila yung nananaig kung bakit ang hirap nila patumbahin.
Yun nga, obviously yung Pacific, no, one of the few teams that can actually beat etong EVOS on port, which was a very impressive feat, no, despite yung talo sila nung time na yun. But still, it's a reminder na yung Pacific kaya pa rin makasabay with the best of the best at the top of yung standings natin. It's just gonna take a bit, no. Obviously dito sa team stats, it is pretty good stats across the board. Merong onting black hole dito kay Jamero, pare, na is still slowly adjusting dito sa bagong Pacific Esports na lineup, pero ayun nga, he's slowly getting there, no. Hindi na siya yung he's not bottom fragging every single game nung last series natin. So ayun nga, we saw some significant contributions galing sa kanila, man. We just need a lot more galing kay Jamero para dito sa PE, pare. Lalong-lalo
na si Aldrin, pre. Like, when was the last time, tulad ni Yobib, nakakita ka ng off game mula kay Aldrin, no? Like, this man is breeding consistency all throughout, no? The moment that he started playing Pro Crossfire, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung init at passion niya when it comes to contributing talaga sa hapagkainan. So, yun nga, ito, Execration yung mga kalaban nila ngayong araw, followed by Gaon Gaming, at ang grabe naman ang pinakamalaking harang sa tournament na to ng mga kalaban nila is going to be UBECMANIAC, and for the last two teams, going to be Fervid, Team Secret, isa rin yan sa pwede mong masabi na kahit paano, parang even, no? So we'll never know what is Team Secret going to be in terms of conditioning pag nakatapat nila ang Pacific, pero as it stands, Pacific Esports is on their way to the top 4.
Yun nga, I mean, their form, I would argue, no, it is definitely playoff worthy yung nagagawa nila on some of these maps. Obviously, the level is not as far down as we expected, no, sa start ng season natin. Yun nga, they're still consistently para sa akin at top 3, potentially top 4 level dito sa tournament natin if they do yun nga, no, get everything right para sa kanila dito. And it is obvious galing dito sa performance from yung mga prior games natin. Pero yun nga, we're gonna have the interview, of course, with yung the man with the most MVPs sa Pacific Esports so far. Aldrin, kamusta pare?
Okay naman po.
Okay naman si Aldrin, no? Hindi niya nakakalimutan ngumiti talaga, no? Yun yung kumbaga patent niya, no? So Aldrin, no, ano naman yung naging preparasyon ni Pacific knowing na ang mga kalaban yung Execration? Grabe yung bigat ngayon na merong dinadala ang Execration knowing na nandyan din yung dati yung kakampi. So ano yung naging preparation ni Pacific para sa laban na to?
Tamang yung mga error lang namin ng mga nakaraan. Tapos inayos lang namin siguro. Tsaka kahit pa paano siguro pinag-aralan na namin yung mga laro nila, yung mga naging laro nila nakaraan.
Ayun nga, men. Obviously, Aldrin, no, ang ganda ng performance mo for the past 2 weeks, pero may mababangga ka dito na top fragger rin on the other side na itong si Folex, pare. From what you've seen so far dito sa tournament, ano yung opinion mo dito kay Folex? Sa tingin mo ba na yan na ba yung susunod sa'yo, men? Yan yung susunod na yugto para dito sa Filipino Crossfire, pare?
Siguro kasi dami naman ng malakas ngayon sa mga ibang team para-parehas na.
Ayun nga, men.
Okay, so
Future could look like that, pare, no? Last question. Ayun nga, Boss Aldrin, meron ka bang sasabihin dito sa ever so loyal na Pacific Esports na fans natin dito, pare?
Naman, maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Ayun lang.
Yun, Aldrin, good luck sa parating yung laban na mamaya sa Execration, no? At maraming salamat sa oras mo.
Thank you po.
That's my interview goat, no? Si Aldrin, no? Parang tulad din ni Kano, onti lang yung pananalita, pero sa loob ng laro mismo sila nagsumisigaw. Kumbaga. So, grabe yung argument na nagawa mo doon, no, Sneaky, like never ko naisip yun. Like, Aldrin, for the longest time, the standard bearer of what it means to be an attacker. Pero ngayon na nandito na si Folex, parang meron nang kumukuha talaga ng titulo na yun, pero paunti-unti lang yung hatak.
Yun nga, men. Nakakatuwa pa dito, no, is itong si Folex is a product of impact. And ayun nga, it just goes to show that the system is definitely working, no, of bringing some of these players up from yung tier 2 scene natin. And yun nga, no, now we have found a gem. Or not just one gem, no, multiple gems from yung last year's talent pool, pare. And ayun nga, Pacific obviously gonna be quite the challenge. Para sa akin yung pinaka-unorthodox na head-to-head, no, dito sa labanan natin, which is gonna be that Charleston versus Revenge matchup, pare. Charleston, not gonna lie, man, Charleston kinda back dito sa Cfs Ph Masters, performing very, very well, having multiple sniper games na he has had 12 or 15 plus frags, no? So, ayun nga, man, is Lan Charleston back dito sa Cfs Ph Masters, pare?
Nakita man natin si Charlito, si Chacha, pero isa pa rin ang nananaig pagdating sa sniper. Walang iba kundi si Charleston talaga mismo. Pero enough about individual players. Yung kabuuan naman, kamustahin naman natin na sila yung mga alagad ni Kuya Nick. Ang Execration, ito na nga sila. At ayan na nga, walang iba kundi ang Exe-Shot Fam. No? So ayan, grabe nga naman, may bagong ink. Si Boss Paul X, no, sa kanyang palad. Parang grabe. Ilang araw mong ininda yung sakit na yan, boss.
Actually, that's new, no? Ngayon ko lang nakita yun galing dun kay Paul, actually. Talking about yung team stats natin. Obviously, yun nga, CBN, one of the highest dito sa HNK, as well as itong si Paul X, one of our top fraggers in the entire league. Both of those players, no, within the top 5 dito sa top fraggers dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. Pero gusto ko rin i-compliment itong si A-Even at si Charleston, no? Coming back slowly dito sa ating season. Granted, hindi naging masyado maganda kanilang simula dito. You're slowly starting to feel yung contributions galing dito kay A-Even at kay Charleston as the season does go on, no, pare?
Parang as the community says, parang na-overlook naman na talaga nila si A-Even tsaka si Charleston. Kasi nga, yung star power na meron si Paul X or si ZYK is yun talaga yung hinahanap nila when it comes to Execration. Like, the brand itself falls around two players, which is Folex or even ZYK, kasi nga grabe naman yung entrada ni ZYK from one team to another. Pero grabe yung laro talaga ni Even and Charleston on the contributing grounds laban sa UBECMANIAC, no? That Eagle Eye and Ankara, hindi biro mapatumba yung mga players tulad ni Kano at ni JJ. And Even and Charleston was the sole reason kung bakit hindi tayo nakakita ng pop-off performances from the leader and as well as the sniper, no? So this is all Execration talaga, no, in its purest form. Grabe nga naman talaga, wala tayong pwedeng sabihin pa sa Execration kundi yung sigaw na meron talaga sila na umabot sa top 4 and eventually EWC, hindi mo talaga sila pwede pahatakin pababa, no? So grabe naman yung schedule nila, no? Pagkatapos ng Pacific, doon naman tayo sa EVOS, no? So it will not be easy for Execration to qualify in the top 4, pre.
Yun nga. And it's actually very interesting, no? Kasi hindi natin madalas nakikita yung mga blockbuster na roster changes, no? I think the last time before 2025 happened, at most yung pinaka-exciting na roster change na nangyari dito, Salvatore, was Loy to UM back in the day. And ayun nga, 2025 definitely a different year, pare. Roster shakeups all over the place. And yun nga, Execration is no different. But I think we might be talking to one of the Execration players dito sa ating game, and would be very interesting to ask about yung kanilang perspective, no, going into yung series natin, men.
Abe, no? So, bigyan na natin siya ng oras dito, no? At gusto nga natin malaman kung ano nga ba ang mindset ngayon ni Execration, no? So, ikaw na nga, no, Charleston, para ma-interview natin sa mga oras na to, no? So, yun, Boss Chacha, no? Maraming salamat sa oras mo para sa interview na to, no? So, isang mabigat na laban, actually, no? In terms of roles, makakalaban mo si Revenge mamaya, no? Isa sa mga tinaguriang quote-unquote best sniper ng Philippines, no? So, anong masasabi mo dun sa matchup na yan?
Match to. Magandang laban.
Yeah.
Papakita ko kayo ng magandang laban.
Yan. Gusto ko marinig. Yan.
Ayun nga, very, very nice. Ayun nga, men, nangyari yung series natin last week. Obviously, kayo yung team na may pinaka-close na game. Kalaban nitong UBECMANIAC, pare. Ano yung napulot yung aral? Ano yung pakiramdam nyo, men, after ng series na yun?
Nag-adjust kami ng mga play, tsaka yung miscommunication namin, inayos namin. Ayun yung mga simpleng error, yun lang, yung mga inayos namin.
Tama pa.
Simple mistake.
Gusto ko rin malaman, no? May gusto ko malaman kay Charleston. Itong laban na to, no, parang super bigat kasi. Gaya ng sabi ko kanina. Baka may mensahe kayong gustong sabihin sa Pacific, no? Bilang parang, Pacific, no? Baka may mensahe kang gustong sabihin, Charleston.
Pakita natin ng magandang laban yung mga viewers. Yun lang.
Yun naman pala.
That's, grabe naman. My humble goat, Charleston. No? So, ayun, baka may gusto kong batiin, shout out, no, sa mga sumusuporta sa XFAM, no, sa mga taga-nood ng Execration.
Shout out sa XFAM and kay Boss B. Salamat. Yun lang. Pati sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta, sa tropa, sa pamilya dyan, sa mga haters na rin. Lahat na. Yun. Shout out sa inyo. Manood kayo. John, sino daw gusto mo i-shoutout?
Papahiling kita.
Nakakatakot yung Ligo, no, kung pwede.
Yung idol na sa IGL, by the way, pare.
Pero Charleston, maraming salamat, no. Good luck sa laban mo mamaya against Pacific.
Game.
Grabe, no. Yun ang nakakatakot sa mga, sa mga sa mga alagad ni Kuya Nick, nantututok sa camera talaga, no. So,
grabe talaga yung
kala ko i-shoutout ni Aljon si Mambanche, no, pero we'll never know, pre. So, yun, tapos na ang ating mga insights, no, for both Execration and Pacific. Tuta naman tayo sa head-to-head sneaky. Nakaka-excite to. Baka Aldrin and Polex nga, as you predicted.
Oo, Aldrin Paul yan. 1,000%. Ayun na nga. I mean, you kind of saw it coming from a mile away, pare. Obviously, both of these players, Aldrin on a generational run at the moment, no, in terms of yung kanyang performances. Kahit sa mga losing maps, you're still seeing 15, 17, 20 plus kill performances galing sa kanya dito. So it's obvious na hindi siya yung weak spot dito sa Pacific Esports when it comes to that specific area. Pero Folex, obviously the top fragger from the past 2 weeks natin, men. Relentless talent, grabe yung aim, the way he navigates himself out of these mga precarious na situations, no? It's a work of art. Nakikita natin, men, pag naglalaro dito si Paul, men.
Yeah, Folex parang his headshot percentage unmatched talaga, no. You have players like Yobib at Kano na umuupo lang sa around 50s. Pero Folex in the first 2 weeks, I believe he averaged around 85 plus, kung di ako nagkakamali. So, hindi madali para kay Folex makakuha ng hindi mahirap para kay Folex rather na makakuha ng ganong klaseng frags. He makes it look so easy. He makes it so flawless na tanging si Folex na nakagawa nun. Aldrin naman on the other hand, he screams multi-frags. He screams multi-kills, kaya niya mag-anchor. He pushes second mid sa sub-base ng ganun kadali lang. Ankara is his breeding grounds talaga, pre, no? And the moment he steps into A site, nakakatakot nga talaga ito for Execration. I wonder what the map veto would look like. Pero gusto kong pag-usapan yung mapa na yon ng kasama ko ang ating mga tropa ng Sticky Frag. Bipolar and Ramon, lumabas na kayo dyan kung saan man kayo nakatago. At kailangan na natin na mag-usap tungkol sa Pacific at Execration. No? Bipolar, oy, gising yan! Ayun na nga, boss. Ayun na nga.
Lumabas na ako.
Panis, lumabas si Bipolar, tinawag ko lang, kaya nyo yun, ako lang nakakagawa nun, no? So Ramon, una naman na kay Ramon, kasi no, Pacific tsaka Execration yung laban na to, no? Parang alam ko sa sarili mo, nanginginig ka na sa kilig ngayon, no? So ikaw, baka may gusto kang sabihin dyan sa matchup na to.
Tol, ito naman kasi, no, new kids versus yung mga matanders natin sa PH Masters, no. Anything can happen. I think the vote has been split nung pinag-usapan natin dyan sa podcast. So, either way, ang i-expect ko lang is maging good game to, mag all 3 games. Kung may oras pa kayo, cancel na yung mga plans nyo pagkatapos sa series ito kasi feeling ko talaga tatagal tayo dito.
Grabe naman, parang kawawa naman yung mga gustong magsimba, no? So, ba't naman mo pinapapigil yung mga plano ng mga may iba pang plano? Pero jokes aside, no? Bipolar, ikaw, sa laban ng Exe tsaka PM, feeling ko naman, no? Parang malapit sa puso mo si Execration. Pero ano masasabi mo sa laban na to?
Alam mo, for me, nag-ready na ako. Nagtanggal na ako ng salamin. Nag-contacts muna ako para sa laban na to kasi feeling ko din. Abot tayo sa game number 3 even though a lot of people are also saying sa chat na, ay, baka Pacific na to. Ito na yung dynasty na nakikita natin and it might be Execration. The Wild Dogs ng Exe Shot might come in handy. Pero feeling ko naman na it's gonna be a good game. Talagang ratratan nga sabi nila direct pati ng prod team natin na it's gonna be a lot of OTs. Yun na lang masasabi ko. Maraming overtime ang pwede natin.
Kaya nagpamanifest niyan, hindi kami at hindi yung community talaga, no? Pero yun, map dito naman tayo, Crossfire Philippines, kasi kailangan na natin malaman kung saan sila maglalaban. Black Widow, for sure yan nga, no? At ayun na nga, Execration picks Black Widow, Pacific, now prioritizes sa base dito na matetesting, no? Kung kawalan pa si Aljon para sa Pacific at ang karang ating panapos ngayon, no, pre? Parang hindi Manila sa Cavite yung naglalaban dito, pre,
Grabe, man. I kinda got goosebumps looking at yung map dito natin, knowing yung potential cities that we have right ahead of us, man. Black Widow, obviously a map where Execration and itong Pacific map na have a wealth of experience, pare. Obviously, Folex is a very, very good short player pagdating sa mapa na to. So, it would be very nice to see if he can pull off exactly that. Sub-base, I think alam naman natin to, Salvatore, na Pacific for the longest time has always had a good sub-base. So, you know, it's kind of nice to pull that out dito sa kanilang pocket pick considering yun nga, hindi naman UBEC yung kalaban nyo at this very moment. Ankara, that's gonna be a good one, no? Parang 3 maps where both teams are actually really good.
It's gonna be a good matchup of storylines din, no? I think we mentioned it time and time again, ZYK versus former team. Tapos kung makaka-matchup ba itong si Folex laban dito kay Aldrin, I think all the star power is lining up para dito sa second series natin. So this map veto, talagang pulling out all the stops, getting a lot of their best maps, and I'm sure as heck, knowing na dito talaga tayo makakita ng best of the best sa Crossfire natin.
Ay, nako. Ang dami niyong sinabi. Feeling ko talaga mag-overtime talaga to, man. Black Widow sa base Angara. Parang it's like the dawn of their existence. They play this so much na both of these teams really doesn't have an advantage. It's a 50-50 from Black Widow sub-base Ankara for Execration and Pacific Esports. So feeling ko, maganda nga talaga yung storyline natin, maganda yung storya, maganda yung script na binigay ni Smilegate para sa Execration and Pacific Esports. And it's really just gonna be one hell of a match.
Ang galing mo talaga, Derek. Ang galing mo kung sino man naggumawa ng pelikula na to, no? Dinala mo kami sa 3 mapa talaga na hindi tapon, kumbaga. Pinag-isipan ng maigi at binibigyan nga tayo ng isang magandang panapos ng week number 3 ng Execration tsaka ng Pacific. Yun, isipin mo, Black Widow, paborito ng Execration tsaka ng Pacific, sub-base. Aba, Prinayo din yan ng Execration laban sa Acceptance, di ba? Tapos Angkara pa. Ay, dyan talaga natin makikita kung kailangan pa ba natin mag-Angkara. No? Tanging sila lang mismo yung makakapagsabi kung saan sila pwedeng umabot sa serye to. No? Prediction naman pre, samahan nyo kami dyan, Crossfire Philippines, kung sino sa tingin nyo ang mananalo sa series na to. No? Is it going to be Pacific or Execration win? Ako pre, naku naman pre. Ang hirap ngayon pa lang, nangangarag na yung utak ko. Pero eto pre ito lang masasabi ko. Chemistry-wise, Pacific 2-1 ako dito pre.
Ayun nga, might be the first time na actually kontrahin ko dito si Andre. I'm actually gonna go Execration 2-1 dito sa series natin. As much as I do love Pacific pare and I do love the boys, feeling ko this might be yung de facto or at least unofficial series that can decide na ito na ba yung passing of the torch or is Pacific here to stay pare?
Look, there's a reason why the dynasty is still alive. I am gonna go 2-1 Pacific Esports. The experience is there, and I really do feel like they have this feeling ko with confidence. And I think now that week 3, Jamero has been already integrated very well into the lineup, so I think it's gonna be smooth. But Execration, I think papahirapan nila dito yung Pacific.
Ay nako, isa lang ang masasabi ko dyan. Gagahin ko ngayon si Polex. Sasabihin ko 2-1. In favor of Execration tayo ngayon ulit. Not bias.
Pantay lang.
Pero pantay ang ating prediction natin ngayon. Pero feeling ko magandang laban natin, but Execration will go out with a bang.
Ganyan nyo kami pinapahirapan, Pacific tsaka Exe, hati lang talaga yung mga hula namin kung sinong mananalo sa inyong dalawa. Paano nga ba naman kasi? Labanan to ng dalawang higantes no, sa larangan ng Crossfire. Kumbaga sa isa, dekadang tumatagal itong Execration. Ngayon, gustong gumawa ng sarili nga nilang pangalan habang sa matagal na panahon. No? So yun, tapos na ang ating predictions. At kayo, di ba dyan guys, baka may gusto kayong ipamalas na mga salita dyan sa comment section. Malay nyo ma-feature kayo mamaya sa ating community comment. No? Guys, magsabi lang kayo dyan guys at huwag nyo kalimutan na i-follow nga pala si Crossfire Philippines sa kanilang page. I-like and share nyo na nga rin yung stream para sa mga kabuuang balita pa sa Crossfire. No? So yun so okay, no? Tablado yung ating mga mga boto. Pero tingnan natin kung anong masasabi naman ng community sa ating community comments. Kaya direct i-flash mo na yan. Baka sakaling i-bash kami. And sabi dito ni Jake Gesta, UM is good enough, but let's not say that this season is for them. Let the OG will decide. Gaya ng Exe and Pacific. Okay. Para ang spicy neto kumbaga sa preview show. Alam ko, gets kita, Jake Gesta. Gets kita, Jake Gesta. Kayo ba? Ano masasabi niyo yan, guys? Una kay Sneaky.
Tatlong spice para sa comment.
Ay, preview show pala to.
And then yun nga, very very spicy. I like that point, straight to the point pare, not kidding around. So, ayun nga, I like this opinion kala kay Gesta pare.
Walang bahid ng recency bias si Jack Gesta no. Talagang remembered yung naging history ng Pacific. At saka yung masasabi nating history ng Execration sa buong esports no. So I do feel like he's gonna have to just wait and see no. Kasi I think UM is a new generation and pwede naman silang isama. O pwede silang sumama sa pwedeng maging magandang susunod para dito sa Execration sa Pacific, diba? Let's have all three, kumbaga.
Nako. Triple spicy din to. Parang lahat ng team sinabi na rin ni Jake Gesta, tulad nga sinasabi ni Ramon, isa-isa ni Jake Gesta lahat ng mga teams dito. But yeah, for sure, alam mo, UBECMANIAC still has their holes that needs to be filled na kailangan nilang punan na mga problema. We can see it every time even though they're still one of the top teams. Yeah. 3 spicy. Sarap mo, Jake. Sarap.
Solid, no?
What?
Joke
lang, no? So, yun, quoting GL, sumakay sa torrent, kaya ba ng old god sumabay sa current, no? Mamaya malalaman natin yan pa naglaban na ang Execration at Pacific. Ramon, bipolar, magsigawan na tayo dito.
Ang spicy talaga, Ramon. Sabi ni Sticky, gano'n, sobrang spicy, bossing. Pero Ramon, kamusta tayo dito? Isang mabilisang usapan before the game starts. The first matchup of the day was good, but right now, ito na yung main event na sinasabi natin.
Tol, hindi mo naman sinasabi sa akin na kapag lalaro ka ng Crossfire, BL yun talagang pipiliin mo lagi, no? Pero para sa akin, this matchup has been something that we've been watching out for. Nung tumagal, yung week natin, nung pinag-usapan mga sa preview program, ang daming na-cross the storylines. It's gonna be a situation where kung ZYK, kung nakapag-decide siya na maayos, kung okay nga ba na nakalayo siya doon sa Pacific Esports where tiningnan natin, nakakala natin na doon siya sa buong buhay niya. Pero yun nga lang, nag-experiment siya in a decision where gusto niya siya yung tatayong parang leader sa lahat ng mga magiging bata na mga kasama niya dito. And so far, yung naging progress nila from week 1 has been super good, able to topple or at least be toe-to-toe against which honestly, may chance na sana sila ngayon kukuha kung hindi yung umabot sa OT ng time na yun eh. Pero for Pacific, it's all about solidifying themselves as one of the best teams or the pillars dito kumbaga sa Pilipinas ng Crossfire, diba? So we'll have to wait and see as it will be yung first game. I think Bipolar, we're in for a show.
Yeah, we're in for a show. Aljan battle his teams, his past teammates. Pacific is adjusting a lot, but they're doing good. Unti-unti na lang makikita yung true form nila, yung dati nilang leader, yung dati nilang IGL, nasa kabila na. And Charleston, the up and coming, sabi nga ni Sneaky, he is coming back to his peak. The Lion Charleston might be coming back and we are finally seeing it in the flesh. Plus, yung sinasabi nilang magandang labanan daw with Revenge and Charleston might come into play. Maganda nga talaga ang ating labanan for today because the reunion tour is about to begin. Ang dating brothers, now enemies. Can Pacific Esports ascend once more or will the wild doves of Execration ravage through the bodies of Pacific Esports? Welcome to the main event, Ramon! Nandito na tayo, unang bakbakan at nagkakalmado lang ang ating mga battlefield.
Passive ang parehong teams, hinayaan na lang kunin yung mid-side. Talagang walang presence from ES, and with position from Paul X, he could actually play off of it as some sort of like off angle. Kung gusto nga nila pumasok dun sa may short, hinayaan na lang kunin yung water, yung short position, lalabanan nila pagkalabas nila dun sa may house. So a lot of opportunity for Pacific para makapag-split push sila dito. I don't think the Crossfire will be a really solid defense, especially with the utility play na ginagawa ng Pacific as they're heralding onto the ES, and that will be an opportunity for Pacific to capitalize with the space given to them.
Yeah, maraming movement coming in from Pacific papunta dito sa short, and they might infiltrate A site ng mabilisan lang. May truck dito na pwedeng gamitin ng buong Execration, but they do not go for this. They go for off angles just like Fall X. Justin leading the fray, nandito ng flashbang. Folex, di tinatamaan ng lahat. Nandito naman si Even to even things out. Folex throwing all of the utilities para ma-delay ang push ng Pacific Esports. Nandun si Revenge. Pinatay agad si ZYK at malayo ang barilan lang ngayon mula sa Execration na makikita natin. Pero pinapcorn ngayon ang nasa ilalim. It's a Even to fall down. It's gonna be a 4v3 situation. Ang init ng labanan, Ramon. As Folex goes for the flank up. All the way from short, it's Revenge falling down. Aldrin is still alive. Pero mamamatay din siya kasi nandito na si CBN. Nag-join na siya sa team fight. Hindi na siya tumatahimik. Jamero and MVA combination going still towards short. It's a 3v2 situation. CBN and Charleston falls down. It's Jamero, the one and only, to get the last kill at Pacific. Take round number 1.
Grabe! MVA, a solid double kill, lining up 2 people, and Jamero to cap it all off. The new guy to come into the story. And Pacific Esports starting off strong despite Fall X with the beautiful timing sa flank kanina na paulit ng pumasok ulit dun sa may mid. Medyo nainganyo pa nga sana yung Pacific Esports kung hindi nila napatay yung dalawa dun sa may A site. Beautifully done, and back into the reset we go. Bash push on in from House B, and Execute coming through for Pacific. Lots of nades, lots of damage. CBN down. It will be Aldrin with the entry, at may smoke pa nga dun sa may doors. It's a B site Execute na wala pang mabibigay ang Execration.
Mabilis ang pagpasok pero nandun naman si ZYK with a double kill. At nandito na tayo sa 3-way cam kasi 3 bodies ang nakikita natin ngayon. It's gonna be Folex to get this kill on to Revenge one and for all. It's gonna be Justin and as well as MVA. 2 players versus 2 players pero mabilis ang plant kasi nakuha naman nila yung buong B-site. Charleston ngayon, malapit sa window. Can they go in? It's the top of the line 2v2 situation na parang nasa sinehan lang. Folex with the grenade and with the flashbangs. Papasok nga sila pero look at Folex. Malayo ang flank up. Pero nandun naman si MVA towards his backside pero isang mabilisang pagbalik lang doon towards his teammates. Gonna be one falling down. Si Justin nakakuha ng slow in the HP. Folex capitalizes with the situation.
No time.
It's a 1v1. Kailangan i-stick yung defuse at nandun lang sa may window. Sobrang dali ng labanan kapag meron kang isip. It's MVA taking the kill against Folex.
Grabe, dinadaan sa edad talaga. the fast push in towards house, talagang catching them off with their timing, and the beautiful execute from Aldrin with the entry talaga. So talaga nga namang the setup is what we kind of expected. Ang tier 1 competition na makikita natin from this series alone. And it's already delivering on all fronts right now. 2-0 para sa Pacific. A dead round coming through, man. I mean, kailangan maging 100%. Kasi dapat sure na sure tayo. Nahanda yung pareho natin koponan. So, konting technical difficulties muna tayo para maging sure tayong papasok tayo ng maayos ang sistema ng lahat na nandito. Pero grabe, bipolar. Nung nagsimula tayo, slow play nung ating BL from Pacific. Pero nung second game, wala, boss. Talagang pasok lang ng pasok sa loob na may house B, pre.
Yeah,
Ibang-iba talaga yung execute.
Sobrang iba-iba. Pero I like the hindi tayo nagsistick sa isang strategy right off the bat. Yung timpla ng laban natin from the first 2 rounds, talagang kakaiba. Like, they went from A, they went from B. Tapos makikita natin a 2v2 situation wherein Polex and Charleston was there. It was a revenge falling down from the onslaught of Execration. Tapos makikita mo Pacific Esports, sobrang ganda ng plano nila to just put down the bomb, play for time, and trade the bodies. Tapos yung nandun lang sa may house B, sabi niya, makaantayin ko na lang i-defuse to because we know the timer is about to take down. So sobrang ganda ng laban ngayon, Ramon. I think it really is gonna be one hell of a show, but you can't deny na Execration is very much close against Pacific Esports. Every round they go towards a very fair game na 2v2, 1v1. Hindi siya palaging 5v1 situation, hindi siya palaging 5v2. It's always fair game.
Oh, at kung mapapansin mo, sa dalawang round din, yung constant para sa Execration is si Fallex, di ba?
Yeah.
Siya yung nag-flank nung una tayo dun sa first round, tapos dun sa second, siya yung isa sa mga tinutugod ang parang winning conditions pagdating dun sa mga retake scenarios. It was that close na mukhang makukuha pa sana ni Fallex yun by the end of the day, pero by the end of it as well, I believe Pacific Esports just had the composure para hindi sila ma-falter agad. By the end of it, may time pa para sa kanila at makakapag-rotate pa nga yung time na yun. I think it tells you na talagang pinaghandaan nila yung laban nila against Execration. They know that the new guys, the newcomers, are not to be underestimated with. Alam nila na mainit at masakit din lumaban ang Execration pagdating sa mga duels na to, kaya hindi sila papasok sa laban nito ng tamang laban lang, no? Dapat may mind games. Dapat may marami silang binabato na hindi ma-expect ng Execration. So it started with yung push nila doon sa may mid-side na nagresulta into that ES push. Tapos yung naging flank nga naman ni Fallex na sinasabi nga natin na very impactful nga naman, diba? So ang masasabi ko dito is that siguro ang Execration nagsisave pa lang ng kung ano yung lakas nila sa susunod na mga rounds, diba? We kind of expected yung mga GR na usually sila dapat yung maging proactive, sila dapat yung mag-set ng tempo kapag nagde-depend nga sila on Black Widow, ES push, tapos yung House B na dapat binabatuan ng utility. Pero baka dina-download lang nila kung ano yung alam nila agad so far from Pacific, and maybe they're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike lang.
Tama ka dyan, Ramon. Looking back at that game actually was very crazy. First 2 rounds, alam naman natin, it's just the start. But pinapakita agad ng Pacific Esports na they are something na kailangan nilang pag-ingatan. Alam naman nila na Execration does wild things and wild plays every time. So they took it very slow. They took it strategically. They took it systematically. And that was basically how they got those 2 rounds. Alam niyo, everybody, habang nag-aantay tayo for this dead round to finish and for us to get back into the lobby para mabigay namin ng best experience para sa inyo, why not share the stream? Why not like it? Why not ibigay nyo lahat and support your team on the comments? Kasi syempre, babalik na tayo sa wakas. Again, it's gonna be a 2-0 in favor of Pacific Esports. At dahil dyan, medyo after that very big break, isang mabilisang breakdown muna tayo ngayon kasi ang init ng laban natin, Ramon. Sobrang init. Nagtanggal na rin ako ng salamin ko.
Ayun, yan nga naman no. Kaya naninibago ako medyo na kapag tinitingnan kita parang bagong caster sa lineup no. Hindi ikaw si Bipolar sa mukha ko Kailangan nang bigyan ng bagong pangalan, boss.
Pag nagsalamin ulit ako, boss, wala na akong makikita, boss. Kasi may lente na yung mata ko, boss.
Ilan to, boss? Ilan to?
Di naman ako bulag, boss. Malabo lang mata ko, boss.
Ay,
adi ka, boss.
Akin, boss. Sorry. Hindi ko alam yan
Yeah, pero going back to it, diba, Ramon? It's been a match na inaantay natin for the past few weeks. Execration Pacific Esports is something na talagang nagiging cinematic in viewers point of view, lalo na kung matagal ka nanonood ng ating Crossfire scene. Tulad nga sabi ni Jake sa ating comments na OGs ang naglalaban ngayon. So it's not really about the placements here for our Masters. It's also about dignity and their organization as a whole. Kasi Pacific Esports and Execration has been around for Crossfire for a while now.
I mean, it's also pride at the end of the line, di ba? Kasi kung natatandaan mo, napakalawak din ng legacy ng naiwan ng Pacific Esports dito. No? Na talaga nga namang lagi nasa internationals. Noong 2024 lang hindi. Kudos nga pala sa UBECMANIAC. At saka, for Execration, it's just a time for them to shine. Di ba? Sa lahat ng esport na hinawakan nila, talagang meron silang place lagi. Lagi silang nagpapakitang gilas. At kahit dito sa Crossfire, mukha namang nagsistart na sila na maayos. Slow start nga naman nung nag-start na doon sa first week. Tapos nung second day talaga nga namang good statement na naipakita ng Execration. Especially with the pickup kay Folex na parang binigyan ng stress ni Sneaky kanina na really one of the hottest signings na meron tayo dito sa Crossfire Philippines. If only talaga na makita natin sana yung Fall X in Team Secret, then it would have been full circle for Vanguard. Pero wala nandito sa Execration, and I think he's happy to be under the system of ZYK, who honestly, ang ganda din ng performance niya, man. All throughout the weeks, para nakapag-adjust na nga siya sa sistema ng Execration. And I think he's right at home na ginagaidan yung mga bata na nagla-learn under his tutelage talaga.
Yeah, very much. So alam mo, a lot of these veteran players and young players are still shining through and through kahit na nag-iiba yung sistema ng buong Crossfire scene right now. Everybody, we're just having a little bit of technical issue na kailangan na pwede naman na mabilisan magawa. So we're doing fast, we're doing it ASAP para mabigay namin sa inyo ang the best broadcast all the way coming here. Maraming salamat po for sticking with us. Don't go away kasi it's just a little bit of a break. Kaya magalala. Alam naman natin na sobrang bigat ng labanan natin na kailangan natin bigyan ng maraming space ang ating mga players to showcase their talents. Pero yeah, week number 3, let's talk about muna ng onting-onti how the weeks have progressed. Week number 1, naging trend natin is just 2 1s and 2, naging ganun din. It's another trend happening. Pero can you also say, Ramon, na maaga pa naman to say na the top 4 spots are defined na or talagang set in stone na yun? Or masyado pang, or can it still be mixed up? Siyempre, Team Acceptance is one of those teams and as well as Team Secret na pwedeng magtibag Pwede na sirain yung standings natin.
Sa totoo lang, yung top 1 and top 2 natin, pwede nating ibigay sa either sa EVOS tsaka sa UBECMANIAC no? Parang yung contention na lang dito is kung gaano ka-open nga ba yung conversation for top 3 at tsaka sa top 4, and that depends on how close this game is. Kung sino man yung matalo dito nang mag-game 3, sila yung at risk na maibigay yung top 4 spot nila, and I can see a good chance for Team Secret to actually take this kapag nakapag-bounce back nga sila no? Medyo lumalabo pagkatapos ng kanilang naging performance sa 0-2 noong naglaro sila, so we'll have to wait and see habang po progress. We actually have like 5 more weeks para makita yon, pero medyo maganda nga yung naging discussion natin. Why not isama natin yung community sa ating susunod na community engagement? Nga naman, may comment tayo i-flash dito. Pwede kayong sumama na, ladies and gentlemen. Basta mag-comment lang kayo sa lahat ng mga broadcast namin. Ito nga pala si Chi. Let's go, easy win for PE, Pacific Esports. They got this game in the bag. So isa sa mga supporters, isa sa mga fans ng fanbase ng Pacific Esports no? Siguro si Chi, nandun siya ever since nag-start yung Pacific maglaro sa Crossfire no? Sa tingin mo, Babay Ball?
Feeling ko rin naman talaga kasi for you to know PE and for you to also support PE, alam mo na kung yung ano dapat yung ano yung tinahak nila to be that pillar or to be that dynasty in the game. So yeah, tama naman talaga yun. A good shout out again, kung gusto nyo nga maging featured dito, just keep on commenting. Tulad nga, malay mo si Ramon, basahin niyan para sa inyo, and you get a big shout out. At syempre, it's one way to also support your teams. And just like that, Chi, if they want to put it in the bag, you can also put the Cebulechon in the bag kasi might as well baka tapusin agad ng Pacific Esports yung labanan natin ngayon. Pero sabi naman ng Execration, from the other side, it's that kaya naman daw nila lumaban. Tulad nga na sinabi kanina ni Charleston that he is there And his team is there para mabigay ang best matchup and maging entertaining ang labanan natin. And speaking of entertainment, we are finally back. Once again, wala nang patay, lahat ay buhay. MVA getting all of the flashbangs right here.
Yep. Long A aggression from Fall X. That's a triple LA setup na ginagawa ng Execration, kaya hindi na lang magpupush ang mga players natin from Pacific, knowing na yan yung isa mga strats na laging ginagawa ng mga GR players kapag gusto nila ng napakabilisang tear push. So that's gonna be that experience raining forward para sa kanila. Si Revenge, hinayaan na lamang doon sa may ES sa short kung saan pwede niyang i-punish yung kahit sino magro-rotate from that position. I do wonder kung ano yung long game, yung long con para dito sa Pacific. No? Kasi what if, hayaan nila si Revenge, si Charleston, na-spot pa niya agad. That 1v1 from the snipers has been noted, pero wala pa masaspatan, wala pa mabibigyan ng buhay.
Na pa rin namang mamatay. It's the third round of the game, so everybody's antsy upon their feet. Pero maraming movement going towards B right now and the P house. Coming in from Pacific Esports, pero napakalalim na ng Execration. So i-expect na to ni CBN as well as si ZYK na lahat ng Pacific ay nasa harapan na nila. Nilabasan na nga ng mga flashbangs and all of the smokes, pero two players falling down from each side. No, one player falling down from each side.
Folex?
It's Revenge to fall down as Folex claims him the kill. Jamero, kailangan umalis, kailangan tumakbo, pero kaya niya rin naman i-infiltrate yung backlines as three players right now are outside of the B side at kuhang-kuha ng Pacific Esports lahat ng pwede nilang kunin. Look at MVA, a good position for him to also stop the push coming in from Folex and as well as Charleston. 30 seconds, pag nag-25 to, papasok na ang Execration because they need to act quick. They need to act fast. Look at A-Even. Pinaprime ang mga smokes, pinaprime ang flashbang para kay Charleston, para rin kay Folex. Pero MVA with that beautiful kill. It's Charleston to get the trade-off. Pero mamamatay lang din siya. Si A-Even versus the world. Jamero and Alden very much high in HP. At isang mabilis ang crossfire lang. The third round goes towards Pacific Esports.
At yung bago sa mga liga ng mga Thunders nga naman no? Jamero, the right place, the right time, the one guy that they needed para man-knock out nila yung mga lalabas dun sa may house. Tapos nga naman, since ang ganda ng crossfire position din nila ay walang takot, walang pasok talaga ang Execration from that door's position. So it's gonna be another switch up para sa Pacific. As it's gonna be a long A push para dito laban kay Charleston who only hits the leg. It will be the entry para dito sa Pacific. Justin with that first blood at already nasa kanila na yung A site dito.
Nasa kanila na talaga kasi malayo talaga ang mga players ng Execration. Hindi nila in-expect na mabilisang push ang gagawin ng PE all the way from long. At dahil dito, they have the C4 planted in just 30 seconds into the game. Ang gandang pwesto para kay Jamero, pero si CBN very much aware. Revenge will not hit that shot anymore kasi namatay na nga siya dahil kay Folex. But Justin is there to get that trade-off. Jamero holding down this window. CBN nilalabas ang ulo pero buhay pa rin naman. He's still trying to play with his food. It's 11 seconds. Kailangan nila bilisan. ZYK, you need to do something here. Even with a double kill, CBN finally falls down. And ZYK against MBA. The bomb is ticking. The bomb will explode. Aldrin and the rest of the squad kills themselves, but PE gets that score.
My goodness, man. Jamero looking on form right now. And Aldrin always at the right place, getting a double kill by the seams of the round. Pacific Esports firing on all cylinders. And they even start with that shot dito kay ZYK, the leader down. And you also know that this is a very disappointing start for him against one of his former teams. Against his former team, na matagal na niyang nilalaruan, matagal na niyang kasama sa lahat ng international, sa lahat ng naging crossfire tournaments and locally. And he shut down immediately by just one of them. His brother-in-arms claiming the frag over to ZYK, making a 1-0 so far for Pacific na maganda talaga ang simula so far.
Can they capitalize with their very good start? Alam naman natin, 4-0 ang ating score, but Execration is something na hindi natin ma-expect kung ano nga ba yung set plays na pwede lang gawin. Right now, it's currently a 3-1-1 setup for Execration, if I'm correct, because I can see A-Even and as well as CBN and Folex is there. But ZYK falling down, it's a lot of holes na pwedeng pasukan ngayon ng PE. Have a lot of advantage. It looks like sa short sila pupunta. Going towards here, Isang mabilisang push lang at matatakot ngayon si Charleston because he is alone here on the long side. Uy, naku po, look at Justin! Look at Justin! Pumasok na nga pero mandun naman si Folex. It's 3 players that he needs to battle there at dahil dyan, ito na ang shot call ng PE. MVA kills off Charleston from the high ground. Malayo ang shot, gets him the extra shot. 48 seconds on the clock pero 36 seconds para sa ating bomba before it falls down or before it explodes. MVA with another kill. That's 2 kills on our 5th round. Look at Folex, nandoon lang sa may window. Jamero, still at that place. Kanina niya pa yan binabantayan. Folex, kailangan mo mag-isip kasi nandyan na rin si MVA with a triple kill. A even falls down. Nako po, it's Execration giving 5 points for Pacific Esports.
Gandang setup no? Talagang Justin all the way from water, he put down yung smoke dun sa doors para kung papasok nga sila doon sa may mid, over towards that under, ang ganda sana ng entrada nang wala talagang angle all the way from A even. Pero still, they still decided na pumunta na lang doon sa may ES para lang maging maayos yung ng entry. But Folex already taking control, taking advantage. Justin medyo nalalag at mukhang headshot pa nga para sa kanya. Aldrin with that 1-for-1. Doon na yung position. So it will be 4 versus 4. Coming through from short. ZYK gets another dito kay Revenge as well. 4v3. C4 down. They're gonna have to recover that. Gusto niya kunin yung objective ngayon para sa Pacific.
Sobrang aggressive ngayon ng Execration. Look at Charleston as well as A even holding down the C4. At dahil dyan, Pacific Esports, ang tatlong natitirang players, kailangan nilang lumapit, kailangan nilang magsama-sama, hawak kamay, ang pagkuha ng bomba. Ngayon, the flash is there, but he gets that kill instead. May trade-off kami in from Aldrin, pero the damage has been done. Charleston now falls back, wala na siyang kasama dito. It's a 3v2 situation as MVA Aldrin finally secured the bomb here. C4 in hand, nakikita na ni Aldrin, but still taking it very much cautiously. Kasi hindi nila alam if may malapit pang tao. Currently, it's ZYK still on the short line. Hindi niya na pinush yung mid. But just look at Charleston holding down very much deep against Pacific Esports.
ZYK is just playing yung info game natin. He doesn't need to peek on ng malayuan or constantly. He doesn't want to give the numbers advantage spotted, so he can just go back, put the smoke down, maybe a flash coming through, pero Pacific are just gonna ignore that. They're just gonna push on in towards mid and maybe play around this B-site setup para magkaroon sila ng maayos na cover dito. Maraming time pa para makapag-reposition. Where does Execration go from here? They don't know where they're gonna be coming from now.
Yeah, pero look at CBN. May kita niya ata dito ang isa, pero hindi pala. It's MVA with the high ground. Parang si Luke Skywalker lang ang galawan at dahil dyan, it's a 2v2 situation. They know where the bomb is planted pero can they execute into this site? Charleston with the Colt in hand. It's a double arm situation. Aldrin, naku po! Naku, hindi tatama ang bala ni Charleston. Na-fall down pa nga siya. Almost falling down to the hands of Aldrin, but ZYK with the pick-off makes it easier, but the M4 is it much better than the AWM MVA with the position advantage. It's 6-0, a dominating spree from Pacific Esports.
They had no info on his position, and even though it was a double arm setup, it would have needed one shot, pero they don't know where he's coming from. So he took advantage of the situation, played around the low ground, and able to capitalize on the two players oppositioned as well. So it's a 6-0. ZYK starts off strong with that AK. Kills off agad tong si Justin, who was a little too close doon sa may water's position. At alam mong kailangan ng Execration yung first flag na yon. So far, they have been outpaced by Pacific, by the slow game, by the fast game. At ngayon, 4-man per sa LA. Charleston's gonna get challenged again, and the second time, he gets killed off sa entry. Aldrin will get that first. A 1-for-1, and Execration will have to play the retake, pero look at the double flank. Ready na si ZYK at si Folex.
It's like deja vu, pero papayagan ba ng Execration na magfo-fall down sila dito as Folex gets picked off by Revenge? A revenge kill once again as ZYK gives his body to the AWM of Revenge. Ngayon, dalawang players na lang versus 4 makes it one last player. Si A even na lang ang kaya pang pumenterya sa depensa ng Pacific Esports, pero all eyes on him, all eyes on Short, and all eyes on Pacific Esports as they get 7 points to 0.
sayang men. Kasi ang ganda ng position ni Charleston, pero every time he has that shot all the way from LA, he doesn't hit it. At napaka-crucial lagi ng entry dahil doon. Aldrin with his beautiful double kill, and MVA also to capitalize on this one. But Revenge, he entries on. Volx will get that first. Another shot coming through for Execration as Charleston will pick up the double kill. Finally, some energy injected into the sniper, into this 1 versus 4 for Jamero, the newcomer. Na nasa kanya pa yung C4, hinahabol pa siya ng lahat ng Execration, which will be their first opening round para dito into the 7-1. Finally, some damage done sa Pacific with Execration picking up their first.
The adrenaline rush coming in from Execration as they spray down from short or to short to put a bullet down on the push of Pacific Esports. Finally on the board, it's 7-1 at malayo pa ang tatahakin dito ng Execration kasi tignan mo naman si Revenge. Pinag-uusapan natin na ito yung matchup na inaantay ng buong bayan, lahat ng barangay sa Pilipinas. Pero look at Revenge, he is just owning Charleston right now. Ginagawang bata si Charleston. And with that said, Execration, sobrang wala na silang momentum. Nabibigay lahat ng bodies towards Pacific Esports. Pero si Polex, hindi nagfo-fall down. Sabi niya, nandito pa rin naman ang composure ng aming Execration squad. At look at this, Pacific Esports, alam nilang nabigay yung body dito. So they are aware na magiging much loose ang defense ng Execration on towards A. And they might be right with this situation as Revenge leads the fray, leads the push. Jamero parkouring all the way towards short. Bababa na nga siya. Naku po, Execration, tingnan nyo yung mapa. Wala kayong nakikita sa B. Wala kayong nakikita sa mid. Isa lang ang pwede nilang pupuntahan. It's A site. 4 players buhay pa para sa Pacific. Kuhang-kuha, pinatunog ang bomba ngayon. It's a deja vu situation once again, Ramon. Dalawa na naman ang magpupush at si Revenge ang titingin sa lugar na yan. It's gonna be Folex leading that back flank. MVA leads towards the window. Revenge, ginugulo ang pag-arangkada ng buong Execration. It's Folex falling down together with ZYK. It's MVA with the killing spree.
MVA, 13 kills para sa kanya, man. And honestly, they have it all from top to bottom. Hawak yung flank at kitang-kita din kung saan yung mga anchors, diba? Well played sa lahat ng entry ng Pacific at si Aldrin dapat yung bigyan natin ng flowers doon. No? What an entry and what a guy to watch out for nga naman. No? Pero MVA talaga no? Parang very flexible as a player. Kahit nung nag-start pa lang tayo, wala siyang tapon na galaw pre. Talagang sa kahit anong sitwasyon na nilalagay mo si MVA, whether it's a 1v2 for him, whether it's him trying to be the second guy in, talagang alam niya yung gagawin lagi. So sa pagbato lagi ng utility, talagang maaasahan mo si Aldrin at saka si MVA. Pero bigyan natin ng flowers din to si Jamero, no? Parang in a lot of the situation, kapag ka nagpupush sila dun sa may A, kung sino man yung nag-window push sa kanila, kailangan nalang i-expect lagi si Jamero Kasi siya lang lagi yung parang nagpapahirap sa retake kapag sa window kayo nang gagaling. So that's why you kind of expect tong Execration na gumagawa ng mga double flanks para lang makapag-mix things up. Pero yun nga lang, expected na kasi ni Revenge This guy has been on the league for so long now that there's a reason why he's still on Pacific. Talagang alam na alam niya yung mga galawan ng mga bata.
Yeah, sobrang solid ng pinapakita nila. Kasi right now, we're going back into the game. Kaya pa ba ni Revenge i-put up ang pressure against Execration? But can MVA also put up all of the bullets towards the faces of Execration? Folex and CBN together in hand. Kills of 3 players simultaneously. It's one last player for Pacific Esports as they try to defend. But CBN is angry. Mainit na ang ulo ng buong Execration at binigyan at pinatikim ang number 1 X shot.
Kita mo yun, men? Pagka-swap pa lang ng BL, alam na yung galawan. Execration back on the mid side. They slowly walked into what could have been a setup for Pacific, pero dinaan talaga sa edad, pare. Pinakitaan nga ng reaction timing. And that's where Folex can shine, man. 2 kills from the headshot. CBN as well. The discipline is coming through for him. As now the rifling duo will have to be the key players para makapag-mount ng comeback against Pacific. 2-8. We're back into the reset. BL on the side of Execration as they let ZYK cook doon sa may house B. MVA and Jamero, the 2 anchors on B site. One to hold down mid tong si Justin, and you know that the sniper na si Revenge nasa kanya ang responsibilidad para i-hold yung parehong LA at saka yung short. That's why they put the smoke down para isa lang yung titingnan dito ni Revenge ngayon.
Yes, very much so. The smoke is there to delay the push of Execration. They feel like there's a lot of players there and they are right now. Revenge, may Aldrin as well, holding down this spot. So dalawang player or AWM or snipers ang nag-hold ng A side. So this might be a bloody long-range fight for Execration if they choose to go to A side. Pero right now, nakakatunog na ang Pacific Esports. Mabilis ang pakiramdam kasi they are choking all of the entryways of Execration right now. Tatlong players going towards short together with the C4. But look at long side. It's ZYK and as well as Charleston trying to go for the long fight. Alam nilang merong tao dito. Naku po, nakita niya nga ba? Revenge nagpakita ng ulo. But Polex first to fall down. Charleston would get that kill onto Revenge. It's a long fight. But look at that. Simultaneous kills left, right, and center. At Pacific Esports still has 2 players as they kill off Aldrin. Charleston ngayon, nag-iisang player. Kaya mo bang ipakita na you're the kid from the block na kayang tumapos ng laban at tapusin ang pag-arangkada ng Pacific? It's a quote, blinded, pero nakikita niya yung dugo ni Justin. MVA nakita na nga, sprays down. Charleston will fall down. MVA keeps the dream alive. It's set point for Pacific.
Daming story din dun sa round na yun no? Napatay ni Charleston finally si Revenge. Napaulit-ulit siyang pinapatay din no? And now finally the second round in a row, Charleston gets a 1-up against Revenge. At kung kita-kita mo man, si Aldrin yung may hawak naman ng AWM din. Pinakitaan tayo ng rifling duo at ngayon siya naman yung mag-hold niyan sa LA na kung saan walang safe so far sa Execration na ngayon. Sa short naman sila manggagaling. Hawakan naman ni Charleston at saka ni CBN ang pag-push. Fall X and even they get the entry on A. Pero alam ba nila na may tao pa rin dito? Si MVA patay na. Si Justin na lang natitira. 1v5 for the century for Pacific. Yun nga lang. You have to be gone. Window spotted. Justin will play out with this nade. Charleston goes down.
Oh God, Justin.
It will be a 1 versus 4. Pero yun nga lang. CBN will claim the last frag. It will be a 3-9 para sa Execration.
Why pa ang dugo ng mga Wild Dogs coming all the way from Cavite? 3 rounds going into their hands and the dream is still alive. But Pacific Esports going for a fast push mula sa long A. ZYK na spot out niya nga ba? Maraming bumabaril. So he needs to fall back. And with all of these smokes and all of these grenades being thrown out coming in from Pacific Esports, natitigil ang push out ng Execration all towards mid and onto A. So they go towards their last option which is B. Dalawa lang ang natitira coming in from Pacific na pwedeng magdepensa dito. It's Revenge with that sniper. Nakikita natin siya from A every time. Pero right now, he mixes things up. First shot doesn't connect. Flashes are being thrown at Execration. Tinitikman lahat. Justin, but an MVA has a good position here. CBN falls down. Justin spraying down the doorway. Pero si Folex na-infiltrate na. Pinasukan na ang likuran ng PE. Justin and MVA, wala na but Revenge with a double kill. Colt in hand, nandito na si Jamero, nagtawag na nakakampi. It's Charleston, the lone survivor once again. But now, it's 3 people alive for Pacific Esports.
Lumalapit na lumalapit at mukhang patapos na din yung matchup natin. Charleston with an ult to do 1v3. Spotted, nice flick kay Revenge. And yet again, the matchup continues. 1v2, Jamero and Aldrin flashed, smoked off. Ganda ng damage kay Jamero. Hits the shot in, but not enough damage done kay Jamero right now. 1 minute on the clock. May time pa para mapag-decide kung papasok nga si Jamero from the door. And Aldrin is also being careful about the possibility, pero he pulls out the Colt. The one shot is not enough for Charleston. It will be Aldrin to claim a 10-3 para sa Pacific. They claim Black Widow and they show off kung bakit sila ang pillar ng PH Masters. It's Pacific Esports with the win.
A Black Widow map win for sure gives them the boost of confidence to keep on going against Execration. Grabe yung fight na yun. Akala natin with the Colt in hand, with the great picks coming in from Charleston at that last push, pwede niya pa ata maklatch yun, but the persistence, the sheer strategy of Aldrin just holding that corner, sobrang solid ng Pacific Esports, and they just really, the one word na pwede nating ma-define para sa Black Widow map natin yon for those teams is a dominating spree from Pacific Esports.
My goodness, man. And it was the map pick of Execration too, no? Both teams really just showing kung bakit ito yung parang naging good map para sa kanila. Pero the thing about Pacific kasi is that hindi mo kasi alam kung sino yung magpa-pop up sa kanila. Now it's MVA, now it's Aldrin. And si Aldrin, hindi mo mape-predict na maglalabas siya ng sniper minsan. Hindi mo alam na siya pala yung una makakapasok din. So, talagang ang daming hinahandog ng Pacific Esports dito sa matchup natin, and I think even ZYK was surprised na yun yung parang nilalabas na agad ng Pacific Esports. So this 10-3 given to them is because they're showing off their best, and as we move up the sub-base pare, kung natatandaan mo pare, yung Pacific Esports sila daw ata yung naging scrim partners ng UBECMANIAC dito sa map na to, which UBECMANIAC, if you remember, has the record of having an undefeated streak dito sa mapang to. So, it kind of tells you that talagang may maipapakita nga ang sub-base ng Pacific Esports dito. So, I think Execration, I don't think they'd have like a bad record here either. So, this is gonna be a good fight dito sa set 2 natin.
Yeah, baka ipakita ulit ng Execration na kahit a pillar of Filipino Crossfire ang kalaban nila sa sub-base is that they can put it up to overtime o pwede nilang ipantayan every time ang kanilang mga rounds. But seeing the performance of Pacific Esports in that game, in that set number 1, parang ready sila sa kahit anumang iba to ng buong Execration. Tulad nga ng sinabi ng ating mga peeps all around us is that Execration right now was the Wild Dogs and was something na unpredictable, but it looks like Pacific Esports predicted every move and just played with their food, which is Execration. Ngayon, it's 1-0 already. Nag-list pa ko dun. 1-0 already, Ramon, in favor of Pacific Esports. And just like our text below us, mukhang unstoppable sila. Anong masasabi mo dun?
I mean, yeah. So far sa pinakitaan nila sa atin, sa 10-3 na pinanalo nila, I think unstoppable is a good way to put it out. Pero I kind of feel like the theme for Execration so far has been na kapag tumatagal yung laban, saka nagiging komportable si Folex, saka tumatama yung mga shots si Charleston. And I think dun sa simula pa lang sa early game, I think that's been the theme so far, and hindi pa nagbabago dito kahit sa Pacific. So I'm wondering if sub-base will be a time for them to get unlocked, dahil kung si Folex ang magiging constant, hindi siya nagpakita ngayon So sometime soon magpapakita si Folex. Sometime soon magpapakita din ng damage itong si CBN, 'di ba? Itong rifling duo yung laging kailangan kantungan kapag kakalaban ng Execration ngayon And by the time that they both get heated up, that's when the game comes really good, man. That's when things become really close.
Doon na ba natin mararamdaman na sobrang ganda ng ating mga labanan? Possibly, no, Ramon? But let's wait and see pagdating ng ating set number 2. But right now, let's throw it to the panel. Salvatore and as well as Sneaky Frog. Kamusta tayo dyan?
Okay kami ni Sneaky Frog dito sa may panel no. Grabe nga naman bukas na bukas ang aming mga bibig sa mga nangyari kasi expected namin na dikit lang ang laban sa loob ng Black Widow. Total pareho lang naman may alas tong Execration tsaka Pacific, pero 10-3 para makuha ng Pacific ang panalong yun. Parang di natin inaasahan yun, Sneaky.
Yeah, and then di natin inaasahan that there would be a big start para sa Pacific in this Black Widow map kumpara nga sa mga ibang games dito ng Execration on the Black Widow. I really thought na yung kanilang GR side would be able to hang on, no? Pero yung relentless na pushes galing dito sa Pacific, the constant pressure, plus a very good game galing dito kay MVA pare, made it very difficult to defend yung mga sides natin. And especially pag mainit dito si Matt, no? It's a hard force to stop pare kasi yun nga, all he needs is an entry fragger para sa kanya pare, and he'll just frag out the site para sa inyo.
Nakakapagtaka na pag ang isang senaryo nagmukhang MBA na-out-sniper si Charleston. Yun ang pinaka di talaga inaabangan ng mga tao, pero yun ang nangyari actually So heading into sub-base medyo shaky na tong Execration. Tandaan natin 0-2 sila sa mapang to, at ang Pacific dinurog ang acceptance kung saan yun din yung team na kumuha ng mapa up against Execration on the same map. So putting that into light, parang Execration now has a death wish on hand na pinalampas nila ang sub-base dito sa map dito na to. Kasi Black Widow, expected ata nila na sila makakuha nito with full-on confidence, with full-on dueling potential na lahat papabor sa kanila. Ang nangyari hard aggression from Pacific Esports, from BS to B site to House B. Lahat ng yon nakubra ng Pacific ng walang katakot-takot. From clutch factor ni MVA, yung init din ni Aldrin pre. Combining all of that elements, parang yun na yung makings ng isang playoff team talaga, no? Pinakita ng Pacific pre na okay, ZYK, sige, diyan ka na lang, bossing. Parang okay naman kami dito sa may dapitan, no? So, Execration right now, face palm of a situation kasi hindi naman talaga dapat nangyayari yung ganito. Dapat tabla yung laro, pre.
And yeah, it would be nice to see yun nga, Execration at least losing itong game natin, maybe an 8-10, maybe in overtime like a 13-11 pare, pero 10-3 wasn't really in the bingo card, no, coming into today's games pare. So hopefully we do see something galing sa Execration from that sub-base map. Granted na ayun nga, no, experience wise lamang na lamang yung Pacific dito. They're one of the earlier teams to adapt itong mapa na sub-base, no. Pero para sa Execration, I mean, despite yung record, I still believe na they do have a good enough sub-base para talunin tong Pacific. Problema nga lang, are they actually gonna show up? Unlike yung nakita natin sa map 1 pare.
Like I said, mas superior talaga ang chemistry na meron ang Pacific just because of the collective years na naglalaro talaga sila, no, under the same banner. Whereas Execration, ang pinaka true test pa lang na nakikita natin is yung samahan both ni Rem pati ni ZYK. Pero whereas CBN and FallX individually they can shine, pero in what shape or form siya nakakatulong sa team. Pacific in the long run talaga pre, makikita mo na sila talaga yung mas may better team play. Pinakita nga nila from entry after entry, from pick-off ni Revenge sa una, yung gantong klaseng laruan talaga ni MVA pagkasama niya si Jamero na nagbabackup talaga, no? So I believe Pacific was just well equipped. Maganda yung gising nila sa araw na to, no? And especially yung paghahanda nila sa Execration na nakakatakot nga mismo talaga yung tutok nila. Tulad namang ginawa ni Follex dito on the losing effort. Almost 100% yung headshot niya dito, pre. Just 1.45 KD. Pero mas nananaig pa rin talaga yung contribution ni MVA on the other end.
The fact that he has 20 AP and 1.45 KD, 1.23 KR on a 10-3 is absolutely insane pare. And the fact that he has the highest AP sa lahat ng mga players dito in the server, you know, just goes to show how good Follex is. Yung problema nga lang, the rest of the squad not showing up to the plate pare. Also, quite easy sniping day para dito kay Revenge. So didn't really have to do anything too complicated with his role. Obviously, itong si Charleston not only had some good snipes by the time na patapos na yung game natin dito. And ayun nga, just overall, it's a pretty bad Black Widow para sa Execration, man. Considering yung standards na ina-hold natin itong Exe in this particular map. As we take a look at ang ating set MVP, which is gonna be most likely Mr. MVA once again. Already having a almost record-breaking pare up until na yung ginawa ni KSA. Pero yun na naman, MVA MVP.
Yeah, parang kung ano yung nilaro lang ni Kano kanina, no? Pero nag-ibang anyo lang. Kung dinagdagan mo ng 10 taon yung edad ni Kano, ito na yung itsura niya talaga. No? So 2.5 KD, tapos 1.4 kill per round almost. No? So congratulations kay Matzere. No? Ikaw na naman ang nag-iinit at nagwawagayway ng bandila ng Pacific Esports ngayon. No? So hindi pa rin nawawalan pa rin ng star power ang Pacific. No? They still have the flair, they still have the flair kumbaga. No? So ang dami nating pwedeng ibigay pugay sa Pacific, pero we'll wait and see as to how much will they need to be carrying sa subbase. No? So Execration pre, numbered na ang araw nila dito ngayon, no? Pre, kaya na ba tapusin to ng Pacific sa loob ng subbase or babawi nga ang XFAM dito sa series na to, no? This is still Cfs Ph Masters, Pacific versus Execration. We'll be right back.
they win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your three-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Ang El Clasico ay andito pa rin sa Cfs Ph Masters 2025. Salvatore and Sneaky Frog ang nagdadala ng panel para sa inyo. At grabe nga naman, PNX, nothing short of unexpected outcome doon sa loob ng Black Widow na kung saan nakapagtantos na nga ang Pacific sa seryeng to. No, 1-0 bago tayo makapasok ng subbase. May gusto ko bang ihayag, Sneaky?
Ayun nga, this is gonna be one of our few Manila versus Cavite, I guess, by extension na matchup natin dito pare that is gonna be found on subbase, no? So I think it's still gonna be the exact same style, still gonna be quite fast pare and very methodical pa rin. Pacific obviously not scared, not afraid to go for map control, no? And the feeling ko si Aljon, he knows that fully. So hopefully first half pa lang we do see something galing dito sa Execration, man, kasi pag nabigyan mo ng momentum dito yung Pacific, then yun nga, no, you might as well just press escape enter pare.
Hindi mo na talaga napipigilan ng gasolina na meron si NBA at si Revenge para lang masabi talaga nila no, na tinalo nga namin ng Execration. At hindi lang yun, mensahe din para kay Aljon yun, no? So isang magandang laruan ang kailangan natin makita for Execration para magkaroon man lang ng bawi at nang magkaroon tayo ng pagtotoo sa loob ng Ankara kung saan doon naman talaga dapat nagtatapos lahat ng away at argumento, no? Sa loob ng Ankara. Alam ng UBEC, alam ng Execration yan, no? Pero bato na nga natin kay Bipolar at Ramon para matinghayan na nga natin ang laban ng Pacific at Execration sa loob ng subbase. Bipolar and Ramon, kayo naman.
May bigla na lang sumasayo yung kasama ko at medyo muted nga naman yung mic niya. So nga pala sino mo, kasama ko si Bipolar.
Sorry.
This has been your casters. Kami nga pala ang magkakast para sa susunod nating set. At Bipolar, mukhang may ginagawa ka sa ng intro pero ano ba, bibigyan ka ng floor. Ano ba yung sabihin mo pare?
Mali, nasa subbase daw kasi tayo, sabi niya ni Salvatore. Pag humingiti si Sneaky, medyo kinikilig ako. Tapos pagkasama kita, parang, ay, gusto ko magtanggal ng coat. Ay! Pero Ramon, again, looking back at it, time to get serious kasi medyo naging serious din yung ating labanan after that very much game number 1. Game number 1 went out with a bang na umabot tayo ng 10-3 nang wala man lang pakundangan, hindi nahirapan ng Pacific Esports once again. But Ramon, let's move on from that. Anong thoughts natin dyan pagdating ng subbase?
Look, subbase is gonna be one hell of a mountain to climb right now. Despite Execration showing some comfortability, sometimes pop-up moments even from their IGL na si ZYK, and usually makikita mo naman si Folex gumagawa ng paraan at saka si CBN. There's just a lot of things going na napaka-positive nga naman for Pacific Esports. I mean, activated tong si Aldrin, nag-MVP kanina sa MVA. Literally at one point, I believe nag-11 kills siya habang yung iba naka-single digits pa all throughout yung naging late game natin. So there's a lot of things going really well para sa Pacific ngayon. At yung pinakamalaking question is if kaya pa nilang i-keep yun sa susunod. Kasi subbase, well, it depends on who starts on BL na. And if I remember correctly, whoever is gonna start on BL, they need to start the tempo. Pero yun nga, GR is also gonna be one hell of a side kung saan pwede din lang i-master yung tempo din, yung MR push na ginagawa minsan ng mga aggressive teams o kaya yung pag-hold nila either from passage or shutter. Let's wait and see, man, kasi kung sino man yung nasa second mid, talagang sila yung parang malaki yung magiging trabaho sa pag-hold nila para hindi sila makapasok sa luwag. So it's do or die para sa ating Execration. It will be a 1-0 for Pacific right now. They start on the BL side. And it will be Revenge. He's holding up the long angle all the way from passage. Pero, yun nga lang, Execration, they're willing to take it as passively as ever.
Very much so. Pero guns are blazing already pagdating ng ating first second of the round. Again, Execration needs to win this. It needs to win this to force out game number 1. And Pacific Esports, they have some confidence boost after very dominating game number 1. And sa base, alam naman natin na very these two teams, they know how to play this map. They've scrimmed this a lot against UBECMANIAC, against each other. So medyo may determining factor din kung sino nga ba talaga yung mas batak pagdating sa mga matches na yun. But right now, A lot of wooden control coming in from Jamero already near these double doors, but Folex, but ZYK and even very much close towards this, so pwede pa rin naman sila ma-hold down. But right now, 3-man push nang wala-wala. Galing lang doon sa smoke. They are smoke criminals taking out ZYK. Pero ZYK before he falls down gets MVA. Jamero falls down from the grenade dahil dyan sunod-sunod na mamatay. But Charleston with the beautiful Colt in hand, sabi niya, kahit bulag ako, kaya kita patayin. CBN to kill off Aldrin. At dahil dyan, revenge, alone and lonely against 4 players of Execration.
It has to be him, man. At one point, it was top 1. He's still the best. And we all know it. Pero yun nga lang, nag-iisa lang siya against the 4 people from Execration. Folex with the long flank as well. So has to hit the first shot. Has to find it over to Johnson right now. He gives up the position. Nasa taas na nga ng 2F na ngayon. 40 seconds. First frag has to be all the way from that dark room. And it starts with Johnson down. Folex. Now he has to be careful about the next move now. Si Revenge. Aware siya na baka may flank dito. So the flash, it's placed para makapag-peek siya all the way back in towards that shutter position. Pero yun nga lang, lalapit siya at lalapit. Nahanap siya ng timing. But Folex, he's gonna find the perfect shot. That it's a headshot coming through. It will be the first round coming through para sa Execration. It started with Charleston na napaganda ng util at napaganda ng defense with that Colt in hand as well.
It started really with a great defense and the trade-offs that really went underway para sa Execration. First round was very long, but Execration mukhang sila ang kukuha ng momentum ngayon. It looks like Justin right now already infiltrating the base of Execration, but as you can see, they're just near forklift. Wala munang magbibigay ng information, wala munang magbibigay ng mga bala towards the other side. 2 minutes into the clock, you can already see Wooden being taken out or being taken by Pacific Esports is not really an issue by Execration here. Alam nila they just need to play towards this vent and towards shutter before Pacific Esports dominates them even more. 1 minute 40 seconds. Ramon, ano nga bang plano dito ng Pacific Esports?
Parang lagi na lang yung second mid no? Wooden doors being that priority. Dapat ninohold lamang ni A-Even at saka ni ZYK. You can also see that Justin is doing his best para makapagkuha ng attention doon sa side ng mapang yon. He's also calling for the rotation as well as Revenge. Crawling up, ZYK will get that first frag. Wallbang headshot na nga yun. 1-0 so far as the Lockers push is the one that has to be the capitalization para sa PE right now. Flash on in, MVA. Tries to clear every corner of it. Walang tao sa taas, walang tao sa gilid. Pasok si Charleston. He has to be the one to hold down the angle. Pero ang ganda din ng smoke Parang hindi siya sure kung saan siya dapat bumaril.
Yan, nandito na sila sa second floor and Jamero blinded kills off Charleston. Pero simultaneous kills gives them a 2v2 situation as ZYK falls down together with CBN. Ngayon, Aldrin very much low in the HP department pero gusto niya pa rin umarangkada. Sabi niya, kukunin natin to mula sa kamay ng Execration. Pero sama-sama, back in hand, Aldrin gets that kill onto Folex. Hindi pa rin namamatay. Pero hindi nila ata alam na nandito si Even patiently waiting like a shark in the waters. But now he knows as he hears him falling down. Even falling low in HP. Oh no! Nawala ko!
Yun lang. Aldrin with that double kill coming through for Pacific. And definitely a strong start para dito. Sa pareho natin kupunan, showing off their best work this time. As 2 kills coming through in the fact coming through again for Pacific. And yet again, with that utility in hand, talaga nga naman nakahanap sila ng isolated picks this time around as they walk in towards that wooden door. Second mid so far in this round. Revenge gets that first pick off ZYK to get that first blood into that 1-for-1. And so far with this reset sa luwag, mukhang Folex is gonna have to play this passively, play this patiently as ever. Para lang hindi siya ma-pick off ng kahit sino from Pacific. They really want to get another pick off dito. That's why they leave the C4. Doon pa lang sa may RS natin para lang magkaroon sila ng decision later on into the round. Second mid might possibly be another attempt para sa Pacific right now.
Yeah, might be another attempt that will be coming into their favor. Pero 4v4 situation naman, so pwede natin ma-expect na it's still a fair game. But a lot of movement coming in from Revenge dito mula sa vents. At si Aldrin tinakbo na lang, hindi na bumaril. Kaya pinatay lang siya ni Even. Pero Jamero there for the trade-off. Mukhang isang diversion play lang pala yun. Tumakbo ka, ako papatay sa babaril sa'yo. Pero mag-isa lang si Folex. But towards the stairs, he gets the headshot. And he gets the double. And he gets the triple kill.
Isa-isa lang din silang nagpakita kay Folex. At agad-agad inalay sa isa sa mga pinakamainit na player sa buong PH Masters. Folex with a triple kill. Long flanking all the way towards Luwag at mukhang hindi magpapatinag ang Pacific Esports. That's 2 for 1s. CBN and ZYK down, leader out of the picture. Si Jamero lang naman ang binigay nila dito papunta sa Execration. They still try their best to trade off each other. Folex playing a 1v1 against Justin, pero mukhang ibibigay na lang niya sana dito. Mukhang gusto pa ni Paul. Gusto pa ni Paul lumaban dito sa labas ng doors, pero yun nga lang, kailangan maging careful ng pareho natin kupuran. Si A-Even pa ang magiging lason, flashed on from that wooden doors. They're both still willing to take the fight doon sa doors natin, pero A-Even,
naku po,
hindi pa rin nagpapatinag, nag-hold pa rin dito. Flash on, smoke on coming through as well. Mukhang A-Even just gonna let go of the angle and play around this 4 versus 3 where they know that they still have the numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, very much so. A reposition that was concluded by the barrage of a grenade spam coming in from Pacific Esports. Pero ngayon, they're trying to take their chances sa A side. Pero nandito pa rin naman si Folex. Even on the other side, falls down though. And together with Revenge, getting that AWM shot onto Folex. Sabayan mo pa ng isa pang infiltration play from the vent side towards Cholsen. Dahil dyan, Pacific Esports makes it a tie game. Hindi sila nagpapatibag. Hindi sila nagpaparangkada sa Execration.
Nagre-relax na. Alam nilang habang umiinit tong si Folex ay kailangan na mag-slow down yung tempo, mag-slow down yung pace, hanapan ng butas. Kaya sinisplit nila yung both vents at saka yung papunta doon sa may luwag. Hindi na kailangan na pabilisan lamang yung naging laro natin. Dahil talaga nga namang sa second mid yung talagang naging kwento so far ng sub-base natin. Kung doon nga papasok or kung magsisplit pa nga doon sa may vents ay lagi na lang yun yung parang nagiging big question mark so far sa matchup natin. 2-2. Jamero making a lot of noise. Galing pa lang doon sa may MR. Hang hindi niya alam, nasa taas lamang tong si CBN. Trying to wait for the perfect moment to strike habang ang Pacific ay mukhang lalapit lang sa kanya. Si Aldrin, he has to be careful about this timing. Revenge knows about this! The long-tenured sniper all the way from PH Masters. He knows about this at alam na yung sikreto dito sa Pilipinas, man. Ang init ng shot ni Revenge.
Tingnan mo si CBN. Nakahang na lang doon sa may fluorescent ball, pero si Charles and pati si A-Even will get 2 kills habang nag-entry dito ang Pacific Esports, but the trade-off is there. It's a 3v2 situation. Revenge is still alive, so ZYK, you need to be careful. Binabatuhan ng mga bomba, hindi tuloy makapasok ang Execration at inarangkada na naman. Hindi na sila nagtimpe. Sabi nila, papasok kami after namin kayo batuhan ng mga bomba para hindi kayo makapag-defuse. It's 3-2. Pacific Esports really are something to look out for.
Talaga nga naman no? A sight to behold, and it looks like we're not done. Revenge, lot on the long angle. Luwag given up to him, pero dahil sa nade, dahil sa presence ng Execration, binigay na lamang nila. Mukhang babalik na siya kasama ng team. Talagang bumibilis ang laro habang tumatagal, Bipolar. And Aldrin back on that Vents position. Kanina si MVA, mukhang si Revenge na naman. First blood, given up over to ZYK, and he's going for more. 2 kills from the AWM. The sniper. Sobrang precise si Justin. Alam niya kung saan manggagaling si A-Even. It will be that 1 or 2 versus 3. This time, CBN with a double kill. 30 seconds. Nalabagplat ng Pacific. Si CBN with a triple kill. This time, Execration has the extra shot. And CBN's not done. The 4K on for the ace. It's not gonna be enough. It's Aldrin to get the last flag into a 4-2 for Pacific Esports.
Akala natin si CBN na ang magtitigil ng mga momentum and overwhelming odds ng Pacific Esports, but Execration still falls down as the last player of Pacific Esports tells them na kami pa rin to, hindi kami yung kalaban na iba, hindi kami yung iba yung kalaban. Justin now though, very much close. Napag-push na siya all the way to the close shutters area. Is ZYK ready for this? Naku po, nakaangat yung kamay. Nakaangat pa din yung kamay mo, ZYK. Baba mo yan! Kasi dalawa na yung nasa harapan mo. Look at this. CBN as well as MVA and Revenge get simultaneous kill all across the board. It's 2 players falling down from PE. One last. Aldrin na lang ang bumubuhay sa PE. It's gonna be even very much low in the HP department. Pero Folex na naman going for the very much long flank play So mabilis ang C4 plant muna tayo dito, Ramon.
Backside plant pa nga. And Aldrin has a lot of time para makapag-reposition. Will he go for vents or will he go for the long rotation din, pare? All the way from mid. Kailangan niyang bumalik kasi nandito na si A-Even, si Fall X. Di niya alam yung position. He spots out A-Even. It's a 1v1 now. Aldrin and Fall X. This was the rifling 1v1 we never expected, but Fall X! Si Fall! Right place, right time. Headshot kay Aldrin. 3-4 for Execration. The excess shot perfectly placed sa ulo ni Aldrin.
That is right. The right timing is there and the right man to do it. And the righteous man once again is Folex para mabigyan ng onting pag-asa ang buong Execration squad as Charleston goes for the pixel peak against Justin. Nagpapakitang gilas din siya. Kanina nyo pa pinag-uusapan si Revenge. Ako naman ang titignan nyo. It's gonna be 4v5 as 30 seconds dwindles down. PE very much playing very slow. At ang Execration ngayon, hindi sila nagpa-flank up, Ramon. Hindi mo nakikita ng Execration ngayon gumagalaw sa buong mapa. They're just sitting like turrets in their position.
Tamang gapang lang no? All across the map. Luwag push being given up over to Pacific, and with the nades, mukhang dapat aware na si Paul X dito. Pasok na si Aldrin. Tamang check lang sa bawat corner na mapa natin. A-Even mukhang lucky na hindi siya natamaan ni Revenge at mukhang babawiin pa siya ni ZYK. MVA already with the entry. 3v4 coming through para sa entry ng Pacific. And now they have the equalization. Patay na si Charleston. No sniper. A-Even even starting yung flank natin. It will be the plant attempt coming through at least para sa Pacific. And it will be a 3 versus 3 where Execration will play for the retake.
Wow. There's gonna be a quick plan from them. Pero look at Jamero looking at the bottom of the stairs. A lot of flashes coming in from Execration. Ito na ang timing nila. Hindi sila mag-aantay. Jamero nakita pero mamamatay pa rin naman. Even to clean things up. Ang janitor na kayang patibagin ang buong Pacific Esports. Even with the clutch. A beautiful retake coming in from Execration, and wanting to point out once again, coming all the way from the eyes of Salvatore. Look at the stats of Folex. It's 5 kills and 5 headshots. So 100% on there. Pati na rin si CBN kung nakita niyo yung kanyang kills. 9 kills and 7 headshots. That is just outstanding statistics from Execration.
Yung extra shots talaga, yung mga headshots nila, sobrang precise, pare. Talagang sa kahit anong duel na ilalagay mo si Fall X, talagang kahit ilan pa yung ilalagay mo sa harapan niya, siguraduhin na dapat mauna sila laban kay Fall X. Kasi Fall X lagi, yung nakakauna lagi ng mga headshots, man. At very consistent pa nga kahit sa sub-base kung saan nakaka-expect ka ng napakamalaking setups dahil sa GR. Sa GR sila mismo yung nagiging aggressive Even in this position doon sa may A site mismo hindi siya nagpapatinag. Talagang laban lang kung laban. At kapag may opportunity, may tamang flank pa nga para sa kanya no? What a performer and what a pickup from Execration, man. Talagang always the guy to watch out for. At even against Aldrin, in that 1v1, hindi niya man lang finefake ng kahit anong bomb tap no? Talagang siya pang mismo yung lumapit kay Aldrin para mapanalo niya yung clutch na yun.
Very much so. You know what? It's been a crazy set number 2 dito sa ating sub-base. Ito yung ina-expect natin dun sa Black Widow map natin against these two teams. We were expecting na it was always a tie game, na abot tayo sa overtime, na it was very much a close game. But now, finally, we're seeing the peak of both of these teams going back and forth, giving each other's 100% sa ating mga labanan. Nakakita din tayo ng mga quick peaks coming in from Revenge. Nakikita ko pa nga din na nagja-jump shot pa siya para makapasok sa mga site na to, which is crazy by the way, kasi hindi naman lumalamang ang Pacific Esports dito ng todo-todo. It's just a neck and neck game na talagang even in dire situations na gusto mong makalamang, these players are still playing how they are usually playing at talagang nag-enjoy sila, which is nice to see.
Totoo. Now, I think a lot of things have to be considered. May mga key players tayo na dapat mag-wake up. I think Jamero is back to his form where he's letting everybody from Pacific like make the moves for him.
Yeah.
Pero remember, he has to be one of the primary callers. Kailangan siya yung mag-shape up the battlefield. But yet again, siya is mga younger players nga naman. So baka he's trying to adjust to the culture. Si Charleston medyo nanlalamig na on the AWM as well. So we're kind of expecting a little bit more out of him. May mga ibang mga rounds kung saan kailangang ma-hit na yung shot. At yun sana yung mag-direct ng impact doon sa Execration. Pero yung nangyayari, na-whiff niya tapos nagkakaroon ng chance sana agad yung Pacific para makabawi. So may mga times na kailangang mag-step up ng si Charleston, and right now, this has to be one of them, pare. We're expecting a lot more coming through from this young sniper.
Yeah, very much so. Kailangan niya ipakita na he can really go up against someone na talagang set in stone na parang one of the Mount Rushmore heads yung nakikita niya kasi sa kalaban niya. So he wants to prove na he is also capable of carrying a team with that AWM. So mamaya, in just a little while, may kita natin sa bukas, these players go neck and neck once again sa ating sub-base map. Ririnig ko na sa aming mga tenga ni Ramon na we are almost there after that very quick dead round. But it looks like these players are now ready to go back into the battlefield. Everybody, it's been a crazy matchup so far, pero still, it's a tie game. No one can say na umaangat ulit ang Pacific Esports, but we can definitely say na Execration is now back in their game.
Back into that second mid setup. I'm expecting a smoke from kahit sino sa Pacific para ma-counter man lang nila ito. Folex now back onto that luwag position, and he's been spotted by Justin. He's willing to take the fight at mukhang na-punish mga si Paul. Never na-expect na magko-commit pa yung Pacific Esports. They give him a free reset. An early 1 for nothing para sa Pacific na alam nilang ang luwag ay madaling nilang makukuha pero hindi pa nila yung i-contest.
Sobrang laki ng advantage na sana yon to get that one kill, but Folex falling down is a good start for Pacific Esports. Kailangan nila gawin lahat ng pwede lang gawin to maybe get a little bit of advantage, and one of those players na kailangan nilang targetin is once again Folex. So masyado na, it's gonna be a confident play now for Pacific Esports. They go on towards A, and only one player is defending this. This is A even. He hasn't been shining a lot in this round, but it looks like hindi niya pa rin makuha yung opportunity na yon as Revenge goes for the no-scope. In fact, towards the smoke. At dahil dyan, ito na ang pagpasok ng buong Pacific Esports. Isang kill na naman through the smoke. Pero nandito naman si ZYK to put some stoppage onto their push. CBN still going toe-to-toe towards Pacific Esports. But it's a 3-1 as we get that kill. Grabehan na naman, Ramon. Ipapakita muna natin yung mga mukha natin dito kasi what a play coming in from Revenge.
Man, it's almost like yung mga titos na naman yung nag-step up, diba? We saw that entry from Aldrin, tapos si Revenge hitting some very crispy shots on the AWM. Through the smoke pa, pare. Kaya napasigaw ako kanina. Si E-Even, talaga nga namang all eyes on him nung time na yon. Yeah. Hindi niya na-stop yung entry kasi wala siyang opportunity talaga, man. What a shot from Revenge. What a good play coming through from Aldrin. Everybody from Pacific is showing up big so far habang tumatagal yung matchup natin on sub-base. And with a 5-4 split up, it's as good as it can get sa kanilang BL side, no? Talagang finding opportunities left and right, and they didn't even need to further abuse ng paulit-ulit yung second mid, which is also good kasi that shows flexibility sa kanila. Hindi sila parang one trick pony na isa lang yung lagi na lang inaatake. Lahat ng side nakita nila. Nakita natin from the WAG, nakita natin from second mid, at there was also a few times na nakapag-entry sila doon sa may locker. So every time on BL, Pacific Esports actually had a really good shot.
Yeah, very much so. That's why we call them the dynasty nga. That's why we call them a pillar of Crossfire Philippines, because they can adapt to every situation and they know what to do every single time they're up against a single team, and especially against Execration, kailangan mo ibigay lahat ng kaya mong ibigay because they are something na very much undisputed for being unpredictable. So right now, we're getting back into the game in just a little while. Mag-antay-antay lang tayo ng konti. But Pacific Esports, just like what you've said, it's a good start for the first half for them being on the BL side. Sobrang ganda pa rin naman talaga, even though they're not really above in points. They're not really above by 2 points or 3 points, unlike nung first set natin. It just means na pagdating ng global risk, they just need to firm up. Kailangan lang nila mag-focus even more para ma-defend yung mga sites or yung entryways na gusto pasukin na Execration. But for Execration, it's still a good site kasi we expected them to go tie games after tie games, and we know them na hindi sila napapagod kahit umaabot pa tayo ng overtime, and this is where they shine.
Totoo. Maybe it's the experience, maybe it's the amount of years na naglalaro nga naman yung core nila. We'll never know, pero now at least it's kind of obvious na hindi ito yung parang type of matchup na matatapos lang ng ganito eh.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Execration are more motivated na ipatagalin lalo yung matchup na to. I'm sure na na-fuel up na ng motivation tong si Charleston kasi na lalockout siya sa mga times na natalo siya sa mga 1v1s. I want to see a little bit more out of CBN din. Kasi feeling ko, we're squeezing a lot of juice out of Folex. CBN hasn't had a moment to shine. Siguro mamaya kapag nagkakaroon siya ng mga multi-frags ulit, maybe on that BL position nga naman, he will be that perfect second person to push in with Folex nga mamaya. So, we'll have to wait and see kung yun ang mangyayari. As makikita nyo nga naman guys, can Execration rewrite their fate dito sa ating lower thirds? Kasi yun nga naman talaga eh. It's been destined na This is a matchup that's been something that we've been watching out for. Kasi there's a potential for this to go all 3 games. I want this to go all 3 games, pare.
Ako din naman talaga. We want something na talaga maging cinema moment once again, just like last week's battles. Pero right now, it looks like a dire situation for the side of Execration. Mukhang nahihirapan sila against one of the pillars ng buong Crossfire Philippines. And given that, just like what you've said, Folex really playing out of his mind right now, but we really need to see some equal distribution of role plays coming from CBN, Even, and ZYK. We see CBN and ZYK getting those multiple frags every time, and those and pati na rin yung mga trade-offs, but they need to convert even better than what we're seeing right now, because they need to step up. Everybody needs to step up, even for Charleston. Now we're putting a lot of spotlight. Siguro na-pressure si Charleston dito because we do expect him to go match head against Revenge, but still Execration is still in a good spot even though they are very much below by 1 point. Pacific Esports again is 5 points, Execration with 4. Ngayon tayo ay nasa 10th round. Let's see ano nga bang plano ngayon ng Pacific Esports and ng Execration.
MR being controlled now. Execration, they want to take at this with the amount of confidence that they still have. They're waiting for the perfect moment with that flash coming through. Aldrin, he will be tasked heavily with trying to hold back so many aggressive players with the rifle. Fall X, chip damage dahil doon sa grenade na binato lang ni Aldrin. Pero look at this angle. May expect kaya ito ng Execration as they're walking into Aldrin's domain. Waiting for the perfect moment. Where's the flash? Where's the smoke coming down? Si Charleston, he's waiting for Folex to entry on with the site. Mukhang kitang-kita na. Mukhang napasok na nga yung Execration Aldrin. Siya naman yung nasa 2F. Waiting for Folex. That's a one tap. That's a double. Possibly a lot of damage done. And Aldrin even getting himself 2 kills. He goes back to safety. That's all 4 para dito. Mukhang isa na lang. Charleston balls out the cult this time around. Pero kitang-kita siya na yung nag-iisa against 4 people from Pacific.
How was that even possible? He was in there and he was out the second that we thought he was gonna die. But Charleston now falls into the hands of Revenge. Yung tatay mo, binata si Charleston. And just look at this. Parang yung Pacific. Parang hindi sila parang wala lang sa kanila no, nananalo sila. At first time, by the way, nakaangat sila by 2 points. So this is something to be happy about. But parang focus na focus talaga ang Pacific Esports. Kahit si Ramon nagulat.
Oo nga. Man, sino bang hindi magagulat kung ganito ba naman yung pinapakita ng Pacific no? Aldrin, so much respect. And sobrang respect talaga kasi ang dami kasing talagang mag-entrada sa kanya from that point of position talaga. Kung hindi lang sila aware or kung hindi lang sila tumitingin dun sa mga shutter players, lahat sila ipupush tong si Aldrin. But Aldrin was able to capitalize on that position. At dahil walang smoke then all the way from that push into the B site, wala Fully focused lang sila dun sa may side ng mapang yun, making it a 6-4. Back into Execration in their default positions, talagang playing it slow. Letting them play around that wooden doors position. I don't think anybody's watching yung second mid. I think Revenge just came towards that angle right now. because of that smoke that will give them some cover sa paglaro all the way from Luwag. As they walk into the Hornets' nest, mukhang Pacific Esports are gonna be ready with the second mid push.
Kaya mukhang ito na yung timing ng Pacific Esports and as well as ng Execration. But look at this, out of players sa Wooden right now, eating a lot of damage from the frag grenade. Beautifully timed by Jamero. Pero ang pagpasok ngayon ng Execration ay natigil ng buong Pacific Esports squad. Wala nang magawa si ZYK kundi magdasal doon sa likuran ng box at lumuhod at humingi ng tulong sa ating nilalang. Kasi sabi nila, bakit natin nabibigay lahat ng mapa para sa Pacific Esports? The timing from the Pacific squad is impeccable, Ramon.
And it's just gonna keep getting better and better. Justin's already holding up yung doors natin. What are these setups from Pacific? They're expecting the bench push. They're not expecting Justin! Even napatulog at pinatulog lalo ni Justin. ZYK drops down.
Another one!
Nasulap siya ng control room na hindi pa alam. Justin with a second frag as well. Pacific Esports, they're building a snowball. At mukhang mo-overwhelm lamang ang Execration. Fall X, he's locked out of this side of the map. Nade out as well, the Pacific, they have full control dito sa wooden doors natin. At mukhang walang pasok nung si Paul Pascual, pare. ZYK also has the flank. MVA has to be careful. Perfect timing, headshot perfect. MVA down, and ZYK has control of the site.
At dahil dito, Execration ngayon, gusto na atang pumasok ng A-site because already ZYK is here. But Aldrin and the rest of the Pacific Esports squad is putting them down, simultaneously giving their body. CBN, the lone survivor, the lone wolf, gets one before he falls down. But that's 8 points. Doble na ng points ng Execration ang panalo ng Pacific Esports. And it looks like hindi na papakawalan to ng buong Pacific squad as Revenge gets the entry kill against A-Even.
Isn't it poetic, no? Si ZYK yung gumawa sana ng paraan para mapag-entry pero tatlo at yung mga brothers in arms pala nung Pacific Esports time pa ang nagsabi ng hello at goodbye sa kanya sa entry ng site. Talaga nga namang walang magawa ang Execration. Always locked out of Luwag. Hindi sila makalaban doon sa second mid pressure na ginagawa nila. At habang tumatagal bumabalik na ang confidence. Execration finally find themselves dito sa Luwag. MVA holding yung vents pero hindi niya alam nakapasok na ba si Fall X, but Revenge with the shot. CBN will get the trade off 3v4 but eventually Revenge gets a double kill.
What is happening here? Nakita mo yun si Revenge nag 1-2 combination, natamaan yung paa pero nag-flick up gamit yung Colt. Ngayon, pina-flank up na ni Aldrin lahat ng players na natitira mula sa Execration. Charleston eating bullets, eating firepower. Pero ngayon, it's definitely match point as Aldrin and Jamero help out Revenge clean up the rest of the Wild Dogs of Execration. Ramon, what is happening? Hindi ko parang nawala agad yung momentum ng Execration.
Parang EVOS lang nung nakaraan na pinapakita ang mga new dogs na ang OGs ang nagsa-step up dito. At kahit sa new season ng 2025, sila pa rin ang pillar, sila pa rin ang kailangan panuurin sa Cfs Ph Masters.
Oh, look
and
at
now
this.
Execration walking into the Hornets nest. Aldrin with the spray, Aldrin with a
God.
double kill. Look at that, a meat grinder. Hindi pa siya crossfire pare. Lahat nakatingin sa smoke at mukhang na-smoke ang lahat ng nasa Execration. A 10-4, a 2-0 para sa OGs ng PH Masters.
It's a firing squad to end the last map against Execration at kitang-kita mo mula sa kanilang mga camera hanggang sa winning screen hindi sila nakangiti. Parang it's another day from Pacific Esports. Ganyan sila ka-nonchalant. Ganyan sila manalo sa ating Masters 2025. Kakaiba ang ginawa ng buong Pacific Esports. Nagpatikim lang pala sila sa Execration and they close out the game with a definite dominating spree once again, Ramon. A beautiful Execration by Pacific Esports.
Talaga nga naman, the execution was just unreal. Top to bottom, talagang wala masyadong tapon no? Talagang nakikita mo na hindi lang experience na nagpakitang gilas dito no? Yung synergy ang nagpakita dito for Pacific. Jamero integrated well, si MVA talagang komportable pagdating dun sa sub-base kasi siya yung nag-carry all throughout nung naging Black Widow map natin. Revenge hitting shots like it was 2020 pare. At ngayon man, Aldrin at saka si Justin, talagang yung rifling duo na nasasabi natin ay very comfortable, very reliable at mukha namang hindi nagpatinag at all laban dito sa Execration. Despite heroics coming through from Folex, despite good moments coming through as well from A-Even and ZYK, man, it was just not enough. Hindi nakapag-unlock ng si Charleston at especially itong si CBN. I think the pressure was mounting to him knowing how much damage this can do kapag natalo nga kayo dito sa matchup na to. And with the 2-0 nonetheless, this will elevate lalo ang Pacific Esports sa standings natin. And I think that also locks them at least top 3 para dito sa standings pare.
Yeah, totoo yan, Ramon. Alam mo, nung first week, akala natin it's a rare sight na Pacific Esports is below top 4. Right now, that's really just gonna boost them up even higher and claim the right spot sa ating standings. Mamaya mapapakita yan nila Sneaky Frog and as well as ni Salvatore. Ba't ko nakalimutan? My goodness. Masyado.
Kasama mo siya kahapon
Sorry. Pinahiram pala ako ng setup ni Salvatore kahapon. Shoutout pala sa'yo, Salvatore. Pero everybody, that was just a beautiful game. Alam mo, siguro talaga nabigyan lang ng maraming pressure ang Execration to the point na they were kneeling their bodies towards the floor, and basically it's just a crazy sight na Pacific Esports is back. We can definitely say that, Ramon, no? That Pacific Esports is definitely back.
And this also kind of makes you question kung nag-iisip nga ba si ZYK na bumalik, diba? Kasi parang na-miss niya tayo mga kanaging katropa na dito sa Pacific even though it was a very very tough 2-0 na loss dahil dito sa Execration I'm sure naman na nag-enjoy nga naman na naglaro si ZYK kasama yung mga tropa niya at sure ako na nag-enjoy din ang mga viewers natin dito sa naging laban with Pacific winning out 8-2-0 against Execration. So we're gonna throw it to the panel, but before that, my name is Ramon, kasama ko pala si Buffalo. It's been a blast at PH Masters this weekend at sana naman ay nag-enjoy kayo sa cast namin at idapat na namin sa panelists for this last game.
Maraming salamat, Ramon, para sa malupitang cast nung laban ng Pacific tsaka na Execration. Wait lang. May naririnig ako pero hindi ko lang sure kung sino siya. Kay Bipolar din pala. Maraming salamat sa iyo. Ayan. Pero solid pre. It was really surprising na Pacific was able to pull it off 2-0. Kasi lahat tayo predict actually 2-1. It was kind of even. There were some votes for Pacific, there were some votes for Execration. Pero kasi you cannot blame for yourself for voting Execration pre. Parang kaya nilang lumaban no? Pero nilampaso ng Pacific ng ganun lang.
Yun nga, and that just goes to show, no, yung point na sinabi mo kanina that Execration, especially yung mga ibang players natin dito, really needs to find their consistency, pare. Kasi you have itong si Paul performing his heart out, si CBN having his moments as well. And ayun nga, may mga moments naman dito yung mga ibang players, but it was not enough against itong Pacific. I did not expect such a one-sided affair, considering na nakita naman natin yung nangyari last week na lumalaban naman itong Execration up against itong UBEC. But that is just now a question, no, kung gaano ba talaga ka-consistent itong Pacific going into itong Cfs Ph Masters and Execration, no? Ito ba yung masasabi nating floor ng team, pare? Kasi napakababa nito man
It just truly shows na teamwork beats passion and teamwork beats individuality at any given time. Kasi Folex, ang laki ng naging presensya niya sa larong to, no? Pero you can never go too far when you just contribute headshots to the team. Kailangan din talaga may supporting cast ka rin na pareho lang din kayo ng direction sa buhay na kung saan gusto nyo rin manalo. Pero it was just very lackluster from both A-Even, Charleston blindly picking angles, si CB, and then lumalaban. But at the same time, he's just giving a lot of openings din para sa Pacific. Na the moment na malaman nila kung nasan si CBN, it's now the time for Pacific na umentry din. So, lahat ng yon pre naging susi kung bakit talaga naging ganto yung kalalagyan ng sub-base na to, considering na it was an Execration na okay, parang pwede rin sa amin tong gantong klaseng mapa. Pero Pacific just went ahead and showed experience, the better macro, and as well as yung pagiging collective nila as a team. So yung pag-i-integrate ng ganitong klaseng playstyle, medyo nagiging alangan na for other teams kasi ganito yung kailangan yung tapatan eh. Kung tingin nyo yung UBEC at EVOS yung feeling nyo standard, teka lang may Pacific pa na kailangan nyo munang lampasan.
Yeah, for sure. And this tosses a lot of questions dito sa standings natin, Salvatore, na Execration, they can go toe-to-toe against itong UBEC, but then they lost 2-0 up against itong MACTA. So that raises the question para sa fourth slot natin kasi at the moment yung iniisip natin na pwede pumasok sa fourth slot is Execration, Team Secret, and maybe Gaon, if we do give them that chance. And with this performance galing sa Execration, para if they show this kind of play for the rest of the season, ako po, sobrang worried ako para sa kanila dito. But para naman dito sa Pacific, very very nice series. Aldrin 3.67 KD performance, and I think na with Charleston not having that good of a game, or that good of a series rather, really affected kung paano gumalaw dito yung Pacific. I mean, it's a lot more freedom para kay NBA, a lot more freedom para kay Aldrin para gumalaw sa mapa, fully knowing na the sniper is eventually gonna miss, pare.
Execration is now down 1-2 kung di ako nagkakamali sa kanilang standing ngayon, and with this loss to Pacific, parang it just goes to show na the hype is real but the performance will only speak louder, parang ang ganda ng naging papwesto natin sa Execration, yung entrada nila dito sa tournament na to, all eyes on Folex, all eyes on ZYK's appearance, pero the OGs, as it stands, still performed out of their minds. Speaking of out of their minds, pre, naman si Aldrin, 3.67 pre, my goodness, tapos 1.57 kills per round, headshot per kill down on the 50 range, pero dahil nga sa pinamalas niya dito sa loob ng sub-base, nagmalaubek dito si Aldrin, pero 3.6 KD for a dominating performance. Siguro expect ko pa na merong kayang ilaban sila even ZYK para ma-shutdown si Aldrin, pero I just believe they just have different targets at every point kasi sobrang layered ng opensa na Pacific rather, so let's take a look naman at the highlights no Sneaky kasi it will give justice talaga. Aldrin was just hitting headshots the same as Fall X, pero in terms of presence tsaka firepower, na kay Aldrin talaga
Yun nga, man. I mean, what do you expect every time Aldrin steps into the server, pare? Especially these past 3 weeks. I mean, you expect the guy to drop 17, 18, 20 plus frags, and the fact na he's kept this level consistently, all throughout yung weeks natin, this goes to show how great of a player Aldrin is, pare. As we take a look at the match results, 10-3 para dito sa Black Widow, 10-4 for the sub-base map. So, yun nga, Execration, I don't know what happened. They could be a bad day para sa kanila dito, pare, but at the same time, that's no excuse to perform against not to perform against one of the best teams dito sa standings natin, man.
Parang kaya namin dalhin sa map 3 ang UBEC, pero dito kami tatapusin ng Pacific sa loob pa ng sub-base, it is one of the most ill-expected outcomes talaga sa kabuuan ng Cfs Ph Masters, other than the 2-0 na pinamalas ng acceptance yesterday. Ito na rin ata yung pinaka nakakapanggulat na outcome, kasi Execration, all eyes were on them actually, kasi this is a Pacific na was losing a particular player para ma-unleash talaga nila yung full potential. Pero this is now a Pacific that just showed na okay, parang di naman ata kawalan. Okay na nagko-call para sa amin si Revenge. Both Aldrin and MVA is on a tear right now sa buong tournament na to, and they're going on a revenge tour, no pun intended, para makamit ulit nila ang sarili nila nga panalo. The championship run is now there in Pacific. Hopefully ma-reclaim nila yung tronong nawala sa kanila from last year's fumble sa regional finals. So yeah, match MVP si MVA. Si MVA yan, boss.
Si MVA
parang
yan,
feeling
boss.
ko 10 taon na umatras si MVA. Sa itsura niya, sakto pareho pa sila ng buhok
Ayun, mag-iba ng aliw pa rin, nag-evolve.
Ayan, di ba? Parang before and after yun
Ay. Pero yun nga, match MVP, 2.57 KD, 1.38 KR. Headshot a bit low, pare, but it seems like he didn't need it, no, to hit on the money dito sa series natin. As I think we're gonna have a small interview with itong si MVA very, very soon. Pero ayun nga, men. Yun nga na naman. And we're gonna go into the interview. Kasama natin dito si Mr. MVA back on yung broadcast natin. Another match MVP notched para dito sa tropa natin. Ano men, kamusta? Kamusta yung games? Madali ba?
Sakto lang. Medyo pressure ulit. Ayun lang.
Okay. So, kayo ba, ine-expect nyo rin na matutusiro nyo yung Execration? At parang ano yung pakiramdam na para manalo kalaban ng dati mong kadugo?
Hindi namin ine-expect na matusiro namin kasi Execration yung malakas din yung team na yun eh. Ine-expect namin magandang laban, dikit lang. Ayun.
Hindi nangyari unfortunately, no, na medyo naglo-look forward din kami dito sa broadcast mat ng ano. Isang napakagandang laban but unfortunately yun na kayo nangyari. Anong point ng series men na naramdaman mo na magiging one-sided yung mapa na to? Kasi walang gumagana para sa X eh.
Siguro swerte lang kami na ayun nga, tulad ng sinabi mo, walang gumana sa kanila. Sinwerte lang kami.
Okay. So, marunong sila mag-punish, no? So, NBA, isa na namang MVP-like performance ang nakita namin mula sa'yo, no? After last week, ngayon, nagpakita ka pa rin ng sarili mong lakas, no? Parang, eto na ba yung NBA na nagpapatikim pa lang or eto na yung peak na NBA sa buong tournament na to?
Hindi ko alam. Siguro, chamba lang. Chamba lang siguro.
Grabe naman yung mga pinalaki mo, Coach Tang. Sila babait talaga from UBEC. Tas eto pa nga Pacific, Shoutout sa'yo, Francis Katangay. Pero NBA, congratulations, no? Baka may gusto kang ipa-shoutout dyan, batiin, mensahe para sa mga sumusuporta sa Pacific.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa Pacific, maraming salamat. Pagpatuloy nyo lang. Yun lang.
Yun, grabe. Mas masarap ang Paris mamaya, Matt Zera. So yun, congratulations ulit Pacific and NBA for that wonderful performance.
Thank you.
Yun nga. That has been MVA match MVP para dito sa Pacific Esports versus Execration clash. And ayun nga, Execration unfortunately shot in the head. Exit shot as some people do like to call it, pare. And it's heartbreaking to see, no? It's very heartbreaking to see considering na Execration, they've already went through heartbreak sa last season natin ng Masters. And it's repeating again. I wouldn't say na it's the same level, no, na nakita natin from that prior Execration na roster, but ayun nga, no, the vibes are pretty much the same. It's just a stronger roster para sa kanila, pare.
Like, this is an Execration that essentially wowed everyone sa buong kabuuan ng off-season, no? And with that hype, kailangan may katumba siya na performance, no? So, dun pa lang sa idea na 9-6 close bout sa Ankara laban sa UBEC, they cannot get the job done. The next step para talaga mapatunayan mo na solid kang team dito sa tournament na to, no? At least matapatan mo ang Pacific, yung matagal na talagang namumuno sa tournament na to, no? Hindi nga man lang sila tumungtong sa kalahati, no? 3 rounds only, 1 at Black Widow, 4 dito sa sub-base. It's really embarrassing dito para sa Execration, alaminin man o sa hindi. Wala na tayong pwedeng ibang sabihin pa sa Execration kundi bawi sa susunod siguro, no? Yun lang ang pinaka-euphemized term na masasabi namin ni Sneaky rather para sa Execration. Pacific, men, they're looking like the team that we really hyped up ever since.
Yun nga, may kasama pang ano yun eh. Nice try pare. Nice try. Parang nararamdaman mo pa yung empathetic pain, no? Ng pagkatalo ng ganun na fashion. But it is what it is para sa Execration, man. Sometimes you have to take the L's. And an interesting position that Pacific is actually in, no? Dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. Obviously, playing slightly worse dito ng EVOS. Itong EVOS at itong UBEC, but then good enough to reach itong top 3. So parang it's similar sa nakikita ko dito sa Gaon, no, where they're probably gonna gatekeep itong 5th, but instead of 5th, pare, yun nga, no, yung Pacific yung tunay na test whether or not international worthy ka dito sa Pilipinas, pare.
really breathtaking na ngayon. Ito na yung napapakita ng Pacific no. I believe this is now an eye-opener for teams na nawalan nga kami ng isang player no, pero grabe pa rin ang buga ngayon ng Pacific Esports no. So it's just now a warning statement para sa lahat no, na kailangan niyo pa ring respetuhin ang mga taong at yung mga teams na kumakailan ginaya niyo din naman na nung simula no. So nung ang pag-angat ng brand ng Pacific talaga, many were eyeing to take down this quote-unquote dynasty na isang higit 10 taon talaga namuno sa international and as well as local no. So I believe this is now a message to everyone na andito pa rin kami, hindi niyo pa rin kami mapapatumba, and with a statement with up against Execration, ano naman ang kayang dalhin ng Pacific over to their next matches, knowing na they still have bouts with Team Secret, they still have bouts with UBECMANIAC no. So I believe Pacific is still now well equipped knowing na napatumba nilang Execration.
Yun nga, I'm specifically looking forward to yung UBEC versus Pacific matchup no, kasi feeling ko Pacific is actually really good at shutting down yung mga top teams natin, or at least shutting down certain players kagaya na nakita natin with that port map dito sa EVOS. But then, ayun nga, when everyone just has a good day para dito sa UBEC, they can definitely just outfrag itong Pacific, no, which is what you don't often say. Pero kung maganda lang talaga araw ng Pacific, man, if they have all 5 players working, pare, feeling ko talaga they can probably take a map or even 2 up against itong UBEC, pare. But of course, it's gonna be a monumental task para dito sa Pacific. But then, I mean, if it's anyone up for the challenge, pare, no, it is gonna be them.
That's the beauty of Cfs Ph Masters no, pre. Parang lahat ng pwede mong ihambing sa isa't isa pagdating sa team matchup no. Like it's a match made in heaven. EVOS versus UBEC, Pacific versus UBEC, Team Secret versus EVOS is like a once in a lifetime matchup din no. Pinakita din ng Gaon tsaka ng Acceptance yung ganong klaseng labanan is something that you should watch, and you should really respect the names of the players that are involved in. So like you said, most competitive year of Crossfire ever no, at pinapatunayan yun ng mga teams na nakikilahok ngayon for Cfs Ph Masters no. Pero guys, bigyan ko lang ng oras to no, para pasalamatan ng kabuuan ng Crossfire community na patuloy ang suporta nila sa larangan ng Pilipinas Crossfire. Dahil sa inyo, meron tayong mga tournaments tulad ng PH Masters, yung Gold Rush, lalong-lalo na nga rin yung Impact no. Nang dahil sa inyo, patuloy pa rin ang rason ng mga players at mga teams na bumuo, makilahok, at hopefully ibalang araw magrepresenta ng Pilipinas sa Crossfire internationally no. So maraming salamat kay Smilekit as well para sa tulong niyo rin, dahil din sa kanila meron tayong masasabing Crossfire Philippines no. So yun lang naman. Follow niyo na nga rin si Crossfire Philippines, like and share sa mga streams natin dyan guys, at wag niyo kakalimutan na bisitahin minsan si Crossfire, kasi baka malay niyo nandoon na ang susi para makuha niyo ang e-coin at VIP na inasam niyo.
Yun nga, don't forget yung to download itong Stove client natin, no, pare. A lot of people are missing out on 300 e-coin, pare. Mga 6 na CCN, 7 actually, yung makukuha mo dun possibly. And, oh, my math is way
AK
off.
Silver.
Pero yun nga. AK Silver, it's been on the rise as of recent, no? So, yun nga, still trying to get that roll down, unfortunately. Pero kahit nga dito si Heck nahirapang bumukas dito ng Lotto for that specific domain. Pero yun nga, as we take the end dito ng ating Week of Masters, man, looking forward to yung what's in store para dito sa Wednesday, pare. Impact back online, and matchups for the week para dito sa Impact, at least for Wednesday. Let me take a look-see, and ayun nga, match week number 4. Ngayon, VNG versus XPT, Heroics versus MJ. That second series, man. That second series para dito sa Impact, pare. That could, get some interesting stuff going, no? Considering yun nga, MJ, Heroics, local matchup, man. It's always good to have a local matchup similar sa nakita natin ngayon, pare. If we can consider Cavite local, no? Dito sa NCR, pare.
Parang local pa rin naman yun.
Local
Malapit
neighbor
pa rin naman yun sa Maynila. Mga 1 oras, parang 2 oras may get na biyahe, no? Depende na lang kung saan ka sa Maynila mismo. So, other than that, no, really stacked week number 4 ahead of us, no, mga kaibigan, not only for the preview show but as well as to both Impact and Masters, no. Kasi next week, makikita nyo nga na naman ang mga paborito nyong teams na makikipaglaban sa isa't isa habang napapalapit nga tayo sa playoffs, no. Na kung saan ang dalawang magigiting na teams mula sa Cfs Ph Masters ay aabanse papuntang Riyadh, na kung saan magaganap ang Esports World Cup, ang isang ang kauna-unahang beses na kung saan makikilahok ang Crossfire dun sa EWC. Last year, wala tayong ganto kasi Summer Championships pa rin ang meron tayo. Pero na-scratch na yun. Eto na tayo, EWC. Sa wakas na-recognize na rin ng Esports World Cup ang pagkapulido netong Crossfire bilang isang parte ng esport. Di mo ba alam gaano kahirap sumali ang isang laro para dito sa Esports World Cup, you know? So it just goes to show yung true potential ng not just Filipino Crossfire but its international brand.
Yun nga, no. Thank God for yung slot doon ni Baisha Gaming, no, actually dito sa EWC kasi they're currently sixth at the moment sa kanilang group stage, which is, I think they're fine kasi kahit matalo sila dito sa S25 ng CFPL, pare, pasok pa rin dito yung Baisha. I think top 4 at the moment is All Gamers, EP, KZ, at itong X-Rock, pare. X-Rock all the way number 4. Interesting. Could be
interesting, ha?
Yun nga, no, one of those teams that can overperform and potentially lose to UBEC. Pero titignan pa natin, men, if that's gonna be the case. Pero ayun nga, I mean, a whole lot of crossfire going on. Hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas, guys, kundi internationally as well. We do have Brazil and West going on as actually, 2 oras na lang. The West stream is about to be on. Ayun nga, nagpro-promote tayo ng ibang regions dito, pare. Pero I really implore you guys to watch yung mga ibang regions dito ng Crossfire. I think
di kayo magsisisi.
Very interesting yung difference, no, ng playstyles ng multiple regions natin dito. I think we have Gaimin TBI later para sa first series. Ping Pong Pals, mouthful, versus, yun nga, personal favorites namin dito ni Salvatore, itong Swamp Gaming and IC Esports versus Rockman. X-Famous is back. NA is back in CFWL, pare, and they're actually doing damage now. They're actually getting some wins in.
Akala nyo magpapalcons no? Nagulantang kayo, nandun pa rin siya sa Swamp Gaming no? Mga nagpaniwala tayo sa mga haka-haka pero balik pa rin siya, no, sa sarili niyang sa sarili niyang hometown kung saan siya lumaki talaga, no, from Congarna, nandun pa rin si X-Famous no? At mamaya nyo makikita maglalaban yan mayat maya, no. Punta naman tayo sa team standing sa wakas makakompleto na nga natin ang mga numero sa ating mga screens kasi yun na natin makikita ang kabuang kalagayan ng Cfs Ph Masters. Yung laglag ng Execration kailangan pag-aralan talaga. From number 4, they're now down to number 6 over a 3-round differential laban kay Team Secret. Ang acceptance from number 7 all the way to number 4, that is ridiculous, pre. Napakalaki niyan para sa team acceptance. Actually, UBEC tsaka EVOS, nandiyan pa rin sila.
Yun nga, a lot of teams on the 1-2 side of things, no? Dito sa ating standings. Obviously, nga, UBEC, EVOS. I think UBEC securing yung kanilang first place thanks to that very one-sided 2-0 earlier. Pacific naman, at least they're gonna secure itong number 3 slot and not gonna be tied with anyone, no? But ayun nga, no, with the change of standings, this is shaping up to be more of the idea na meron ako sa ulo ko na what the team standings can look like at the end of the week. 4 teams potentially fighting para dito sa ating 4th slot, pare. And, you know, I can't be more excited. Tignan mo naman, 4 teams are tied in terms of the win-loss, pare.
Man, as you can see, no, sabi ko nga, like yung dreaded 7-4, ang kailangan nilang ilaban sa isa't isa is yung round differential. Pero tinan mo naman, pre, agwat ng 4 sa number 3. So, isang malaking kayod at isang malaking bundok ang kailangan nilang tahakin dyan para lang matapatan ang Pacific EVOS tsaka UBECMANIAC. So, I guess you could say hindi naglalayo talaga yung naging resulta ng Regional Finals PH kumpara sa PH Masters ngayon. Though mas mainit siya, mas may attitude, mas may buga, mas may lason talaga tong tournament na to kasi yung top 3 na nag-qualify from PH Regionals nandyan pa rin sila sa kanilang trono. Whereas yung mga naglalaro ng open qualifiers, yung mga nagpakahirap sa 2 araw mahigit, ayan pre, parang ayun pa rin yung dinadanas nila. Parang sila pa rin yung naglalaban ngayon dito, no? So, I guess high expectations now for the number 4 to 8 spot kasi from the first 2 weeks, super expected. Kung ano yung mga nasa isip nyo, ganun pa rin. Pero from 4 to 8 now, week number 3 moving forward, parang paiba-iba na nga to ng hugis, no? So, for now, we will see you guys next week for more action at ang dala namin sa inyo, EVOS versus Execration, followed by Team Secret and Fervid.
Uy. I mean, that second matchup opportunity para sa Team Secret to kind of equalize yung kanilang record as it has been not the best start para sa kanila dito. Pero sa Execration, no, back-to-back top 3 matchups dito, men. And I think it's important na naharap nila itong Pacific very early on dito sa standings or dito sa group stage rather, in order to kind of gauge kung anong level ng laruan nila dito or how consistent they can be when it comes to the game of Crossfire. And matetesting talaga yan up against itong EVOS. Obviously, a team with the cleanest comms, the cleanest protocols, pare. And the players are just nutty, man. Grabe, they have 3 monsters on that squad that can just carry the entire game by themselves, pare.
Pero ito na ata yung sitwasyon na kailangan ng manalo ng Execration. If not, the highest that they can achieve in this tournament is a 4th and 5th slot, no? So every game now for Execration is a must-win, pero ito yung EVOS na hindi magpapatiba kasi gusto nga nila malinis ang kanilang record. Same goes for Team Secret and Fervid. Both teams are eyeing for that number 4 spot. With Team Secret, masakit yung natamo nila for EVOS. Fervid, nangangarap sila makakuha ng isang panalo man lang dito sa tournament na to, no? And baka may gusto ko pang sabihin, Sneaky, before we wrap things up.
Ayun nga, yun nga back on the Fervid point, no? I mean, Fervid did beat itong Team Secret dun sa Open Qualifier 1, kaya napa-Open Qualifier 2 itong Team Secret, pare. So, let's see if kaya ng Fervid, if they can replicate that, pare. Would be interesting to see that happen, pare.
Yeah, so that's all the time we have, no? Crossfire Philippines, maraming salamat sa isang mainit na week 3 na kasama nyo kaming dalawa. It is a pleasure na nandito kami sa panel na nagdadala ng impormasyon para sa inyo. We'll see you guys next week for more action ng Cfs Ph Masters, and not just that, meron pa tayong preview show at Impact na kaabang-abang nga naman talaga. This is Salvatore and Sneaky Frog wishing you guys goodbye and good night.
Gaon Gaming to qualify, it is kung sino ang huling team na makakapasok sa ating group stage.
And will end the game with a win.
And they win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your 3-time champions of CFS Ph Masters.